Welcome back. Welcome back. Just to do a quick rundown for everybody that wasn't here for the last stream. We've officially come down to our third target. Okay. A lot of patience here grinding this down. So we came down to our target 1. We put in that bearish channel, right? Hit target 2 a couple days ago. Double bottomed off of target 3 today. Now, again, I was just saying during the last stream, I don't think this is over, right? We've got to play this out. We know how these weekend traps play. There's a false move come in, we're going to have to catch it. Question is it up or is it down? Right? I've got some buy orders set below. I've got a grid set below all-time high in case they try to flush this down. That, in my opinion, for bullishness would be the best outcome, right? For long-term bullishness. Close CME, sweep this liquidity, have our false move down, and have our 3-day up. Right? That's where my head's at right now. Now, that being said, again, I want to remind you that we do have the possibility of breaking out, right? We can break out, clear these liquidations, free these trap longs, have our false move up, and then end up having our 3-day down to come clear that range. I'd rather clear this range earlier than later, right? The sooner we clear this range, the better, the more we can get into bullish sentiment, and the more we can start to climb out of this hole, basically. Most important thing for today, though, is that we do get back above that 115 too, right? We want to clear this. We want to make this a deviation. So even if we break down, we want to close above 115. And then this whole thing we can put behind this as just a deviation out of the range. That's what I'll be watching for today. And I'll be keeping a close eye on dominance to see how it acts during this push. All right, let me grab some coffee and let me put Discord audio back on for y'all. Yeah, the false move will have till Monday to play out. Right? We got over 24 hours for that move to play out. All right, I'll be right back.
Remember that it actually hits.
The market seems kind of unsure with like everything going on.
Yeah, but that's where you want to buy the FUD. You want to be bullish on the FUD. I think there is still a good chance we go to 109 eventually. I just don't think it's going to happen today. That'll scare the shit out of people. If you look at the weekly, theoretically speaking, we can come all the way down to the 50 weekly EMA. Right now, that's at 92.5, which I know there is a CME gap there on the daily. But right now that's down there. It'll probably come up if the price even comes down, then to meet it, then it will probably be higher up. But my opinion, the bull market's not over until we cross that and make a lower low beneath 74K. I wouldn't even consider it over until then. Even then, that could just be a massive shakeout because I keep going by like, what's my worst case scenario, and I keep going back to 2021, where we had this 50% drop. I think it was actually more than actual. Yeah, 55% over the course of 35 days, and it actually still kept going sideways after that for a total of 98 days. So that's almost 100 days. And then we still got this second big shot up. So, I mean, even when I'm looking at worst case scenarios, we came down to the 50 weekly EMA. It's just we were so far above it, we came down to test it again and then continued. It wasn't until we lost it completely that the bear market started. But this here, we've already tested it once, twice. If we tested it a third time and continued, then I would think that that's probably going to be the last explosive move up before the bull market ends. We actually touched it a third time here. So yeah, that's 1, 2, 3. So if we test it again for a fourth time and continue and make a higher high, I would think that the next time we test it, it's going to fall through. And then we start a bear market, but that's still weeks and months away, probably. But I mean, until then, until we like come below this and reject from it, then there's no reason to think that we shouldn't continue to put in a new all-time high, even if we come down this low, which I don't think that's going to happen either. Really, 100K is like the line in the sand to even open up that the door to that possibility. We're just not even close to that right now. In the meantime, on these short time frames, it's like I'd say, just with how many shorts there are, I think there's a good chance to swing up by tomorrow morning. And then this is the rescue ship that like Dbloc's talking about. That could be a rescue ship, and then everyone jumps ship again, and we go down and fill some of these lower levels, or at least test them, test these lower levels. See if there's any demand there, and if there is, then we continue up. If there's not, then we wait. Not financial Friday race. It doesn't seem like there's anything substantial to get rejected by. I still have this box drawn here. So if we are to get to the top of this box before CME opens, then I would expect it to come back down and close the CME gap, and then the false move, and then 3-day down to where Dbloc's grid is, or maybe even 110 if they want to just rip the band-aid off. But I think we could even go as high as here. In the next two days or so. This big short liquidation up here. What would be good to see for like further confirmation would be the 50 crossing the 200 EMA in the 15-minute. But you already still have momentum. Like we've got the 13 above the 50. Price is above the 50, 13 is above the 50. We're above the point of control. Pretty much at CME close. So I think if we close around here, or at least close above the point of control, then I think it's good. If we shoot up before CME close, then it would probably leave this gap and then probably go fill that and then see if we can hit this value area high and then ultimately this short liquidation by Monday night.
It's this cup and handle breakout, Drew. What's it doing?
What would it do, Drew?
Talking pump, Joe.
All right, I'm back on.
Did you do a daily recap?
Yeah,
I have to go back and watch it.
I did it on the I did it on the stream before we did it over, anyways. I just went over the same thing I went over before I started the stream.
Yo, Dbloc.
What's going on, brother?
Yo, if you don't mind me asking, I'm looking at AIXBT, just the chart. I'm just thinking, do you think it's still gonna make some moves during the bull run? AIXBT?
I think it's gonna do well, yeah. I think it holds a lot of mind share as far as AI agents go. But it's gonna need a narrative run.
So even if AI doesn't even get that narrative run, do you think it still has a few X's in it? It's at 112 mil right now.
I don't see AI not getting a narrative run, in my opinion. I don't see a chance in hell that AI doesn't run again.
What about RWA?
Yeah, RWA is gonna be huge. It has been this whole time. I mean, just look at Ethereum. Ethereum is the biggest RWA coin there is.
Do you think that's sitting at a nice point to like pick up a few tokens here?
I would like to see it hold these bottoms. I would want evidence that it's not gonna come down to grab this this vector gap underneath. Really just have to hold. If this doesn't hold, then you'll come down to 8.4. Basically gonna add a 0. For me personally, this would be one of the times that I would like to see confirmation before I jump in. Like, I want to see this build out. At least get over the 50. Because at this point, it could just reject off the 50 and come down and grab that vector. But it is worth paying attention. I would definitely have it on my watch list.
Its bounce on real estate is looking pretty good. I think we end up doing a wave 5 up. And then that will be our blow off top. But that would be like August of 2026. That's a whole year from now. I don't know if it takes that long or if it happens quick. But the bounce on real estate's looking good. this one has a plan for April of 2026, so that would be the end of Q4 next year, or the end of Q1 of next year. So that could be a possibility too, assuming we don't top out in Q4 of this year. Seven would be 18.5 years. July of 2027. Super cycle gross.
Is that you?
Kind of. I mean, it's kind of starting to look like that for me. I hope for my altcoin portfolio, then yeah, I hope there's a super cycle. Because I might get to my next cycle target this cycle if that happens.
What are you looking at the? I don't even know what you're looking at.
This is the ITB US Home Construction ETF.
I've never heard of that.
It's just part of the real estate market. And then this is the housing sector, which also shows a similar date. Or August of 2026. And this one would be 18.5 years from the bottom. Would be July 2027. Or sorry, July of 2020. Oh no, July of 2027. So is that really, could it really go that far? That's the question.
If we do
Did I
have
look at-
like that, sorry.
But that might be next for the crypto cycle. That might be the beginning of the next bull market for crypto, for the full year cycle.
If Dbloc's right about I mean, I'm sure the housing market cycles. I mean, they're there, but if he's right about like how much it crashes, it's the time to buy housing. That's what my parents did in the 80s, and that's how they got property. You can.
Well, if this plays out, then the bottom of the next real estate cycle wouldn't be until 2031. But I don't know how that matches up. There's like this whole big cyclical thing. Like, I'll see if I can find the diagrams.
And can get a loan and buy like the cheapest property. Like my mom had like nothing. She just like moved Her reservation when she was 18 with like adding money and worked her whole life and bought property when it was cheap on loans and it invested.
See, this has like a this has a low being at 2032.
That's a while away. That's what the time of that.
Well, I'm saying if we get this big real estate blow off cycle, and then it comes down and crashes, and we get a housing market crash, and the bottom of it would be 2032, so that or 2031 to 2032. So that would be when you would want to buy real estate. 2023, it says, was the last period where you kind of had that chance. So we look back at 2023. If you bought property here, I guess you'd be doing pretty well right now. COVID was probably the best time to buy, but the next best time to buy was between 2022 and 2023. Oh, I don't know. Cycles, man. Cycles. They take time. And you don't know until they happen.
Property is gotten so expensive.
Yeah, that's why I was all pissed. I'm like, am I not going to be able to buy property until 2031?
I watched a
It's
thing
gonna,
like what? Sorry.
it's gonna suck to have to wait that long.
I don't know. I can't remember what I was listening to something. This guy, I can't remember what he was an expert on, but he was talking about buying property like a couple years ago, and he was like, you shouldn't buy it because like people always say, oh, it's better than renting because then you're putting your money into something, and he's like, no, it's actually way cheaper to rent because of how expensive property is right now and how expensive it is to manage it. It's like it's makes more sense to rent and save your money until property values go down. Because there's all the people who buy at that's like the top. Then when home values go down, they have these huge loans, and then maintaining a home is so expensive too. Like the costs on that, like people before they buy a home, if you, I mean, people who are homeowners know about this, but yeah, before you buy one, you like it's kind of weird. It sucks when you realize.
I think most people just underestimate the cost.
Yeah, I did.
It's like, I don't know, man. I mean, there's always going to be a percentage of the population that rents because they don't really have any other option. Like, but like actually buying a property and paying a mortgage, yeah, that's way cheaper. The only thing that you have to consider is you have to maintain the whole thing yourself. So like if you need a new water heater, you gotta buy that. Like if there's a problem with your plumbing, you gotta take care of that. So I mean, assuming you have no problems with any of that stuff the whole time you own the property, then great, it's cheaper, but it sort of evens itself out. Like as problems start to occur with the house, maybe you find out like a few years after buying your house that your whole electrical system is outdated, keep blowing fuses. Like that's a 20, 30, $50,000 job to get your whole electrical system replaced. Like there's a bunch of stuff that goes into owning a home that like people don't really consider. Yeah, the monthly cost is typically cheaper than what you would be paying someone else for rent. And like when you're renting, you don't really actually own anything. Whereas like when you own a house, it's like you're paying a little bit less per month but it's
You
over a
only get
long
equity.
period of time. yeah, it's a huge commitment. You're paying like you're paying a little bit less per month to actually towards something to actually own something. You know what I mean? Whereas, and you're owning an asset. Whereas, like if you're just renting, like you don't actually ever own anything, but you don't have to deal like if something happens in the place you're living, like it's your landlord's problem.
It depends on the mortgage rates too. Oh, that's what it was when I watched it. The mortgage rates were like crazy high, and he was like, "This is terrible. Like, do not buy when the mortgage rates are high because then you have this really high interest rate, and you're just
Yeah,
spending way more money than you would if you were renting."
yeah, you'll get screwed. That's why the only time that you, the best time, not the only time, like like you can kind of buy real estate whenever, but the best time to buy it is when you know it's come down quite a bit, and then they lower interest rates because there's so much suffering going on. You end up just getting the best deal out of that, but that only happens that happens once in a blue moon. Like so, unless you're stacked up on cash when that happens, and you have good credit and whatever else, like your finances are pretty well set. Like you kind of have to be in that position to be a buyer and then just pull the trigger when that happens because that's the best deal you're going to get. Like, and if not, then you're going to have to wait another 20 years.
And if you get that good timing, you got to forecast those property taxes in the next couple of years. If you live in a state that has high property taxes, a lot of people get trapped. They buy low, interest rates are low, things look good, and then things start going up and appreciating, and they kind of get trapped.
Yeah, and that's what sucks. Even after you pay off your entire house, like you still have to pay property tax.
Yeah, oh man, Alaska's crazy expensive because the biggest city in the state doesn't have sales tax, so to make up for that, there's just crazy property taxes.
The the only yeah, I think the only other thing you can really do to try to dodge that a little bit is if you buy a house that's in like the ghetto, like a really bad ghetto, then like your property tax might not be that high. Or there's like not a lot of people that live there. Like if it's a really bad ghetto and there's not a lot of people that live there, then I don't know.
Or you got a homestead
But
exemption and do LLC and write it off.
yeah, I mean that's a little bit more extensive, but like or not extensive, just like more complex and
How much is
most people
that?
wouldn't think to do that, but
You
if
have
you
to
have
like
a
live in the
business,
middle of
it's
nowhere?
easier.
What's the alternative to pay for the fire, the police, the education in the area you live? What's the alternative if you don't pay property tax?
Volunteers. We
Well, I mean,
we just need
Well, you
everyone to
still have
volunteer for all that
to
stuff.
buy the equipment that they use, the
Yeah,
firefighter
yeah, I know.
equipment,
There's
so
equipment. There's also like they to keep the building on and running, like they have to pay for the the lights and electricity,
well,
all
yeah.
that stuff.
So if you want services, that money has to be pulled together somehow.
yeah, we need
And
that.
Increase sales tax.
Well, I mean that's the whole thing with the government spending. Like the friggin' Elon Musk was like, we don't need this, or this. Get rid of it. And then it would have theoretically reduced costs for taxpayers, but the government's
well,
spending a ton of money on a bunch of shit we don't need to be spending money on. Like
well,
that's
that
our
goes to
money.
that goes to the parameters of what each government entity is supposed to be responsible for. So a local government, what are they responsible for? What's a state government responsible for? And a federal government. That's the whole structure of the United States system. So where you live and the services that are closest to you should be paid by the community members that live there.
Yeah, but if they're not spending it on the stuff that you actually need, then
Correct. Well, that's
it's going
where
away.
your voting is very important. You need to hold those people that are making those decisions on what they're spending it on responsible.
Absolutely.
and become involved in your local politics and your local meetings on what the budget is and where the money's going. And this is why people got so irritated, because the federal government was stepping into local cities and placing different pressures on them externally that they didn't have the money to pay for. It'd just be like, let's say your state government comes into your city and says, okay, we need to use this school now for a hospital or some other kind of state service, and you're responsible to pay for it, or you have to open up something else. That's where the fights come in. Anyway, I'll stop talking, because
Yeah, I mean,
that's a big, whole structural system.
yeah, there's a lot of stuff that like there's like it's input from a lot of different people, and like decisions get made sort of like it's not just one person can make a decision. But I mean, I do all that. Like I vote,
Mm-hmm.
like, and I try to have a say in what's going on in my community. And like
That's so
Mr.
important, because
Yeah,
what
like
you need to be um, understanding what is necessary in your local community. That's why, things like the water, the quality of your services, and the land usage, all of that is affected by the members that live there. How much you pay
yeah,
for
so
city tax, for instance. Some places have not only a county tax, but they have a city tax.
yeah. Where I'm like I usually do my best to get involved. Like I vote, and that's like the first step. I usually do my best to get involved. The problem with getting too involved is that I move around a lot. Like I don't like I move all the time. So like I'm never like in a spot where it's like this is where I'm gonna be for the next 20 years. So like a while ago, Mr. Graveyard told me that I should run for office, like I should run for local office. And I'm like, I don't know, man. Like, because if I was going to do that, I would have to make sure that if I was, because I disagree with a lot of shit that goes on. But it's like in order to change it, I would have to be part of it.
Yeah.
And if like, so I would have to basically wait until like I've got my feet planted somewhere, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to stay here. I'm going to live here for at least the next 20 years, and then I would probably consider like running for office,
So
because it's
you're
like
saying,
I
fully
would
invested
really
in
want to have.
the place that you live to help govern it? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, yeah, like I can get about as involved enough to like vote, but
Mhm.
to like actually be involved enough to like make decisions for like the welfare of the state, like I would need to like be more invested in that specific state myself.
Mhm. So Florida has been debating. I'm not sure if it passed, but it might have, that they're getting rid of property taxes. So that's pretty interesting.
Did you say Nevada?
No, Florida.
Oh, Florida. Yeah, I kind of want to go to Florida, but really, honestly, the place I want to go most is South Carolina.
Mm.
So if I go and I buy a house there and I decide I'm going to live there for like basically the rest of my life, then I'll run for office when I get there, or like I think you have to live there for a certain amount of time before you're even really sort of like eligible for those things. Not like I don't know if there's any legal thing behind that, but like in order for me to feel like I was eligible, I'd have to be like, all right, I've lived here for this many years.
Well, you can start by running for a mayor, or, a city council person.
Yeah. I don't know. It's a lot of responsibility. Especially the higher you get up into seats of office, the more responsibility you have. So if I was
Well,
going to be
yeah,
like a
that's
senator, I
right.
would
If
have
not
way more
you, who else,
responsibility.
right? If not you, who else, right? You're gonna leave, decisions up to, just not just anybody, but I mean, if you have ideas and you like people and you like making or you can interact amongst all kinds of different people and different conflicts, and you can what's the word I'm trying to say? You can be a mediator in between, and see both sides of an issue and work out problems, compromise. You would make a good politician.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
And they have low property tax.
So the other thing that comes with being a politician is like you're really in the spotlight. And I kind of always preferred to like fly under the radar. Like I don't want like a lot of attention drawn to me and what I'm doing. But if you're like a senator or something,
join the Democratic Party. That way they won't
yeah,
focus on you.
yeah, right.
Just jokes, people.
No,
Just jokes.
but people really do like if you're a senator, people really do like look into your background and your like what you're doing, the activity you're doing in your personal life. Like your professional and personal life can't be severed anymore. Like
And do
that's
not ever forget anything you write on the internet is there forever. Anything.
yeah.
Any
yeah, that's
picture
what
you
I'm
post
saying.
is there forever. You can go back in the Wayback Machine and you can dig it up.
You'd be like a libertarian, I bet.
Yeah, probably wouldn't get any votes, but it's, it's probably where my ideals would lie. I don't know. I don't think it's gonna happen. But local office maybe someday. But I don't think I'm gonna be at the federal level. I think that's too much pressure for me.
Well, like the Brooks and Dunn song, Only in America, right?
You know?
Love it.
But I mean, they get paid like hella money, but I don't think it wouldn't really be worth it to me. I'd rather do something else where I could make the same amount of money and not deal with all that pressure. Even if I was like the voice of the people, it's like so. Like I don't really need to be that.
I mean, you don't want to hug children and have breakfast there, with the local farmers and all that. Meet people in their homes and talk about what their problems are.
It sounds like a lot of planning and organization. Those
If we-
skills are not my forte.
Well, you could have a good team behind you and you could just be listening to what they tell you to do. Just kidding. So on the 69-minute, we are above the 50 EMA and we are above the 50 MA.
Yeah, we're in pretty good shape so far. We still got a couple hours before CME opens, but seems like we're in pretty good shape so far.
We might run into an issue at about 114,283 after we cross above. Let's see, what are we looking for? We're looking for that 800, I believe. But if good people don't run for office, you have to think, if not me, then who, right? So if you're inclined and you have the personality and the stamina, it takes a lot of stamina, I would imagine. And
Yeah, I would need drugs for sure.
oh, well then,
Everybody has good intentions, but when you get in office, you start getting persuaded. And then if you don't
Yeah.
do the way you get persuaded, then you have an accident.
Yeah, exactly. That's the other thing. You you either play the game or you become a target. And that's the other thing is that it's like I would go to do good, but a lot of these officials end up, oh, we got big buys coming in.
Yeah,
Big buys.
this is a important.
Yeah, we're
spot.
liquidating the shit out of some shorts right now.
Yep. So this move could take us up to 116,000 if we're extremely bullish, but I don't know about that. And then what do we
What the
got?
hell was that? I don't even see anything that big on the chart.
115.5 possibly. But we have to get over that descending angular here.
Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Watch out.
Yeah.
Big buys.
Big buys.
Pumps.
Big buys. Yeah, I think this is market maker activity though. I think they're actively trying to get some shorts now.
Wait, it's
Everyone
Sunday,
working.
man. I thought they're chilling at the beach right now.
Sunday fun day.
Yeah, usually we pick back up in a couple hours, usually around 5.
114.6 is what we need to watch for.
Big buys. Big buys.
Pump is ripping.
Yes, it
Yeah,
is.
pump has been
Let's go. Pump fun.
pump it.
Pump is fun. Fun is pump.
XLM.
I love pumping.
So I
Strip
have
sets.
buy orders on the 4-hour next 4-hour candle drew at about where is it? Just 1 second.
Yeah, I think they're trying to shake out Arthur Hayes because Arthur Hayes talks too much crap. So it's time for him to get shook out.
Arthur Hayes, he bought a lot of ENA.
He sold it though.
I got back. Did he sell it?
Uh-huh. He's saying Bitcoin's going back down to 100K.
Oh, what was it last week? He was buying. He kept buying.
Sold his Pepe. Sold his ETH.
Sold his Meme and his Pepe, his Motel.
2560 and 2741 for the next 4-hour candle. That's what I'm kind of seeing, that there might be a dip on the next 4-hour. I see a gap there.
Dip.
But it could also, let's see, could also get to that 403, 402. But anyway, that's kind of what I'm wondering.
Looks like BlackRock's Ethereum ETF surpasses 10 billion, even though the market was dipping.
That's good.
Mm-hmm.
That's a sign. Now BlackRock was stocking up.
Man, they're buying all
Right,
types
what
of
that did.
ports right now, ships, crypto. They're gonna have it all.
Rule the world right
They
there.
changed your name to Drew Pump.
A lot of the shorts got taken out.
I think they have 72 ports right now, and they're doing a lot of oil dealing as well. And if Bitcoin becomes a commodity, it's just going to go hand in hand for them, right?
Mm. All right, we're over the 800 on a 69-minute chart. And we're over the descending. We have another across that major at 114,654.
Trying to flip back around on the liquidations. In the last 1 hour, we had 2.2 million in short liquidations, only 442,000 in long. So in 1 hour, we're flipping around. 4-hour, you got 9 million in shorts, 3 million in longs. So that one's flipping around. On the 12-hour, we got 39 million shorts, 15 million in longs. So that one's flipping around. The only one that hasn't flipped is the 24-hour. And we only have
It's a lot.
200 million in total in the last 24 hours. So we still got still like an $800 million gap before we see it, before we get that recipe for the pivot. But again, if we come up, the higher we go up before CME close, the higher the probability is that we come down, or before CME open, the higher probability we see another correction back to the CME close. Or if that doesn't happen, we'll leave a gap on the chart, which means that we'll end up having to deal with it later on, coming back to this level to fill it. Most likely. But a good target, I think, for by the end of tomorrow would be this 117,500 or 278 million or $278,000 in short liquidation. Is it 1,000 or million? Hold on. I think it's million actually. Yeah, 278 million. I had it written wrong on my chart. $278 million short liquidation at 117,500. Thinking by the end of tomorrow, fingers crossed. That might be a bearish divergence on the RSI with a 15-minute. But if we come down, I really feel like we're gonna put in a higher low. Now that we have this overbalance in time and price. But yeah, we might see a little bit of trouble here just because of that bearish divergence. There's also one on the stochastic. Let me get these pink bars showing up in the Herstogram.
What are you talking about?
This oscillator, this is like a special oscillator for market tops and bottoms, and I use it on the 15-minute. I can barely hear you.
It looks kind of like the MACD.
Yeah, it looks like it, but that's not what it is. But I was just calling it the histogram, but Drew said, why can't it be a herstogram? He was like, I was like, we got red bars on the histogram, and he was like, why can't it be a herstogram? And I was like, okay, I'll make the bars pink, and then it will be a herstogram. So now I've just been calling it the herstogram.
Okay.
But it's really just an indicator, like for CM Williams VIX fix. It tracks volatility, the amount of volatility that comes into the market, and when you get spikes in volatility to the downside, you get these green bars. When you get spikes in volatility to the upside, you get the red bars or the pink bars. I haven't set the pink now. But yeah, for sure, it really is called the VIX fix. But VIX fix markets tops and bottoms, but it's I just call it the herstogram.
Yeah, it's different than a regular histogram.
Yeah, it's not like the MACD histogram. It doesn't work the same way.
Oh, yeah, okay. 'Cause it's just
The
following the VIX.
the
Is the
MACD
VIX
histogram's more like about volume. This is just volatility.
Is the VIX change? Does it change on the weekend? Oh, how does that work? Or is it like on market hours?
No, like that's like the VIX for the VIX for the stock market. So like here, I'll just bring the chart up.
There's more than one VIX.
Yeah. VIX just means volatility index, but the VIX for the so like the traditional VIX is volatility index for the S&P 500. So it has sort of its own chart, and you kind of have all these spikes in volatility is when there's a huge sell-off. Hold on, let me get rid of this. All these spikes in volatility is when there's a huge sell-off. Like this happened on August 5th of last year. This one happened April 4th of this year. And it was pretty low. Like, I mean, when the VIX is low, there's not a lot of volatility, and generally the market's going up. You get these big spikes when there's a huge crash. So this was like COVID, I think. Yeah, this biggest spike here, that's when COVID happened. So there's like a big drop in the S&P. So if I overlay the S&P,
I watched the regular VIX, but is that where your histogram is?
no, it's just it's the histogram just tracks like the amount of volatility that's happening in the market in the short term for the crypto market. But see how when there's a big spike in the VIX, it's because there was a big like sharp drop or like a crash in the S&P. Like see it happened back here. This was a pretty sharp drop, but not that bad. But like during COVID, it spiked a lot. And then when the VIX is down at these lower levels, the market is typically trending up. There's not a hell of a lot of volatility, but it's like trending slowly but steadily up. And then you got all these big spikes when there was sort of like a local bottom and then dead cat bounce. Look, there's another spike here, local bottom, dead cat bounce. Another spike here, local bottom, dead cat bounce. Another spike here, which ended up being like the bottom of this bear market. And then see the S&P has been trending up well. The VIX has been trending down. The next time you really got a spike was next time you really got a spike was August of 2024. This is the Japanese yen carry trade unraveling. So you got that huge spike in volatility and that big dip in the market. And then this one was April of this year. So this is when Trump did the whole tariff thing, and there was like all those tariff fears. So the volatility spiked because there was like sort of like a mini market crash, like a flash crash. And then now you can see as the VIX has been going down, the market's been slowly, steadily rising. So we might be overdue for a little bit of a move on the VIX. If the market corrects, then the VIX is probably going to spike. But this is just for the S&P.
Yes, I don't know what. Some last week it had like a big spike, a little more nice. I think it was like 20% one day.
I think you might have to reset your mic or something, Kelly, because you're coming in low. I don't know if is she coming in low for everyone else.
Yes.
Yes. I have to restart my stream too.
But yeah, I mean this histogram is basically just is tracking short-term volatility that happens within like the crypto market, or I guess whatever asset you're looking at. But I have it on Bitcoin, so high levels of volatility is what's showing up, like when the bars turn green or pink.
And the idea too is that the higher the volatility, the more likely you are to be risk on.
No, like there's like the higher the volatility, the more it just means that there's like a lot, like a big sell-off. So like the green ones here, this has green and pink ones. So the green ones is like there was a big sell-off and you probably want to buy because there was a ton of people panic selling. You want to buy into the fear. If the market's getting greedy and there's a lot of volatility to the upside, and the pink is, the pink is showing up, then you could see an interim top. But like this hasn't really given you that top yet. Like even though these ones printed here, yeah, that was a top for like a little bit, but then you started to get green ones after that, and you're getting pink once again. But it doesn't necessarily mean that the pink is going
I
up.
didn't
But
mean in relationship to your chart, honestly. I see what you're saying.
Oh, you're talking about the volatility index?
Yeah, I just meant the VIX in general. Like the
Yeah.
higher volatility, the more likely you would expect risk on.
Yeah, so this is where so there's usually a huge buyback after a big spike. So like the way I remember it, there's like this saying that goes, when the VIX is high, it's time to buy. When the VIX is low, look out below. But
Sounds
I mean,
about
the
right.
VIX,
It's just
the,
like almost like a fear indicator, right? Like a panic indicator.
yeah, it's kind of like a fear and greed indicator for the traditional markets.
Look at me.
When it's really high, there's a lot of fear, but that's when you want to buy. So VIX is high, it's time to buy. When it's
That's a
low,
good way
look
to
out
think about
below.
it.
So
Like when
what's
the VIX is way up, it just means like the S&P is like crashing. Like usually like everything is with the S&P is.
some kind of news event that they use to catalyze like a sort of move or some type of manipulation, and then like
Yeah.
So you think alts have topped out for now? We're gonna get one last leg, because I see them all sort of having a bit of indecision. Not all of them, a bunch of them.
They're probably going to be irrational.
Hello, I'm back. Are we there yet?
That's what I'm asking, to be honest with you, just in regard to alts. But I think alts are trying to push us a little bit more.
I did a whole day of like went back to my thesis, went back to my did my proper TA. Yeah, we're almost there, but we're not there yet.
This is a bullish engulfing so far on the daily, and it's back above the 50 daily EMA. So you could see
It's on the 50.
right here on
it's ready reaction to the 50.
Well, on altcoins, like this is others market cap, so I'm thinking like, you know, we come down that this is like a automatic rally, and we might come back up a little further before dropping further and reaching the target for this M pattern. Because you gotta, in order to invalidate this M pattern, we would have to get back above 313 billion on others, which I don't think that's gonna happen in this run. But I do think we could run back up to like this level here. So I think they'll go up for another couple days maybe, and then they'll crash back down again.
Yeah, I agree. I completely agree with what you're saying. On my view on the I'm going bigger time frame now on the 1 hour. We will chase the 200 EMA on the 1 hour because we did find support on the 50 EMA of the 1 hour, and we did bounce from the 50-day EMA. So the 200's right there, and we might get our rejection there. It might not take 3 days. It might take just the whole of false move Monday. You get what I mean?
Yeah, like one or 2 days maybe.
Bullish on the Monday. We head into Monday. Oh, I'm sorry. It's heading into Monday my time. So heading into Monday US time. If you look at the 200 EMA on the 1 hour, it's right there at 116. And we hit that. That's actually that's resistance number 3. Right before 116, it's like 115,800. And then we find support again below.
Yeah. Do you
There's
see
a
what I have
lot.
on my chart?
Yeah, there's a
Yeah,
lot of zones.
target 2 on my chart is 115,800.
See? Perfect.
And then that's the value
Love
area
it.
high is 115,720.
Dude, it's perfect. Perfect. Like, yeah, I've been spending the entire day doing my own stuff. Just I want to make sure I know. I also like it's one thing to look at Dbloc chart, right? It's another where you also apply yourself. So I wanted to apply myself today. And I think this is what it's gonna do.
Hell yeah. Teamwork made the dream work.
I didn't realize
Yeah.
the total market cap was in a huge double top. What time frame was that?
Yeah, let me put it on I put mine on TA on the 1 hour, what I'm looking at for the next 1.5 days. You're right. You're right, Kwai. So it's gonna make that double top right there. And it's exactly at exactly where you were your targets.
Well, the thing is, so there's a short liquidation up here at 117.5. A $278 million short liquidation up there. And that's right where the anchor VWAP is.
Yeah, I see it too. It's also the 13. The 13 is actually kind of slivering down. The 13 1 day.
So if we
Yo,
get
is
a
that an
false move
inverse
up on
head and
Monday, if we
shoulder
get a
on
false
ETH right
move up,
now? Sorry. 3 minute? 3 minute ETH inverse head and shoulder?
3 minute? Yeah. Who's good with a 3 minute? I don't do the 3 minute. Right
yeah,
now,
but
bro.
I do.
I'm
I don't look for
refusing
patterns
to
on.
do a on
No,
lower
that's
time frames.
fine. I just figured that's what it looks like. I figured I'd mention it.
It
I'm
does
Now
have
we
talking
a
having
about
a
this right
If you look
here.
at the 1 hour, it looks super bullish on the 1 hour. Like
yeah,
looks
the
pretty
invert in the 3
like,
minute it does
really
look like
good.
an inverse head and shoulders. It's just it's a bit
Yeah.
There's
not
that,
really left
and then
wide.
there's also sort of this type of look. So if this little one plays out, like I'll make this one yellow.
Oh wait, it has to come off of a downtrend. What would this? Well, gosh, I mean, on the 3 minute, I don't know.
Well, so this was this whole thing was a big downtrend. So this bigger one, that could be a reversal. And then this here, it's not really a downtrend because you didn't make any low, you didn't take out this low. But this does kind of have the shape to it. The only thing I don't like about it is with these, so with the head and shoulders, I like them to be symmetrical. And if you're taking the head from here, right? So, or the left shoulder from here, this is like a local top. So it doesn't really follow the same rules as the head and shoulders, you know what I mean? Or an inverse head and shoulders. But I mean, kind of
Yeah.
like how do you draw that line really? This isn't like, I don't know, like it's a reversal pattern, so I wouldn't really call this an inverse head and shoulders anyway. Like I
No,
would
yeah,
call this.
I agree. I agree. I just saw it like on a zoomed in time frame, and then once I zoomed out, I was like, oh, that's not coming off a downtrend.
So what I will say is that if this ends up coming up to this level and makes a relative equal high, and then comes down, makes a higher low, and then breaks out, that's like a cup and handle, which is a continuation. But if this happens, right, and this plays
Yeah,
out and it
there you
breaks
go.
this level,
Good point. Yeah.
then you have this.
Yeah, exactly. If it turns into a cup and handle, then it turns into an inverse head and shoulder.
Yeah, exactly.
Can you check my chart, Kwai, if you agree with it? I'm sharing my screen right now.
Let me check it
Oh, I
out.
can't. Kind of weird.
Where are you at?
You see it?
Help jump on there.
How does it look? Does it show?
Oh yeah, I can see the Bitcoin chart now.
Yeah, you can
All
see
the
that.
pink lines and stuff. Yeah.
Look how perfect. Look how perfect the resistance 3 is. Exactly at the range you were saying a while ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems to work.
750. We'll probably hit that, lick that 200 EMA, do a double top, probably create a lower high, and then kind of traverse these resistances. Because see, like the liquidity is right here. Look at that support one right here. Support one's right there.
Yeah.
We missed it by a hair because like a lot of whales, I think front ran everything just to get above the 50-day EMA. So we could close the week above it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there was a front run for sure.
Yeah, it
But
didn't lick my order. I was so pissed.
I do think we eventually go down to that level, and that's actually Dbloc's theory is that we put in a lower high, I think, and then we end up going down and making a lower low before the weekend ends. But
yeah,
I think that we go a little higher, and then we make a lower low after that.
Yup, because on the daily, look what's climbing up. Look what's over the 100K mark already. I thought it would take a couple more days, but it's here. It's above 100K, the 200 EMA on the daily, finally. And look, it's perfectly bouncing on the 382, and we might come here 107. This mark right here would probably go up all the way either 107 or 103, 108, like just like a wick. This is daily, so would probably have a huge wick this week after that false move. We break down false move and keep ourselves over 110 to stay bullish.
Yeah. 110, even if a wick's still like 109 or something, that would get rid of that blue vector that you have there.
Sir, yes, sir. That's chunky vector too.
So
So
if
I'm
it
just
wicks
happy
there,
this is going above here. I hope it moves faster though.
yeah, it'll probably catch up. It depends on what the price does. But the reason why I think we're going a little bit higher than that target that we mentioned is because we have an overbalance in time and price on Bitcoin now. So since we went up by this rally is a higher percentage and has lasted longer than any of these other dead cat bounces over the past 3 days. So it's been a larger rally for a longer period of time. So that's an overbalance in time and price, which is indicative of a trend reversal. So if we do come down from here, then
I actually completely agree with just going up for 1 or 2 days. 2 candles going up, hit 117, and then create like just it's kind of biding time, creating time for that 200 to come higher.
Yeah. It'll catch up quicker. I think
Yeah,
if we do see an interim top here, I think because of this overbalance in time and price, it heavily increases the probability of us putting in a higher low. And then
Yeah.
I think we shoot up towards this liquidation here because there's a $278 million short liquidation up here. And if you look, like there's vectors there too, and they're on like multiple time frames. So like see this 1 hour, it's also like a 0.5 fib from this whole range from the all-time high down to that low we just made. It's 0.5, and it's the top of this channel. So see this channel that we're coming down at the top of that channel. That's the more, I think, serious target. Like I think we can get there. Like there's so much that lines up right there at that spot. 117.5.
Yep.
And I mean, so I'm definitely, if we get that high, I'm definitely selling at least half of my position, because then I think we end up taking out the shorts, and then we drop down to the levels you were talking about.
Yeah, I'm
like
on a lot of
110,
right now. I got completely front ran. I thought my Binance, I thought it got licked because I saw that wick and I was like, okay, it took my order. When I looked, dude, I missed it by like $150.
Bro, are you talking about on Bitcoin?
Cute.
Bitcoin, yeah. I had a bag. I
Bro,
wanted to buy.
dude, it hit my stop loss by like $13 and missed your buy. I was
my
thinking
buy
that last night whenever you said it. But I was just like, I felt like it was throwing fuel on the fire, so I didn't. But damn,
So
dude.
here's the reason why I would be holding. If we get up this high, I'll sell half and then move my stop losses up. But the reason why I would want to hold on to the other half of my position is because if we, for some reason, get a bullish catalyst or something, we break out of this, then we come to get these short liquidations here, and then I'll wait and see if we end up swing failing the all-time high and then come down. I'll probably put in it, like I'll probably sell another half of what's left, so basically 25% of the original position, and keep 25% of the original, and then a long position, and then I'll try to short with a tight stop loss. And if it comes down, I'll hold the short, and if it and then I'll stop out of my long, and then we'll see if we get one more big nasty drop. But
Nice.
if we do break out to all-time high, I'll hold the other 25% to.
You think we're gonna false move that far?
No,
Because
this
effectively,
wouldn't be this would be beyond a false move, I think. But
oh, you're doing it over the course of
this,
the day. Okay.
yeah,
As
this would be like
okay.
if then statements. So like if it breaks this channel, then I think we go higher. But if it doesn't, then I think the highest we go is 117.5.
Can
And
I
that would be like sort of the extent of the false move if it was to happen, I think.
So that would assume that then if we do that, then false move like sort of low, and then we attempt higher like for the week then. Well, like
Well, if we get the false move, say the false move is up and it gets really crazy, and we hit the top of this channel, and then we do the midweek reversal or the 3-day down, then we go make a lower low.
Can I
But
show
well,
you
I
guys
was
something?
saying false move. If we do a false move down, my assumption is that we'd probably attempt the support level again, right, and then potentially break that. I mean, two times.
if we get a
Two
false
times.
move down, and then we hold above this level, then and we bounce, then we might have a better chance to go for the all-time high at that point. Like Dbloc was saying, we could break out and then touch the all-time high. But if we lose this level, this pink line, then we're going down a lot further, because there's another that would be basically mitigating this vector zone. But if we fill that and don't bounce, then we're probably going to come to this one, which would be 108, 109. So it's not that much lower, but it's like, an extra few
Yo,
percent.
guys, can I show you guys something interesting?
Yeah. But then I'm going to get coffee.
Yeah.
Okay. Check my screen. Check my screen.
Yeah, I'm on there.
Yeah. So see those green see those green lines, right? Those have marked the start of every bull run. All right, every bull run that's ever been. 2015, 2000, when it started in 2020 and 2019. See that? That's the bottom. Now, this is the blow off top. The blow off top is always marked with this red line. That is the top of the bull run, and it has marked the top perfectly every single time. See? It would mark that when it touches that purple line, right? Now, look at this structure on July before the blow off top. You see this? You see this structure? Look at this. What's happening in July? You see this?
Oh, it's very similar, yeah.
Yeah. So look, just to prove the indicator, look at where it started. The bull run started perfectly, 2023 at 15K, right here. Marked it, did a triple mark, and we haven't hit the top yet. See, we haven't had that blow off top. And look how the structure of the blow off top is. This is why it's important to have dry powder coming into this blow off top. Look at that. When it finds its bottom, bro, it's not gonna stop. It's just gonna push. And the timeline.
Parabolic.
Yeah, remember this time? The timeline for this move is really quick. It's just like 2 months.
Yeah. The thing that I remember about that is that I remember there being some indicators that were calling the top on that first peak, and so the second peak was like it was unexpected for many people. Like many people,
Yeah.
they thought that
If you look
was done up.
You know why it was fake? Because look at the second peak. Everybody was distributing, and people felt like it was not another rally. The truth was, it was just a bunch of whales trying to prove institutions wrong, but the institutions already have sold. Look at that downtrend right here. Look, it's never stopped. Perfect peak right here. That's why right here, this structure right here, this is right. This is this. See that? Heading down. Creating that W.
Yeah.
Let me make this big. Yeah, creating that W right here. And then that's when we, so what we need to do now is, now we found this, we need to find support. That means creating a higher low, which is this area right here. Creating this area right here, a higher low. Find support, and then blow off top.
Parabolic.
Like
Hell
really
yeah.
quick. It's a
That
really
coincides
fast.
sort of with,
all bull
with
runs
what
from the past.
I
If you look at all the
I
bull
was
runs from
watching
the past,
somebody's
they're
TA.
short.
Yeah, exactly.
So short. Look at that. Sorry, is that better?
No. I think we're all lagging. I think it's just the Discord.
I was watching somebody else's TA last night on a video, and they're showing exactly what you're showing. So that's awesome. Thank you.
What is this
Yeah,
indicator?
so
Is this one of the easy algo things?
It's not even no. This is a public indicator. It's called MVRVZ.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've seen this.
And if
before.
you look at the
Ben
top,
John shows
it's
this.
crazy how sharp these moves are. They don't even last long. They're not like, it builds a nice structure and goes look for an all-time high. No, dude, all these all-time highs that we've been doing these past couple weeks, dude, they're just to wreck everybody. They were made to wreck everybody. There's no real blow off top just yet. Because a blow off top is like this. It just goes up. It's this crazy, like that right there.
Can you repeat the name of the indicator again, please?
Oh, here. It's on my screen. MVRVZ. MVR top and bottom indicator. There's a few, but the nicest one is called top and bottom indicator.
That one I've got. But this I saw somebody else's TA, and they didn't have the indicator listed, and just randomly watching videos last night.
So yeah,
Does
that's
the
I
D
think this
block
is
have
how
one of
we're
these?
But
Yeah,
they were also saying, maybe you guys can have some input. They were also saying if we can't break the 115 level, then we are going to be seeing 110, potentially even 108. And they're like, if it gets really scary, we could come down to 100, which I hope to God that doesn't happen. But, you know, I don't know about you guys as TA, but it looks pretty darn certain that around the top of the liquidation levels that we've got sitting, it's roughly 14,750, somewhere in that area, that we might have a reversal print after they go up and grab those and not, you know, reach the 115s, 117s right now and come back down. And, you know, the false move might be happening now is up, and then we end up getting jabbed and, you know, jabbed in the lower regions, which I don't want.
I think a bunch of people, if there's a short liquidation, a bunch of people will try to short there, and they will just add to the short liquidations and they end up going up 117.
But they have time to go back and get it, you know. So, you know, while everybody's being bullish, that's
you can be
how do
bullish,
you
but
merit all this? Thank you, guys.
Yeah, preceding the blow off top means before the blow off top happens. Before the blow off top happens, you always have this dip. A blow off top cannot happen without a major correction. So, like for example, on 2021, it just fell. Look at that. It took like 70-80% of that run, trying to make another higher high. And after that, look at that wick. See that wick?
Absolutely. Yeah,
So
and even
there's also a plan B,
yeah,
where the plan A is that we're heading into that blow off top. There's also a plan B where this goes all the way here and mimics 2021 and builds like that. Then boom, goes like that.
The
See
bulls.
that blow off? Bulls.
The bulls.
Bullish.
Yeah, I think we're going to keep on
getting near,
pumping,
Drew.
ladies and
Almost there.
gentlemen, and little boys and little girls. But I have an announcement to make. After 3 years of waiting, I finally acquired thru.eth. There's only 17,000 three-letter ENSs out there. And I got the one with my name on it. Yeah.
Let's go. That's a W,
That's what
Drew.
it do now, boo.
Yeah.
What's the spelling of your Drew?
Congratulations, bro.
DRU, yep. I'm going to
That's
give
so
Ben.eth a run for his money. You're going to see it showdown, Drew.eth versus Ben.eth next year. Watch out.
Yeah, we're doing it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I
Let's
gotta
go
play
to
that. I gotta play the Drew crypto special with the for the breakout here. I'll play it on my stream.
Breakout. Sunday fun day. You guys ready?
Wait, didn't you send me the link? That'll probably be easier. Yeah, there we go. This is the breakout special by Drew Crypto. Breaking them up. Breaking them up.
Oh yeah, let me
Break
get
up
on
the
that.
resistance.
Here, boy.
My only problem with that breakout is that check out dominance, man. Dominance wants to go up again. So it might just be a Bitcoin rally.
Exactly. Yeah, I'd be careful with alts because alts have been pushing. Bitcoin's been slow relatively. And just a second ago, whenever we saw that big push up with the green vector above the weekend trap, that was like the first time I saw Bitcoin lead the push since the reversal.
The 1 month max pain on Bitcoin is 109,784 right now.
I like that. Give it to me. I want it.
The candles like your song, Drew. They're holding the 50, breaking them up. It's a big buys.
Oh yeah, let's go. I got to run though. I'll be right back.
Drew, I
Right,
didn't
'cause I'm up with the
understand a
system.
I didn't understand a damn thing you said, but congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
I'm a little pissed, man. I wanted to be part of this ride right here. Missed it by a lick. Can't believe
You
it.
gotta risk it for the biscuit, bro. This is what I was telling someone last night. They were like, "Oh, I'm waiting," and I'm like, "Well, don't miss don't miss out on great prices waiting for the best price."
Yeah, don't let the
If I was a
pennies
I
get
would
in
have
the way of the
closed that liquid
dollars,
order.
cuz.
Yes, sir. I would have just bought right straight away. If I missed that mark, I would have just bought, but I was asleep.
What coin are you talking about? You still talking about Biddy?
Biddy. But I kind of came in a little late. I did put in a long, like a cute long on a few alts, but they've been a little shabby.
Yeah. I don't know if it's too late for Biddy, to be honest with you.
I don't mind if the false move is going up. So we have a lot of time. I get another chance to like create more dry powder heading down.
Well, I know on the S&P 500 we've had a major change of character. So if we can't start heading back in the right direction, then we're going to have an ugly week ahead of us, and that might lead to some more downside pain. But ultimately, overall,
We're still going to go down on S&P and Nasdaq next week.
I do
Everybody's out.
too. Well,
It's going to be
I do too.
secretaries and on their desk on the desk of those institutions next week.
I mean, we had a huge gap down, and we've got some more gaps to close. In particular, when we had the gap up from the ceasefire, I think that's where we're targeting, and that's why I'm not so bullish right now for the next week to 2 weeks, and it might follow through for the month. And if we look at the daily on Bitcoin, we haven't been doing all too well. And let's not forget, guys, we had what was called the fake pump with Powell, resigning. So all the euphoria that went in, was it really, just that false move, that one big false move up to grab that liquidity and then come back and then really set it off? So we haven't even seen the beginning of a new all-time highs, but was that the swing motion play out of this? So who knows?
I think that this is just the initial little bounce off of the 50 daily on Bitcoin. But the 5 EMA has room to come down still, but this small bounce here is just a retouch of price action to go back to the 5 EMA on the daily. Retesting the week low. But we'll be getting a new weekly candle here in 4 hours. And the Bart Simpson isn't yet completed either. So 108.9
that
or
Bart's thing works.
or 109.
How does that thing work?
Sorry, what?
The Bart Simpson thing. How does that work?
It pumps up, which would be your, in this case, Bitcoin on the daily. You get a pump up from Gary Gensler retiring, and so you get all these blue and green vectors. It's just parabolic kind of, and then it sort of goes beep boop beep boop beep boop, like spiky hair on top, and then once it can't hold that price action, it just kind of goes right back down. Sometimes it's more violent, sometimes it's slow, like it'll print 3 bear flags to complete the other side, but this could be like his ear, like, which is usually your seller exhaustion for micro time frames, and then you get like his ear, and so you get like this little pump, and then it curls around, and then it just can't hold it again, and then it goes down and finishes and recovers the initial pump. It doesn't have to go lower. It just kind of returns to the mean. But what I watch for things like this is the 5 EMA on the daily. When the price action gets super separated from the 5, price action will come back to it. It does it on the 5-minute too, like when you get huge sell-offs and you get little bounces, like little dead cat bounces. It's sort of trying to return back to the 50, even if it's just a cloud, and then you'll see it get rejected or whatever. And there you get your V-shape recovery or falling knives and stuff like that. If it bounced here, I'd be afraid of like an M. Just like a straight up McDonald's. Give you more like consolidation of spiky hair around 118 area, and then just give you that M on the right side, and I wouldn't want that.
Yeah, we have to wait for that 800 on the 15 first. That's going to be major resistance right here
Yeah.
at once.
I mean, I'm not predicting the recovery starts here.
I don't think so. Also, it's gonna probably tickle that 117,500 range that me and Kwai are looking at. It'll probably tickle that. I'm gonna take some profit there. Have some more dry powder heading down.
Oh, you're playing all the way to 117. Wow. Well, let's look.
Either 116 or right below that fib.
So you're playing like that. Okay, well, that'd be like the 8-hour 50 EMA.
Whatever it tickles.
I don't like if I think it's the TR, the Trader's Reality main indicator. It'll there's one of them that Dbloc uses. Maybe it's the Fluid Trades SMC Lite. I can't remember. Point is that they showed supply and demand zones. I'm just wondering, so like right now, if you go to the daily on Bitcoin, you can see that there's a demand zone at like 100,000, and that's right where that 200 is passing through. And like I've noticed that whenever you have large EMAs, like whenever you're on high, even you can even do this on smaller time frames. You'll watch those big EMAs go through supply and demand zones, And so if EMA comes down into supply, then generally price goes up. But generally whenever it goes up into demand, price pulls down. Once it breaks through, then it kind of goes up. Have y'all ever paid any attention to that?
Yeah, that's actually what I drew. I drew it and put it on TA because I saw the 200 finally reach 100K, and it's there's huge orders there. There's huge liquidity in that area.
Are you hoping that that's going to be your false move week beginning to go up to 116? Or do you think it's going to hit it before you get a new daily candle?
We're definitely gonna go. Yeah, we're gonna dead cat going up for today and Monday. Looks like it. Nobody wants to sell yet. Yeah, alts are moving also. They kind of agree with this move by Bitcoin. So Pengu's, Pengu printing.
It
Hello.
happened really slowly, like this move up.
Oh man.
I already came in earlier, so I'm scalping this move right now.
Yeah, I already got out of it.
Yeah, it's too early to get out.
Yeah, I got out.
There's a few coins that are breaking out at the moment. Because Bitcoin won the retest on the 15, won the retest on the 200, retested the 200 EMA, and it's moving up. Yeah, ETH is pushing. ETH is over the 200 right now. Let's see if it wins its retest this time.
Certainly
Or else
is.
that's going to be a double top. Pengu's printing, but my fuck coin is not. It's hopefully getting there. Yep. Fartcoin long is printing now. That's good. Keep going.
Seems like I caught close to the bottom on Launchcoin, which is nice. Didn't throw the whole bag I was thinking of, which I guess you can tell it's a good trade when you're like, why didn't I buy more, right? So I'll hold on to it
until that shit turns around, bro.
Yeah, exactly. Which is what I'm kind of thinking, like, if we are looking like we're seeing a top, I'm happy to cut that one and just take the profit because it moves so violently.
Are you trading it on leverage or spot?
Spot.
Okay, no, you're good. But
yeah, I mean, I just I'm greedy in terms of wanting to try and compound it. The only problem is that it's not particularly liquid on exchanges. I'd probably have to go on chain. In fact, I probably will take a look at it on chain.
Yo, check Pengu. Righteous breakout Pengu.
Yeah, there's some things I looked at and I was like, well, it was common sense. You should have just bought that instead of others like Sui. But to be honest, it seems like a bunch of these other tokens caught up to it. But Sui was like out the gate, it was ripping. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, for sure. The big cap. Actually, the big caps are doing pretty well. Sui,
Yeah,
ETH. Look at Sui right now. Sui is over the 200 again. So let's see if it wins the retest this time around, or else that's a double top.
4% up.
Damn.
On Sui.
Yep.
It's like more than 0.5% over ETH. Let me see.
Bro, Pengu looks insane.
Yeah, right. But look at the big caps. The big caps look pretty good. Pengu. I'm waiting for Fartcoin to break out. Looks like Fartcoin's just itching.
What time frames do you focus on primarily whenever you're like trading quote unquote meme coins?
Oh, when I'm scalping, I get in on the 5. So 5 is to find my entry. 15 is to find how far this trend is going to go.
Okay.
But I also look at the 1 hour because my favorite trade is when both the 1 hour and the 15 RSI, the 15-minute stock RSI, when they're both in the bottom. What does that mean? So when the 15 goes full on, like right to the top, and the 1 hour is in the bottom with it, when it goes to the top, it will make a double top. Why? Because the 1 hour still has to fill up. So
Wow.
what you're looking for meme coins are trends. You're not supposed to like try to buy every bottom. What you're trying to look for is when it wants to do a longer trend, so you don't have a heart attack early, because it's very volatile, right? So instead of trying to look for every bottom, trying to trade every bottom, like Fartcoin, what I do is I wait for the 1 hour and the 15 to hit that bottom, and then when it does and it starts curling, like earlier today, Fartcoin's 15 is in the bottom, the 1 hour is in the bottom. It was a good time to get in. So what you have now is a trend where it can actually push further. But when I say trade meme coins, I'm talking about meme coins that have 1 billion in volume every day.
I got you.
Like
Yeah,
because
it is good to
you need volume.
clarify.
Yeah, because when you don't have when you don't have the right volume on meme coins, oh my god,
Yeah,
they're
okay, so it's more important with volume than market cap.
Yeah, they're so evil, man. They're so evil. Like when the whales know they can control the chart, just because there's low volume, that's when you get wrecked.
Interesting.
Yeah, when there's no, that's why I like trading meme coins that have volume. You know, Pangu, Fartcoin, once in a blue moon, like Mudeng has great volume, Popcat has great volume sometimes. Doge is one of those coins. Like Doge, when it wants to go, when it sees Bitcoin do its double bottom and pushes, Doge is a safe bet. Like Kwai always says, like if you're in doubt, just go in Doge.
Right.
Doge out.
Interesting. Very, very good comparison. At least for me, considering I've only ever really traded higher market caps, or like the top market caps.
Yeah, and no, I will always trade big caps, but when you find a meme coin that has the same trading volume as a big cap, like you're seeing Fartcoin have 1 billion, and then you see SWE $1 billion as well. Well, I'm gonna trade both. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah.
Say's looking good as well. That was all right. Say's nice
Yeah,
and
I
liquid as well on
really
exchanges.
I really gotta put Say in one of my multi charts, man. I keep forgetting because I'm more focused on SWE.
Good morning.
Morning, Rick.
Bit of a V shape while trying.
How long
Yes,
will it
I
last?
hope.
Real question.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I can't believe Biddy has turned us into that kind of trader. How long is this gonna be? I doubt it. We doubt
Yeah,
every move.
they've broken
Yeah,
our morale a little bit.
Oh, I mean, it's
Yeah.
like there's
Well,
Guys,
not us. But
we got an overbalance in time and
like
price,
3 times.
man. Trust.
I mean, how many times has Link basically gone back to bottoms, right? Like to not bear market bottoms, but to the bottom for this cycle. It's gone close to $10 like 3 times or something like that. That's pretty unprecedented. Like in like last cycle. Let me look at the Link chart
There's
now.
so many choices right now, man. There's so many narratives. And like, where does the money have to focus? That's the $1 million question. You got AI agents, AI projects, and you have RWA, and you have DeFi, which is being approved by the government. So before it was just like, okay, I'm gonna trade the big caps and some DeFi, and
And now we got the launch pad narrative too. Watch out for that pumpy pump.
Pump. Hey, yo, Pump did really well this week, Andrew.
Yep.
30%. Damn.
And it ain't finished. Fun's just begun. Pumped out fun. Ow.
Yo, quiet. Doge is. I've been listening to your Doge theory. I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. If
Dude, I'm
when you're
telling
in
you,
doubt,
it's like the run to safety.
yeah, when you're in doubt and Bitcoin does its little rally and you see altcoins kind of shady because dominance is high, you just get into Doge.
That's it.
Interesting.
Doge is a good dog.
Yeah. I'm actually I have it in my multi-chart alongside Fartcoin. It's right beside each other. Fartcoin and Doge.
It's not the fastest runner, but it's the safest runner.
Oh yeah, when dominance goes up. I doubted you at first. Then I watched dominance go up and I saw Doge move alongside dominance. I was like, interesting. A meme coin that
Man.
follows.
How are you gonna doubt Doge? Those two words don't go together.
It is the king of the memes.
To the moon.
The original and the best meme coin.
Yeah, dude. You know what
The
I'm scared
mother of
of?
memes.
I feel like I'm so underexposed with Doge, and I really think $1 is nothing.
I try not to even get into that mindset because it goes up and it goes down. Like Elon said back in the day, he said there no highs, no lows, only Doge. It's gonna make highs, it's gonna make lows. Like it'll give you a chance to get in, give you a chance to get out. What more can you ask? I never feel like I'm gonna miss something on Doge, but like sometimes I do, sometimes I catch it. You know, it's like it gives you opportunities to buy for a long time, and then it'll do this big epic move, and it gives you a great opportunity to sell. And as long as you sell, like you can just wait for the next time it freaking crashes.
I just realized that it's doing like a extremely large retest of like a trend line that started back in December of last year. It's doing like the channel that we got stuck in. We broke out from it really nice, and now this has been like a back test. And it found support at it.
Look
Like
at
right
Doge.
there.
Doge is
All the
not
way
a,
down, and then
but look at it. It's over the 200. Impressive. Surprised me.
and it just had a golden, or it just kissed a golden cross opportunity on the daily for the EMAs. Very close, very close. Any day now.
Don't do that.
I
Because
don't
I
know.
have
It's
I
kind of
my
spicy.
bags are reserved for other coins, but I'm looking at Doge. It looks hefty.
Yeah. It did like a, oh, dude. And obviously there's the macro W that it did too, the double bottom.
Uh-huh. Oh,
But
so this is a
that
bottom? This is
is
double
brutal.
bottom? Look at the
Yeah,
1 day.
pretty much. I would say that's a
It is a
double.
double bottom. It
You
is.
could
Look at
even
the
say
1 day.
it's almost a triple. Because look at that one
But
there.
but look at the green candle on this 1 day. It looks like a higher low.
I wonder if that's a fib level. It'd be a
Yeah,
fairly deep
it
one,
actually is.
like a
It actually
618.
is. But
Oh
the
wait, wrong
800 is
tool.
right there. The 800 is nearby. It's at 1725.
Hmm. Oh yeah, golden
Okay.
pocket.
That's where it just
A
goes
little
like
deep
it's
of it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yo, ETH won its retest, guys. ETH is pushing.
Yeah, that's
It's
that.
about
That's
to
that cup and handle. That's that cup and handle we were just talking about.
Yep,
I mean,
it's
you can
trading
also
an
look at it like a W, which now it just actually turned into that higher time frame
nice.
inverse head and shoulder, I think.
If this candle closes above 3.515 or 3.520,
Let's go. It
this
just
thing's gonna go
blasted
straight.
through that resistance.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot of
As soon
buys
as I
right
drew
there.
it on the
Dang.
chart.
Man, Biddy is like real pushing. It's
Oh
good.
yeah, we're not there yet. We're yeah, it's playing. It's playing. What kind of
We're having
games
some
we
big
don't
ass
play
guys.
today?
Well,
We're having
dominance
some
is
big.
starting to run up with it. Dominance is finally starting to move upwards.
Yo, Kwai, while you were away, check out Pengu again from when I told you about Pengu. Let's go.
Damn.
Hey, Kwai, it's like one of those. It's like one of those nipple bottoms. Kwai. You know when it goes rounding
yeah.
bottom, but then it adds a nipple on the bottom. Yeah.
Yeah, a little
That's the
nipple.
nipple.
The nub.
The
Yeah, you always
knob.
get.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like a boob bottom, kind of.
Yeah,
Instead of a
is that
V
what
shape.
is that what Sammy always calls the brazier pattern?
The brush. Yeah. I think that's when you get two rounding bottoms. He calls it the brazier.
Yeah,
Oh, the
like this.
yeah, our UK friends finally here. I've been wanting to say this the entire day. Pengu is looking peng.
Hey.
It's
Funny enough,
looking
I
peng.
realized I found out that Peng and Leng is actually from it's Chinese or originated, even though we use it for our slang. Shows you how multicultural the city is. Yeah, I didn't even realize that was like I think Peng Leng Zheng means cheap but high quality or cheap but very beautiful
Always
or something.
was like a Jamaican slang for like, it's just it hits, it smacks, yeah.
Yeah. So that's funny that like it's used in basically the same way. So like something looking Peng actually still makes sense in like maybe Mandarin. I guess it would be Mandarin.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Wow.
Ping. Didn't think I'd hear that today.
Yeah, dude. I've been looking for you actually earlier because I did a long on Peng earlier, right? So it's still up. I was like, hey, where's our UK friend? Like, I've been waiting for you. 'Cause I wanted to say that entire.
Well, that's appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah, no. Because like when I was in the trenches like last year, a bunch of my guys are from the ends.
Okay. Yeah. They're around. They're around. They're trenching in secret. A lot
Yeah,
of them
dude.
are in the shadow.
They're there. Yeah, Tyrell and the boys. Yeah, they're all from the UK. Really fun, really good guys.
Yeah.
Some of them actually
The bear
did the
div on
move.
the 15 got invalidated.
What was that?
The bearish divergence on the 15-minute got invalidated.
Ooh. Does it look like a Dbloc chart? Ooh. Ooh, a lot of shorts are gonna get liquidated in a short bit.
Yeah, they're getting wrecked. This is what I was saying, that like the last 2 days I was like, there's so many shorts, it's bound to have a really savage snapback.
That's
Look
why I
at
never
this. Look at the
sleep.
heat map. The heat map is crazy.
All my shorts got closed earlier today because I moved before I slept. I moved my
That's a
stop
good
losses.
move.
I moved them all down because I went to bed. As soon as I woke up, it just hit all of my stop losses.
Yeah, you got to play the extremes.
Yeah, man.
We were extreme. The shorts were extremely offsides for a while. Now they're
It's
running
finally a nice
scared.
one.
1K, 10%, bearer 5%.
We got a stopping volume on the 15 from the top. We got a blue stopping volume. It's still
Okay.
got 4 minutes left, so let's see. Right off of this supply zone, basically this resistance here.
Well, last time we got one of those, that was pretty significant. So let's see.
Yeah, the blue. Don't sleep on the blue stopping volume candles. It's usually just
Well done
a
to
short
the
liquidity hunt.
well done to the people that were able to short the bulk of that moved down and pulled that and played
No,
that. That's pretty impressive.
I personally couldn't short it like as a bulk.
Mm.
It faked out multiple times. I had to do it like 2-3 goes from 119 down to like from the tip of that like 115 500, and I had to wait again, take it down. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to do it in separate trades. It's just so volatile.
Especially because like shorting or like any shorting opportunities that happen in the rally of July got stopped out the whole way up. And then finally another one presents itself and it's like, who's left? Who's left to try and take one? But yeah, definitely happened. I suck at shorting, I tell you what. I never look for them, never go for them. Need to start practicing that side of the market.
It's just
I'll show you. I'll show you the ways of the dark side of the force, Rick.
This is the way.
Yeah, this is the way.
This is the way.
When the time comes.
Best to be long than short.
Look at this asshole that sold $80 million, or sorry, $70 million worth of BTC at the very bottom.
He sold that amount at the bottom.
Yeah,
Damn.
it was a perps trade though, so it was a short.
All right. Yeah.
But $70 million short. I mean, it doesn't look like he closed it. So
So
Yeah, what does he know?
In 16 minutes, we're gonna close.
I don't know. He's getting wrecked right now, though. If he entered down here, then he's way in the negative at the moment. And there's not many sell walls above us.
In 16 minutes, we're
The
gonna close the
measly.
Bitcoin hourly, and if we don't pump a little bit further from here, we're gonna close within the band, like the 50 band. So that might drag us back in, and then if we have that as resistance, maybe this might be the extent of the move. I don't know. We'll have to find out. But like that's like maybe worth considering.
Yeah, I think I
Alongside
really
this and as well.
I'm heavily convinced that we're gonna put in a higher low from here. If and when we do retrace, we're gonna put in a higher low. I'm pretty convinced. But yeah, don't ignore this.
I just kind of want to, potentially sell and buy back lower if need be. But let me see.
We got how many minutes before CME Open? We got an hour.
There's also stopping volume on the 5
Probably a
minute.
few hours now. Let me see.
Future opens in 2.
I think it open. Doesn't it open at like 6 on a Sunday? Let's see.
2.5.
So we got a few hours. Yeah, like 2 hours 15 or 2.5.
I might try to reposition like half of it though. I don't know if I should risk it. It's the only thing.
Classic fallopian tube pattern.
Oh my god. Why am I hearing fallopian tube pattern? What
You
is
caught
going
it. You called it, Tana.
Hold on, I'll draw it.
All right, what does I have to see? Looks like we've got an inverse dick and balls here.
See if we can invalidate this stopping volume. If not, then I'm gonna try to reposition. Like at least some of the position.
Hey guys, off-topic question. Why does my Discord sound like a slot machine? I feel all these bells and jingles going on.
If you're watching my stream, then I have the aggregator in the background.
Okay, I keep on shutting it down. That's why I'm like, what the hell's going on?
Like a casino, huh? You won.
You gotta
Yeah,
close
that's the
screen.
aggregator.
Yeah, if you close the screen, it'll go away.
Actually, yeah, this next 15. No, we got the 15-minute stochastic pointing down from the top. Let's look at other time frames. 30 minutes at the top, it's at 82. It front run the 200 at 114.8 on the 30-minute. 10 minutes crossing down, market Cypher. It kind of invalidated my fallopian tube pattern, but I'll show it to you later.
Fallopian tube.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Wow. Okay. Now I see it.
They're usually bearish, but it popped out of it actually on the right side.
Bearish fallopian tube.
This is usually bearish because if you don't see it as a W and you see it as a V instead, hold on. You gotta get that.
Yeah, sometimes that's a babyish pattern.
Narrative on the stochastic, and we got a pink histogram, so with the stopping line candle on the 15 and then the 5-minute as well. Right at this resistance level. So keep an eye on that. We might retrace here a little bit, but I think we're gonna put in a higher low. Maybe at 113.3. Or hopefully above 112.9 if it does come down that low. But the point of control is at 113.685. And that's not too far away from CME. So this might just be an effort to bring it back closer to CME, which opens in a little more than 2 hours.
Okay, I posted a picture of it in the bubble chat. The voice.
I'm kind of worried about this ETH top. That looks toppy. That looks like a double top right there on the 15.
Oh my god. There's a fallopian tube.
Yeah, it went
Like,
below
no,
200 right.
I think we're gonna keep trending
That's
up, but like we might see a pullback here, but I think it's just gonna,
I think
we'll
Bitcoin's
make
just
higher
gonna keep
lows.
going up. It's gonna wreck alts because alts are gonna have so much indecision.
That's how I feel.
Well, the 50 on the 15 is about to hit the 200. So we'll know more. I don't know if price is front running that. Also, the 5-minute price action got away from the 50, so this could just be price coming back to mean.
Deviation out of the range, back into the range.
Yeah, there's a lot of let's look at some numbers too of some of these. There's a lot of longs that opened up here 100 times down to 112.8, and then you got your 50 times longs all the way down to 111.7, which is basically it would be another third bounce, I guess, off the bottom of the W. Or a retest of the
Guess
V.
what?
Oh. Qui-Gon, did you hear that?
I just heard that notification. Yeah. Hey, guess what?
Oh, is that what it is? Notification? I was like, he's in the room.
That's
How
is that
dare
a
you
tweezer
speak
top?
over me?
Is that one of those
Bitcoin?
voice notifications on TradingView?
Yeah. Yeah, I just
Hey, what's up,
discovered them.
everyone? Looks like I'm in
That's
right
great.
in time.
Yo, rise and shine. Is that what you said?
I said that it looks like I'm right on time. Check the.
Look
Oh,
at this happy
yeah.
guy. Look at this happy guy because he was around for that double bottom.
Yeah, I just closed my long 114,500. I just closed it.
Good job.
Unless you want to round trip it.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the 7 minutes. I'm all in for the short.
I'm in a Sui short, but don't.
Yeah, I just opened up a head short, but I'm kind of hoping it gets stopped out because my long is way bigger.
Yeah,
Ooh.
I'm shorting Pengu and ETH right now.
Is this a cat?
Is that a tweezer top on the 15 on Bitcoin, or do I have the
Yeah.
sticks backwards?
On the 15?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Dbloc top. Plus you got the inverted. Plus you got the inverted stopping volume.
I wouldn't really say it's a tweezer top because the first wick didn't come up as high and the second
Right,
candle
okay.
didn't engulf.
Yeah,
Yep.
I
But
thought I had it backwards.
I personally think like BTC is gonna come back to the 200, get some strength there, and create a double top. Try to create another top.
That's right where CME's at, basically.
it is a
But yeah.
stopping volume
And
candle
that
though, so
that could help pull the 50 through the 200 on the 15.
Look at the damage Bitcoin's doing just by moving just this small of a range, man. It's like Pengu's done. That trend that Pengu created, it's all gone. Short's printing on Pengu though. Bartcoin's producing a nice short. My
Okay.
ETH isn't.
Sorry, Ghost.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
This is classic cat TA right here. Quite on.
are you showing your screen or are you?
No.
Did you post
No.
something?
I don't. No, I posted
Sui
it.
Queen.
Did you
What is
post
cat
something
TA?
in general?
I posted it in the voice chat bubble.
Bubble chat. I
I
check
guess
it
I
out.
can share my screen. I don't normally do that, but
Oh, it won't let me.
I'm like, no one's gonna want to watch my screen.
You got the scary face and everything, huh? Damn.
The right ear usually touches the 800 on whatever time frame. This is the 5 minute, but this is like a very micro cat. You can do these on 1 hours. I like them better on 1 hours because you'll get pointier ears.
Has anybody heard from Dbloc today?
Yeah, he was in earlier, but only briefly. I'm not sure where he's at now.
I can't draw the cat on Bitcoin though.
Did he mention anything about the false move down?
That's what he's hoping for. I don't know if he's like that's what he's expecting, but he said that's what he's hoping for.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. All right, thanks, bro.
Mr. Well thinks we sound confused in Discord chat.
I don't think I'm not confused. I have a game plan.
Yeah, I don't think I'm confused either.
Yeah,
3-day up would be nice.
Only person missing now is Dbloc.
And Drew had to go.
Oh, he had to go. I thought he was just lingering in the background.
He's probably riding his motorcycle or something. Oh, I don't know. Maybe he is. I kind of. He said he had to run. That's right. I don't know. I'll remember that.
Yeah, I'm seeing a little bit of a head and shoulders on Solana, or inverse head and shoulders.
What time frame?
5 minutes. I think just hold right here.
Hello?
Hey, Rick. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, I was just testing my mic. Sorry, I'm not
Oh,
on.
nice. Okay, well, it works. How about that?
Okay, cool.
I just got really fast response times. Cat-like reflexes. I think you were looking into something about cats a minute ago. Just jokes. Rick, you there? Sick Rick. He's got to get to his computer. Hold on, I'll be right there. Or whatever. That was not Australian.
It's loading. Can you hear me now?
Rick is always
my,
here.
my mic decided to disconnect itself from the computer. So I had to like, I don't know, like it's, if you bump it, because it's a USB mic, if you even bump the cord, it like disconnects it. Really annoying. But yeah, what's up?
Like the USB that plugs into the computer is getting disconnected?
No, it's the underneath. Like it's real sensitive. Where it plugs into the actual microphone, it's.
I got you.
Because it's not a fixed cable, it's like a plugged cable.
That's a
A
it's a
USB
what?
mic. It's a Blue Yeti.
Oh, those are good
Yeah.
microphones.
It's the old
Yeah.
it's not the original printer cable, but it's the
It looks like that kind of. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, I
Talking
think
about
it's
Like those square
I think
USB
it's
port type
USB-C,
ones.
but it's not the
No, it's a
micro one.
regular.
Yeah.
No, it's like that square old PlayStation adapter.
Yeah, old school looking.
I have that
Which
same one, and I had it
Yeah.
plugged into my laptop, and then I walked through the cable, and it disconnected from my laptop. And I did that
Oh,
twice, and
jeez,
it
yeah.
just like is a loosey goosey.
Out.
It's very loose if
Yep.
it's the one that I'm thinking of, because I've got the same microphone, and yeah, it's just anything just lets it fall out. Anything.
Yeah. Even if you talk too loudly.
Hey Rick, do they sell liquor on Sunday?
Yeah, dude, every day of the week. Sadly. Yeah.
Okay, in Tennessee they
We're
don't.
selling liquor on the Lord's Day, yeah, on the Sunday.
Yeah, it's the land down under. It's very evil down here.
Oh, well, there you go. So Monday then is the Lord's Day. So you have other way around.
So
What were
AI
the
has
like the
decided
Asian?
to print a target on Bitcoin of 144,000.
Oh, nice. Ambitious AI.
Rick, if you want a really good mic, like really good, as long as you don't mind, looking like an air traffic controller, this one I think is fantastic. Like the audio quality is really good on it. Like for don't fancy the microphone. So like the call quality is like
Yeah.
gonna be really good. It's like really nice and clear.
Yeah, I just
It's an
use.
esports headset.
Oh,
A lot of it's USB-B is what I was thinking of. But anyway, a lot of if not all cables these days are made out of China. So a lot of those loose connectivity issues are in relationship to just cheap cables.
Yeah.
It's deeper than that. Hey, Rick, are you looking at XRP?
Yeah, man. Yup.
You
have
remember
like a
yesterday when I was saying, I was like, it's gonna go up.
taking a photo of it.
It's
Yeah.
gonna go. I was saying that like it's gonna go up to basically like the 200, act like that's the midpoint of the W, and then that's what it's gonna do. And sure enough, it went. I'm just looking at the 15. It went green vector, pink vector, right there where it was like the W, but we never. We still had a higher low, and it just kept climbing. I don't know if you were following me yesterday or last night or this morning, whatever.
Oh, I
Whenever.
might have been asleep. I might have been asleep.
Oh,
you know?
I think you were there. I probably wasn't making any sense. Anyway, I knew
don't know about
I
that.
just knew it was gonna do this crap. It's like it does the illogical thing. It always it's just how these freaking coins work.
Yeah, Rick, you sent me a whole playlist, man. Thanks for that.
Worries, bro.
Are they
So was that?
No, go.
Oh, I was just gonna ask. Crazy Train was you're talking about XRP, right? With the yeah, man. I was in like a delirious state after work yesterday, so I can't even remember what happened. To be honest, I'm so tired.
Hell yeah.
Three nights of like having broken like 4-hour sleeps, and then doing like an 8.5 hour shift,
All right.
standing up all day. By the way,
Right here.
right
Right here.
Dude, it takes it out of you.
It might be make or break right here.
Oh yeah.
So the 1 hour printed a stopping volume candle that just closed. You got a lot of
Nasty one.
resistance happening here. The 13 hitting the 50 on the 1 hour. But that could put your higher low. Sometimes these AI targets print pretty good eventually. This one is this rising wedge pattern on the 1 hour, and that would give you the higher low at 112,640.
All right. It's either playing really nasty games or it's about to get cut in half here.
Yo, I'm seeing inverse head and shoulders everywhere.
I'm seeing a head and shoulders on XLM right now. Clear head and shoulders. And lots of times XLM leads the reverse, leads the lead. And I know I've heard y'all say XRP does, but I'm telling you that lots of times it depends. It depends when, but like when XLM is leading the charge in terms of reversal and things like that, it's in control. And then whenever XRP is, it is. Not like in terms of dollars in control, just in terms of which one moves first. That's why I was saying a minute ago, whenever Bitcoin saw that nice push up, that was the first time we saw Bitcoin lead the pack with the price action up.
Yo, Ghost, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, guess what time it is?
Yep, 3 a.m.
4 o'clock p.m.
Okay. On a Sunday
Yo,
morning
Rick.
for you guys.
Yo, Rick,
Is
check
it?
what happened at 3 a.m.
Oh, those bastards.
Right? It's crazy.
Yeah, at least they're predictable.
We're gaining
Was it-
we're gaining an edge on this, guys.
Was
We're
it 6
building it.
p.m. New York time? What was that time that you were looking at that day? Looking at that thing.
Hey, yo, Rick.
Produced a downtrend. Yeah.
On your mic, what? Okay, the reason you're having issues, I mean, I'm not saying it's all the reason. Oh wait, sorry, I just zoomed in a little bit. I found, okay, I'm just gonna say this. I've found personally that whenever you have a mic like this with the port at the bottom like that, what works best for me is taking the cable and basically wrapping it like around the kind of like the swivel hinge part. That way,
Yeah.
like whenever it moves back and forth, it's pulling a different way. So if you like go above and then below through the like armpit, because you see how it's like two
Takes the
legs
pressure off
standing.
it.
It's
Yeah.
got like two legs standing, and then the two arms are holding up the microphone. You want to put it over the hand, back through over the shoulder, under the armpit, and then that
Okay.
I
Yeah.
mean that makes sense, right?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. I
I'm
can
just
see what
telling
you
you,
mean.
I've done this.
It's good, yeah. It takes the pressure off the
Right,
plug.
exactly.
Yeah.
I think that's a micro
Yeah,
USB
man.
though.
Yeah, it's the one that plugs into the PS2 controller style.
Oh yeah,
Or
that's
PS3, whatever it is.
that's micro,
PS3.
I believe.
Yeah.
Which is actually interesting. I figured it would have been a yeah, well, I think it's a micro USB B, but I was figuring it would just been a USB B,
And it's got a
USB B.
gain control. These mics have like a gain control in the back, so you can really dial it up.
Do you have
And it
a
gets real sensitive.
do you have a God, I can't even think of what it's called. Hold on. I have one. I can't think of a generic term.
Logitech?
Do you have an audio interface?
Nah.
Like a piece of hardware?
What do you mean by that? No, just plugs into the motherboard's audio jacks.
Yeah, like there you can buy like a piece of hardware that gives you all the functionality. Like how you mentioned gain, you can buy like an audio interface that gives you all the
Oh, like a mixer. A mixer.
Yeah, like a mixer. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't have that. No. I've got digital ones.
I gotta
don't have a
set my
physical one.
I gotta set
spaghetti
my
chops.
all my stuff up.
Never heard
I
of
have all the
spaghetti
stuff.
chops.
I probably wouldn't come across as loud, or I could like yell and it would sound muffled, which would be nice. Because it's really hard to like try and whisper. I'm already loud as it is.
I'm using the NVIDIA broadcast software, which has like this built-in noise cancellation, and it's really good. But I think you need to have an NVIDIA video card, like GPU,
I think we're
to
about
be
to
able to
eat
use it.
some longs on
Otherwise,
soup.
yeah.
Yeah, we're probably gonna sweep some longs here.
Either that or it's playing really nasty games.
Both.
You might get a
Never
little
stops
tiny
the
bounce.
games.
The 5-minute stochastic is
Ah.
pretty low. Just hit 1.
It's always like, has this been like a big turning point, or is this just relief off the downtrend? Like, and we continue going down. It's always the question in my mind.
I'm headed to CME close.
We are going down because I'm in short.
Going down,
There you go.
down. Na, 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 na.
Ooh, could we see a 2 again? Or
Man,
3?
this would be nasty.
Don't worry, we're gonna grab those 100x liquidation inside the weekend trap.
Alchemist Thunderdome.
Yo, if we close above CME, it would just add more fuel for shorts that are going to short down to CME, the gap.
Yeah.
I think we'll
It'd be
probably
the
close
it would be
right
the
at it,
perfect
though.
track. It'd be the perfect track.
Technically, we're in between the Bitcoin Perp CME and the BTC one exclamation point CME right now. We're like literally right in the middle of it. Yeah, Bitcoin's really like the only thing I'm not worried about right now. All right, are you gonna do it, or are you gonna play games here?
Oh, there's so much liquidity right here. Oh my god, look at my screen.
Oh, you got your chart up?
Yeah.
Let me see.
Oh,
Weak
hell
queen.
no.
Oh boy.
Look at that.
That's a
Yeah,
great
that's
Yeah,
Don't
a
make
there's
him,
a lot
screenshot.
of
don't
people
make him
went long into
angry.
that pump.
Ah.
Okay, he's got the angry face going for sure.
That looks like Gengar.
Oh, it does look like Gengar.
That's
Yeah,
what
it
I
looks
said. I
just
said
like
it looks
Gengar.
like a rare Pokemon.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes
Walking.
his he'll come back up and swipe, and so you'll get a nice recovery.
So he's got a hand.
Or
He's
or
got a hand
sometimes
waving.
he'll just go and dig himself a.
Yeah, you should rename. You should rename the pattern the Gengar pattern.
Hell yeah.
Your cat looks
I
terrified, by the way.
I guess that's yeah. Well, let's do it.
You're the first person I've seen use a 7-minute. That's so interesting.
Yeah, I like the 7 and the 10. The 30, he looks even better.
All right, now he really looks terrified.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, that's why I
there
put the
are
jack-o'-lantern emoji next to it. I was like, underneath it, because it reminds me of a jack-o'-lantern. But it really reminds me much more of Gengar.
Yeah, alts and memes are breaking. Let's go.
Yeah, it looks juicy.
Shorts are printing. But I put my stops into entry. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm about to either close my long here or not close my long here.
Well, let's see if it holds the CME close, because if it
Oh, I'm
gets there,
definitely on
that's
my
right where
Bitcoin
the
long.
200 EMA is on the 15-minute is right at CME close. So they might just bring it down there and let it hover there for like an hour and a half.
Personally, I still have my. The only long that's open right now is my Bitcoin long. That's it.
Yeah, if I have to, I'll stop out of my long and then either re-enter or just hold my short, because I have a short now. If that doesn't get stopped out, I can hold that instead of the long and then reposition the long completely later on. If I end up deciding to cut out of it.
Dang. I
Mm,
know what it
I
I
don't
know
wanna
what it's
watch.
gonna do. I just need to freaking do it. But I know how it loves
Ooh,
to play these games.
give me a red vector through here, Bitcoin. Give me a red vector. Ow.
I mean, the thing is, I'm holding my long in the case that it does just continue to drift up after CME opens. If it just drifts up like it did last Sunday,
Oh yeah, that's
we get a
definitely
false move up,
possible
then
after
I'm
the CME
holding for
opens.
that.
It is possible because
Yeah.
as soon as the Asia comes in, they're gonna pump the price. But before the CME opens, the chances are we are coming a little bit down, just underneath the psychological high level and between the daily open, just basically in between the weekend trap. It's not gonna go down all the way, to my understanding.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think we're gonna put in a higher low personally, but if we don't, then I was wrong.
Did you hear the music that I was playing when you were on my screen?
I have my own music playing, so I don't know.
Oh, okay, never mind.
I can mute it and then see if it works, but
Does your sound does your music sound like it's coming through water and faded in a dark room whenever your mic is turned on for Discord? Like if you're playing audio through the same, I guess, input.
I think that like you mean on your end?
Yeah, on my
Like
end, like if I'm playing a YouTube videos music and I've got Discord voice on, it puts away like I don't know what it does. It
yeah,
like
so
deafens.
there's a setting in Discord if you go to voice settings. It's hold on, let me go. Voice and video, and then you scroll all the way to the bottom, global attenuation. And it says it lowers the
Where's that?
volume of it's all the way at the bottom of voice and video settings. Global attenuation is it says when I
I don't have
speak.
that.
Are you on mobile?
No, I'm on desktop.
It's weird.
Like, is it
Some
under voice processing? There's the last thing I have is advanced switch voice channel warning.
Yeah, it's under that. It's in that same category. It's in the advanced
Oh,
category.
I don't have that.
Huh,
That's
that's weird.
that's my last setting.
Well, under global, under advanced, where it's a switch voice channel warning, and then underneath that, I have global attenuation, and it says lower the volume of other applications by this % when someone is speaking, and then set
Oh,
to 0 to completely disable. And then, so you can also set it to, so you can set it to when others speak, it lowers the volume, or when I speak, it lowers the volume.
no, I don't have that option.
I'm actually gonna put it up to lower it by lower mine by 5% when others are speaking, because sometimes I can't hear people if I have music playing. But yeah, you might have that setting on there, or I don't know. I don't know why it doesn't show up even on your desktop though. Are you using the desktop app version of Discord, or are you in the
The
browser
browser.
version? Yeah, so you might need to actually download the actual desktop app for
Oh,
of Discord to get the full settings.
okay.
But then you'll have to like sign in as well.
All right, what are we gonna do? Just make up your mind, buddy.
Let it cook. It'll probably cook until I don't know. We've still got more than an hour and a half until CME opens.
Oh, the good
Yeah,
news is look at the 50
XL.
EMA is about to cross the 200 on the 15.
Yeah.
Like, so if it goes above that, that might be a good bounce point for Bitcoin.
Unless you took
All
a
the-
short, then I wouldn't make any rash decisions immediately right now.
I think it's a
Yeah.
great bounce point. That's actually right where CME is at on the perp chart too.
Where the 50 is crossing the 200, yeah, I see it too. Yeah, but I'm in shorts currently, but I'll probably hedge if Bitcoin bounces there. I'll hedge.
Actually, that where we were pushing up and it turned around, that was probably the algos.
Oh, I think a bunch of shorts got taken out because the long short ratio is
Oh yeah,
not
yeah. Thank you.
it's not as off kilter anymore. And another thing is that that was also a resistance zone for everybody that went long or bought on Thursday or Friday. They probably just got out of their bags at break even. And then the market maker liquidated some shorts.
Exactly. Because I sold off a lot of alts Friday in my spot bag and bought Bitcoin. And right now I'm upside down on that trade. And I just don't think that I'm going to be upside down on that trade. Of course, maybe I waited too late, to be fair, but I'm not like upside. Like I would have been as of right here, right now, I would have been better off leaving my bags the way they were. I think that Bitcoin's priming itself, and I'm just watching dominance. Yeah, actually, yeah. Because we came down, bounced off my channel here on dominance. Of course, there is more room to go if it wants it. There's just a head and shoulder pattern on XLM on the 5 minute. And depending on whether this head and shoulder wants to make the move or whether it's just a fake out, I think that that's going to tell us where the rest of the market's going to pretty much go, with the exception of Bitcoin, at least in terms of direction. I just see it so often that it doesn't always happen, but it's
Yeah. Another possibility is just since we deviated the bottom, this is a deviation to the top, and then we just come back into the box.
golly.
I'm just saying inverse head and shoulders on ETH and Sol. Then we get one more push on them.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, I just think that if you are wondering if Ether Sol are going to push here, and if you pay attention to whether this head and shoulder plays out on XLM, it'll probably tell you what direction that ETH and Sol move is going to be. I mean, unless it just takes too long to play out and something else forms on those charts.
Well, ETH and Sol really haven't really picked up off the bottom, where XLM had a huge push up. So it could just be XLM just front ran. Now it's just pulling back while everything else catches up.
That's what I'm saying though. XLM front ran. That's the key.
Right. But
Yeah,
like that just means everything else is about to catch up. Right? If it front ran,
I think that if the head and shoulders here plays out, then it's going to front run it to the downside.
But that means that ETH and Sol would pop first. That's just what I think. That's just what I think. But I could be
well,
wrong.
I think that if it happens right now, I don't think it would pop. But if it does take time to play out, yeah, it'll probably pop. And I'm just basing that off of me watching XLM over all these years in relationship to other things. Like I said, it doesn't always work that way, but it's just times like these, I find myself like in a lot better position because I see that you know, I might be 30 seconds early or a minute or whatever early on a move. If that happens here, that'd be nice. Be a great time to be early on a move here.
You foo fighting over there?
I hope it all goes up. I hope it all goes up. Don't get me wrong. I'm not rooting for it to go down. I'm just saying that
It's times like these.
man, this thing is being up. Oh man. The VRPR looks like it wants to break to the downside, but I know this thing is freaking nasty. Mm. Or maybe like if XLM does hold here instead of going down, even if XLM doesn't push up, as long as it doesn't break towards the downside, then it makes sense that everything else would kind of catch up to it. Like Ethan saw. And I think it's got a good chance.
Yeah, I'm watching Excellent. It's just hanging on to its VWAP or right above it.
Okay, yeah. You see what I'm saying? Which don't get me wrong, I'm clicking back and forth between everything. I just got my eyes on that because if so, I'm going to be getting out of my long. But I brought my average buy up because I see these types of moves. So it's like, all right, let me just hammer this thing long. And if it does bounce up, then I'm good. And if it wants to break down, then I'm out. I kind of think that Bitcoin might not come down to the 200 or the 50. I think this might be.
Yeah, it might get bounced from there.
Oh, wait, here we go. Hold on.
Yeah.
Here we go. Hold on. What you gonna do? What you gonna do?
Bad boys, bad boys.
Look at those dirty games, bro. Look at those dirty games, bro. Choppy chop, bro.
Didn't we just give up everything that was in the previous half hour? Or an hour? We hit 14.8. We're back down to what, 14.2?
Oh, yeah. There it goes.
Okay. I got you. I'm not looking forward to Monday. That was a pretty drastic on Friday overall. Everything in the market, Tesla, it's just everything. Even Nvidia is down to 173. It almost broke 190 and then fell all the way back to there. Apple, Microsoft, Google. That's a lot of money. The threats over the weekend were not minor ones. You fire somebody because they gave you bad numbers 1 out of 4 times. We'll see.
Wow. You see that? You see that wick down there, Ghost? Unless that was crypto big.
Yeah, I did. Yep. It just took anyone that was trying to long it, I think.
Oh my gosh, dude, that is crypto. Holy freaking crap, dude! Dude, Ghost was on here a minute ago. That dude, I swear, Ghost is on here, and then he leaves, and then you get on here, and then it sounds like exactly the same, and it's like, okay, I must have been talking to crypto big just then. I hate that crap. Like,
Yeah, they both sound familiar.
well, I think it's the there's certain people that like sound alike, but other people have said that they don't sound alike. Not necessarily Ghost and Crypto Big, but
You and
anyway.
Nikon.
Do what?
You and Nikon.
Oh, nice. I think it might be the output of my speakers though, or
Testing?
anyone. Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, cool.
That's bare clear. What's
Yeah, you actually sound better. Like you sound more clear now.
Yeah, I plugged in my Yeti.
You might want to turn the volume on the actual microphone down it like a little bit, just so you're not clipping.
Oh, is it cutting me out?
No, it's
not
like
cutting you out.
you get a little
extra like
bit of distortion in your voice because
Oh, maybe it's the things in the back. Do you think I
like
have
as
to
long
mess
as you
with it?
don't.
Well, I think I
Is
have
there
to
like a
talk
volume
just
knob
right
for
here.
your microphone? Oh yeah, a little bit of
I
ASMR.
talk right here. I talk right here, like that.
Oh yeah, right there.
No.
Yeah, this is literally insane on a crypto channel. Just FYI.
Yeah, there is a volume here, but it's so I'm messing with the audio video settings here because so now I can hear my music really well in my headphones and you guys are all crisp and clear and I've never heard you guys as crystal clear as I do right now. And it was just because my microphone and my audio output settings were going through the same Bluetooth device of my headphones. But now I've switched it to microphone going through the Yeti and then the output going through my headphones.
Nice. Are your headphones hooked into your microphone?
There you go.
No, they're Bluetooth. They're wireless.
Oh, right.
Nice.
I did used to do that. I used to have my headphones through my mic and then I could hear myself talk. Right now I can't hear myself.
Okay.
So if I sound like poop, then yeah, let me know because I would have no idea.
No, it's just like you sound fine. Like you sound like loud and clear. It's just like a little bit of distortion in your voice, like because I think like the mic sensitivity might be like a little
okay.
high. So the way that I usually fix that is just like turning down the volume on my mic. But if it's a headset, then you probably don't have a volume setting on the actual physical mic itself.
Yeah, I do. I can turn the gain down.
Yeah, that might help.
Yeah, it's the gain that you'd have to adjust. If you adjust the gain, you should be fine.
But which way is higher?
Gains.
Which way is lower?
Now you're
That's
Right is
lower.
higher.
now you're pretty
left is
Yeah,
low.
that's
lower.
low.
Yeah.
Okay. What about right here?
It's very the gain dial is very
La
sensitive
la la la
on
la.
the
Yeah, turn it up.
yeah,
No,
that one should be
still
fine.
low.
Yeah,
Some.
Turn it up.
yeah. You only
Boopity
you
boop.
like put it closer to where you had it before, but like just slightly lower, just a tiny bit lower.
Okay.
Yeah, it was good. It was only just a little bit too high. That was all. It wasn't like
Yeah,
massively.
just a tiny bit.
How about right here? Dab 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 do. Dab dab.
Tiny
Yeah,
bit
it's
low.
all right now.
Yeah.
Check crypto. Lower.
That sounds
Tiny
better.
bit.
Maybe like just a tiny bit lower, but like it's mostly good.
Like a whisker.
Yeah. Okay. Am I good here?
Yes,
Do we like this?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
that's fine.
Now good.
Yeah, that's
I think
pretty
Oh
good.
yeah,
fine.
we like that.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh yeah.
ASMR.
I prefer the Kool-Aid Man's. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I can't remember how he did
Tana
it.
This is
ASMR.
crypto. This is crypto. Bitcoin's trading at $114,187.60.
There you go.
Yo, stop! You're getting me bricked.
Gross.
It's good at picking up all the S's and the T's. It's like really
Oh no.
accentuated.
It's just
No,
like
it's
a
no,
pop
like
filter would solve it
not
really.
as in
Once
like
you get
that.
a pop filter, it should be
It's just it's very clear. Yeah, it's very clear because it's a condenser
I-
mic after all.
I threw away my pop thing cover.
you could use
That
like a
might be
sort
what
of
it
a
is too.
ghetto version, but like the pop
If
filter
you had
would
the
just
pop
solve it
cover,
once
it'd
you
probably
get
be a
another
lot
one.
more clear.
It depends what
I've got mine
tone
about
your vocal range is.
I've got mine about a foot. If you speak like about a foot and a half away from it,
Oh shit,
that might
sorry.
even help instead of like
Yeah.
uber close.
If I
She's
talk
wearing
way
a,
back
she's
here, it's
got a
better.
headset though.
Oh, it's yeah, that's good. I think that's
That's fine. I mean, it sounds a little echoey, but we're kind of like over critiquing it at this point. I think I think it sounds fine.
yeah, we'll be here for
Oh, wow.
Hey, well, crypto don't sleep, so we got plenty of time. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm sorry. I just
Well, you
wanted
know,
to be able to
we'll
hear
put
my
an
music
RSI.
better.
Yeah, well, we can also hear you better now than we could before, so it's a win-win.
Okay. Cool. So I'm
Speaking of
streaming my
win-win,
chart. Can you tell me if my music is coming through? Because I need to make sure if it does or it doesn't.
Yeah, let me pause mine. Are you using the same application to share your screen as you are to play the music? Like, I mean, on your chart, like, is it the same web browser? Like, with
No.
just a different tab open? Yeah, then it probably
Okay,
won't
so
come
that
through.
could
Let's check
be
though.
okay. Yeah, because I'm using
Yeah.
TradingView desktop version, not browser.
Like, oh, you're
So it's
not on the
probably not
browser?
pulling the audio setting. No, so it's probably not
Yeah,
pulling
so
the audio then.
the
Okay.
only way that you could do that, like if you're using the TradingView app, then instead of share application, you would have to put share screen, like share your whole screen, and then the microphone or the music will probably come through, but everything that is on your screen like will be visible.
Entire screen. Oop. Okay.
Yeah, I can hear it now. It sounds like spa music.
It's Donkey Kong.
Donkey Kong?
Yeah.
Is it like it's pretty faint, but I can hear it. the Donkey Kong soundtrack. It might just be because my stream volume's low. Oh yeah, now I turned up my stream volume to the top, so now it's
Oh
coming through
yeah.
loud and clear.
Oh no. Oh no. Get out of here.
Did that just say Boogity Beppo?
Yeah.
What the hell is that?
It's an Italian restaurant.
Boogity what?
Oh, we don't have that here.
I heard a boogity boogity. I ain't never heard a boogity beppo.
Boogity Boogity Beppo.
Boogity.
Boogity boogity, let's go racing.
Sounds like it's like some restaurant from The Sims. You know how they speak gibberish in The Sims?
Yeah.
Boogity Beppo. Boogity Beppo.
Holy crap, dude! I forgot about that throwback.
The
Sounds like
Sims
we're on an
language.
epic safari voyage.
Get it.
Or like a pirate ship adventure.
They are on a pirate ship.
Remember
Oh, nice.
Remember the original Donkey Kong Country on Super Nintendo? The underwater sound one, and it's like kind of sad.
Oh yeah.
It's like
I
melancholy.
got you. I got you.
That's
I
very
got
pretty.
you.
That
It's
song.
right here.
Yeah, that's a good track.
This one?
Ah,
The Mario 64
yeah.
underwater
Is this
level
like
is the one that always used to stick with me. That one was great.
yeah? It like almost makes you cry when you're playing it. It's so like
Yeah,
sad,
yeah,
but it's
yeah.
very pretty.
Wait, what makes
Agree.
you cry when you play it? I want to cry.
Donkey Kong
When you wanna-
Country, the
when you wanna cry,
underwater level, like when you go underwater.
It's the aquatic
don't cry.
ambiance.
Yeah, aquatic one. I think that inspired like a whole
Wait, I
genre
recognize
on
this.
YouTube, like people doing like dark ambience music.
Yeah, it's like ambient, like it's like orchestral ambient music. Like
Yeah, it's like
Is this
tragic
from anything
sounding.
specific? Because this feels very, very familiar.
it's from the Donkey Kong video game.
Is it the
This
arranged
is
version
like
of it?
the revamped. Yeah, this
Okay,
is like a
that's why it is. Yeah,
like
yeah,
a
yeah.
Yeah.
The arranged.
modern version of it.
Yeah, yeah,
It's
yeah.
orchestrated.
That makes sense.
Ah,
Oh, that's sick. This is actually like a real arrangement from like a real symphony orchestra.
Yeah.
They do a lot
This
of
guy
arrangements.
does he does Zelda too.
Nice.
wow.
Oh, that's good shit.
Ocarina of Time would have some amazing ones then for that.
Oh yeah? Let's do some Zelda then.
Like I feel like I'm looking for a treasure chest.
This was the owl, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, you're
Whenever
right.
you used to speak to him. It's one of the best games of all time. Looking like ETH's recovering. That's looking nice.
Bitcoin
I
likes
don't know if
this
it's gonna
music. Bitcoin's coming back
yeah,
up.
exactly.
You know, we have strange conversations and Bitcoin starts coming up sometimes.
Oh, yeah. We can talk about some crap in here, and
Like
then
off,
Bitcoin's
way
like,
off topic or something, and it's Bitcoin's like,
yeah,
hey, look at me.
Yeah, they're like, hey, they're not paying
Bitcoin-
attention. Time to go.
Yeah, exactly. Bitcoin starts getting jealous, so we like, so it starts moving.
Hey, did you guys forget about me?
Yeah, look, I'll do an
Watch
uptrend.
this.
Look. Yeah. Hey, mom, check out this uptrend.
I mean, to be fair, is that the only one that will do an uptrend that won't give it back? So fair enough.
Yeah, well, that's usually.
That's usually. Dude, this type of shit is like, I'm waiting, like I'm walking down the stairs on Christmas morning to look at what kind of presents I got.
Yeah,
Does
I know.
does not give that vibe.
The theme where they're the
Christmas
theme where like you the
Christmas.
stealth part, the one where you're sneaking into the castle and you got to get past the guards. That's like some really mischievous kind of like little scamp of a theme. Like,
Got you.
like you're just like some little kid who's like tiptoeing past people. Like, doo-doo,
What's this
doo-doo,
one?
doo-doo. Yeah, that one. Yeah. It's literally like you're just tiptoeing past, like.
Man,
Like
remember when they
Bitcoin
put
is
this much
tiptoeing.
effort into like movie soundtracks?
Yeah,
They don't do
exactly.
that
It does
anymore.
remove that, doesn't
They
it?
don't put any effort in.
Yeah,
Yeah,
now
there's no like
it's you
overture
wait
or
for
anything anymore.
Like this is like 90s. No, this is like 90s movie soundtrack type stuff, you know?
Yeah,
very
but that's
90s.
Like
because
the
the
Little
music
Rascals or something.
Very, very nice.
Yeah.
these days like sucks.
Everything's like all
There's
techno
like no
and
good
like
good music
cold
like
and
Listen,
movies.
Hans Zimmer still got
soulless now.
the bangers.
Yeah, dude.
Zimmer still got the bangers.
Well, or they just
What'd you
like,
say, Joe?
or they just like,
I was saying Hans Zimmer still got the bangers. I think I think I was lagging pretty bad though. I was just looking at the connection at like 2000 ms or something.
a lot of the newer movies, they just have songs from artists, and like that's the soundtrack. That's like the soundtrack for the movie. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
it's like no effort.
That used to
But
be
yeah, we'll
something
just go
It's
To be
not
fair,
like
special.
overture that they
They,
write.
yeah, exactly.
yeah, they used to be.
Yeah, back
I
in
would say
my
the last
day,
person who
Used to be good.
did that was like Will Smith, right? He did a good job of like being in the movie and also doing the soundtrack or like the hit single. He was like sort of last of a dying breed in that regard. Like Men in Black or Wiki Wild Wild West.
great movie.
Wild Wild West is an example where the soundtrack did a lot better than the movie.
Yeah, exactly. That was one of the worst films.
Best movie soundtrack of all time, Blow with Johnny Depp. Let's go.
Interesting.
And
Whoa.
movie
I think in
was
terms of
That's
sick.
just
score,
my
if we're just
opinion.
talking great score, I would say Back to the Future is up there. It's one of the best. Predator was an amazing one. But to be honest, I would say like Inception. Inception's probably got like my favorite.
I think you're
Soundtrack.
talking.
Inception was kind of creepy.
I think you're talking a score versus a soundtrack.
Yeah. That's what I'll say.
What's
If
his
you meant
name?
score, like,
That's because that's by Hans Zimmer, and he's
Hans Zimmer.
incredible.
Full
Hans
pro.
Zimmer,
he
yeah.
truly is.
Yeah.
Truly.
I mean, you can't
And
pass
yeah,
up John
you
Williams. Like how many different movies he's done. He's great.
Yeah. John Williams.
Oh,
is
John
the man,
Williams is
too.
like, yeah, a legend.
Hans
He's a
Zimmer
legend.
is right up there too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
he did
yeah.
Interstellar.
Ah yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
You hear that
Interstellar is
basically
dope.
every TikTok, every like YouTube short.
Wow.
But yeah, it was score over soundtrack. The Alan Silvestri, he did Back to the Future, and that's like it's too memorable, basically, too iconic.
The Lord of the Rings music, Jurassic
Oh
Park
yeah,
music.
Lord of the
Well,
Rings
not
is
that John Williams did
yep,
that.
true.
Yeah, Lord of
Yeah,
the
yeah.
Rings. What else? There's Harry Potter. There's Home Alone. You know that
Did the
Home Alone
I love
theme.
Home Alone.
Lord of the
Like
Rings.
that's all. John Williams. Yeah.
Oh, it was Williams, yeah. All right.
Oh, the Lord of the Rings was someone else. That was like, can't remember his
Okay,
name.
right, yeah, that's what I was thinking. All right, let me take
Composer.
a look.
Maybe John Howe.
Yeah. Okay,
something?
Howard Shaw. You got close. You're close.
Howard Shaw. Yeah, that's right. Yep.
Alan Silvestri used to sort of He used to phone it in a couple of his films, but like they still sounded great. Like there's a couple tunes that like sound the same as other like movies, and I'm just like, okay, so
Oh
you basically
yeah,
had
where
you
he's
woke
just
up and you
going
had
through
like a
his
1 day
stock
left
standard.
to make the score. He just sort of crammed it, right? He was like, oh shit, what have I got here? All right, cool. Let me just use this.
Yeah. There's a really good track from Terminator 2, and it's not really a track so much. It's more like just like this instrumental thing at the very start of the movie when there's a shot of like LA traffic, and it's like, dude, it's so good. Sets the tone
I
really
think I know
well.
which one
Yeah,
you're
they
talking
filmed
about.
it in they filmed that in Chatsworth, and I used to walk over the pass all the time, my daily walks, and
Oh, that's
I
Was
would
it like
just start tapping my stomach.
That's
Is it like a
sick.
floodway
Him on his
where he's like
motorcycle.
he's escaping, he's running from the
Yeah, that's the LA
out
River.
Like a
in the big semi. That's pretty cool.
That thing
Got Arnie
that's the LA
riding the Harley.
River. It's just the cement like cross like thing. It just drains to the ocean. So when it rains
yeah.
really heavy, everything from the street drains into that, and they call it the LA River.
Yeah.
There's no fish in it or anything.
greatest sequel ever made.
That's cool. Yeah, that's like I feel like Terminator 2 definitely gave Terminator 1 a run for its money. Like it was probably better, I would say.
I'd say it's better, but it's like the first film definitely enhances the second like so much, right? Because of the fact that everything's just mirrored, like it's all
Yeah.
just in like sort of inverse. Like the sort of the damsel in distress
It's
is like the
probably
femme
just like
fatale, like the villain is the hero. Do you know what I mean?
yeah. Yeah. I guess it was probably a limitation of the visual effects at the time. Terminator, like Terminator 1 didn't have.
Oh, you mean the way like it speeds up
What
some of
year
like
was
the
it?
chase scenes and stuff, right? Like the way
Yeah.
like they'll be driving and like
Year
it just
I
cranks up
think.
the.
Yeah. When did Terminator 1 come out? Was it like 86 or something? And then Terminator 2 was
84, I think.
92, so it was a bit.
It came out in
Yeah.
84.
Or 84.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
right.
it should be 84.
Okay. It's pretty early.
And then yeah, like 91 was like Terminator 2.
Yeah. And only the first two count
Yeah.
because they're only by James Cameron.
Exactly. Exactly.
James Cameron, yeah.
And James Cameron, listen, you can't count him out, man. Like every time someone says this film's gonna flop, he creates like the highest grossing movie of all time. He's done it like at least twice now. I'll probably do it again.
He did Titanic, right?
Yeah, and they said it was gonna be a
Avatar?
disaster.
Yeah.
And yeah, they said that was gonna
Yeah.
be a disaster too. They were just like, you spent too much money. This is a complete like this is a flop. It's never gonna work.
Yeah.
And then it comes out and they're like, oh,
Who did
you know.
Who did the Christian Bale Batman movies? Was that Chris Nolan as well?
Hans Zimmer.
Yeah, that was
I can't
Nolan.
remember.
Oh, you're talking about who did the score or who directed
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
Oh no, the director.
Oh, you mean who directed it?
Yeah, that
Yeah.
was Nolan.
It's Christopher Nolan, and he
Nolan?
also did Interstellar,
Yeah.
and yeah, but all the movies we just talked
Who's the
about.
other
pretty much.
dude? Oh,
Tenet,
I'm thinking of James
Inception,
Cameron.
Dunkirk.
James Cameron's
The
the other
Prestige.
dude. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Cameron, yeah, he did so you would have done that, you would have done Aliens, you would have done Titanic,
The
as we
Abyss.
said.
And the original Alien.
The Abyss, yeah, I was gonna say the whole
True
thank
Lies.
you, The Abyss. I would have gotten it wrong.
Ridley.
Yeah, and True Lies is great.
Ridley Scott did the first Alien, didn't
Yo,
he?
that's a big candle coming in, I think.
The Alien. He did Blade
And
Runner.
it's like a very
Ridley Scott's done a lot.
different. Yeah, Scott has done a lot. It's a shame about Ridley Scott because it's like he's a weird character. Like he has created some fantastic films, but it's almost like he doesn't care sometimes. Like he just phones it in.
He's
but
incredibly
at the
hit and
same
miss.
time, he's insanely talented. Yeah, exactly.
Like he makes great films, and
Yeah.
then he makes stuff that's like, man, I don't know.
So
that
Gladiator
sounds
1 is
whack,
absolutely
yeah.
incredible, and Gladiator 2 is garbage. Do you know what I mean? Like it'll be like that. He's
Oh,
like
yeah.
that.
Yeah. Inconsistent.
Very
like my
inconsistent.
trading.
And you,
Sounds
I
like
think
me.
that happens when you just stay
you should
busy.
be.
Woody Allen has the same thing going, where he makes a film every year, and every like
Yeah.
3 or 4 movies, he makes an Oscar-winning picture, or at least caliber.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's a good comparison, but I think the way that he talks about it, like if you look at there's like the Hollywood Reporter that does roundtable videos, it's like the way he talks about films, it's almost like he hates them. It's such a weird like dynamic. Like he really likes making them, but it's like he almost hates them at the same time.
If
Who
you like
did
something enough, you find yourself critiquing most of it.
Yeah, it's probably
who
one of
did The
those things.
Shining? Was that
Stanley Kubrick.
Oh, that's Kubrick.
Stephen King.
Yeah.
Stanley Kubrick? Yeah,
Kubrick,
Stanley
yeah.
Kubrick. Yeah, Stephen
The
King.
enigma
wrote
of
it, yeah.
filmmaking.
You're literally right.
Yeah, these guys are like the full-on Hollywood royalty of directors.
He created
Martin
those lenses
Scorsese.
for like he crafted those lenses for NASA, if I remember correctly, right? They sort of put him and his team to create certain lenses for like sort of space expeditions and stuff.
Yeah.
Which is pretty cool. But yeah, he's got a bunch of stuff. He's Barry Lyndon, like he's definitely an enigma, like Rendell's saying.
There's no one more
Spielberg's
interesting, like,
great and everything.
as far as a person
I
goes.
feel like Spielberg's a
go
little
ahead.
overrated. Like he's good though. Sorry, man.
He's also a hit and
Oh,
miss in a way.
I don't think I can agree on him being overrated, but I see what you're saying when you like.
Yeah, he's just
when you say that.
Everyone gloats about him, like, oh, he's the best of the best. But nah, man,
Well, like
he's like
Ridley,
on
he
par
makes
with
the
other
occasional
guys.
miss too.
I think he's got too many hits for me to call him overrated. But I see like in a sense where it's like he's so highly rated that he's overrated that I get it, right?
Oh
like,
yeah,
the thing
like
is that most
they treat him
films
like
are
he's.
incredible.
Yeah, they're good, but like they're not any better than all the other directors we've named. But people
So
rate
I
him
mean,
like.
Yeah.
See, well, Steven Spielberg's name's become a brand because he produces so many things. His name's on a bunch of stuff he doesn't actually make. That's part of why.
That is Jurassic Park, definitely the best.
But like, I think, look, so I mean, if you go through all of this stuff, right? Like, obviously, Jaws, that's like iconic for its time.
Oh yeah.
Obviously, like, and obviously the fact that they just sort of don't really show the shark for the most part is like what makes that so effective.
Yeah, it is.
Close Encounters of the Third Kind, that's been sort of
Yep.
parodied by Simpsons
Schindler's
and various
List.
things various times. Schindler's List is exactly Raiders of the Lost Ark, like the sort of Indiana Jones trilogy, E.T., Color
It's very
Purple,
groundbreaking
Empire-
stuff at the time.
Yeah, yeah, like Hook as well. Like Hook was amazing at the time as a kid. Loved that.
It still is.
Yeah, for sure. Saving Private Ryan as well. See, AI, artificial intelligence. See, that's one where I'll be
That
like,
was actually a Stanley Kubrick script that Stanley died before he could make it.
Okay, interesting.
Yep. Steven stepped
Wow.
in to make the movie. It wasn't really his project, but yeah, it's one of those.
That's kind of why it probably looks all over the place in comparison to the rest of it, right? It
Yes,
does sort
yeah.
of stick out like a sore thumb. Minority
Minority
Report
Report
is
is
There was
another
that
good.
random.
classic film.
That random movie called Super 8 that he directed.
That's
I
J.J.
can't even-
Abrams.
Super
I
8.
can't
That was
remember how it went.
Yeah, that was Abrams. Abrams
was
did that
that?
one.
See, that's
Oh,
another movie
Abrams,
where
and
his
it was
name
basically like
attached.
it was an aping of an ET, right? Like that's kind of unfortunately Abrams' MO. Like he likes to sort of mine nostalgia and sort of copy like older things that kind of come before. He's a bit of I'm not gonna lie, I think he's a bit of a hack, man. He's a bit of a hack. Like he's
Me
had some
too.
great
I don't
stuff.
like him.
He's misses. Yeah, he's a nostalgia merchant,
started-
man. Like
He wrote Lost, or he directed Lost, right? The TV series.
Yes.
JJ.
the first like season of
Yeah.
the first
So
something like that.
Forget what it's
nailed the
called.
first 2 seasons or 3, and then it just got real weird, man. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't the
Yeah.
directing. Maybe it was the writing. But damn.
Yeah, I mean TV shows as well. Like it's those things can be a bit nebulous. Like it's very weird, like how TV shows will start one way, and it will just literally like morph as the show goes on. Like sometimes they don't even know how it ends. Like the actual writers, they're just writing as they go along. You get a lot of sort of interviews where people will say, "Yeah, we sort of just wrote ourselves into a corner. We had to write out of it." You hear that in Breaking Bad a lot. Like they just keep saying, "Yeah, we created this sort of situation." and this is like the way that the fans responded, or like this is, and then we sort of looked at it and we said, okay, how can we actually write our way out of this situation? Because we sort of hadn't thought about it, which is crazy to think, right? You think they just have it all done from
Yeah.
start to finish.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, look. Oh yeah, he did Alias as well. JJ Abrams. So yeah, Alias was cool, and Lost. I didn't finish. And
Yeah,
I
it's
saw
not
the
worth
film.
finishing.
You know what it was? I was gonna watch it, right? And I remember, I think it sort of ended around the time I was catching up, and people told me, "Yeah, don't bother." And I was like, "Why not?" And they said it's the worst ending ever. And then I was like, "Yeah, but I started it. I got to finish it." And then someone just went and spoiled it. I was like, oh, "Why'd you spoil it?" And he goes, "Yeah, but look, like, does that sound like a good ending?" And I was like, "Yeah, you know." So
It teases a lot
It's
of
kind of
like
funny hearing y'all.
new.
It's kind of funny hearing y'all talk about it because I've never watched it, but everybody in America that I've ever heard mention it loves it. I mean, my dad actually bought all the DVDs, which he only owns all the DVDs or all the
Of Lost.
seasons.
Ah.
Yeah, he owns all the seasons of Lost, King of the Hill, Andy Griffith Show,
Oh, King of the Hill, what a
The
classic.
Wonder Years.
Oh,
So
Wonder
it's
Years is
like,
great as well.
so Gilligan's Island, anyway, he's just that type of person. And the one-off in the group of all the seasons on DVD is Lost. I'm just like, bro, what? I still don't even understand how he got into it, because he's not the kind of guy that watches TV shows, and then here y'all are like shitting on it almost, kind of, which I don't really care.
Do you know what it is? If you gel with like, I think the thing is with certain shows, right, is that so much of what it does hinges on the ending or the landing, right? There's certain shows where the journey actually like is so good that it doesn't necessarily matter. Like, for example, Battlestar Galactica has a bad ending, but the show itself is so good that it's one of the only times I'll ever recommend something like that to somebody, despite the fact the ending's bad. But there's others where it's like it is all leading towards this sort of ending, this end point, and now it needs to stick the landing.
Right.
And sometimes maybe it doesn't do
Right.
that.
Kind of
You
like
know what I mean?
like Game of Thrones. Yeah.
Oh my god, it's like what a terrible. Like, the problem is, it's like not only was it a bad ending, it was a terrible like 3 seasons leading up to the ending. Like, what was going on, man?
Yeah, they kind of
Such a
slipped.
waste. Yeah, such a waste.
I think
Man,
that's
honestly.
like maybe they were contractually obligated to have the season out by this year or whatever, and they just had to rush it, kind of thing. Maybe.
But you know what the worst thing was is
knows?
that D&D, David Benioff's DB West, they were apparently, like, HBO said, listen, we can just get a successor and we can keep the show going for like 12 seasons, and they said no. They said they wanted to end it on their
Alright.
terms. So they kind of like run that thing into the ground. Like, you do have to blame them, unfortunately. It's really annoying that they were that kind of selfish in a way. You know, I get it, right? It's your baby, but like the reason they were gonna leave is because they had like they landed Star Wars movie deals, so they just wanted to rush it and get on with that.
Yeah.
They kind of sacrificed this in a way, man. It's really messed up. It was yeah. But I
Way
think
it
there's
goes.
definitely what was the other one? I've never watched Dexter, right? But I was told by people. I remember as I was gonna start watching Dexter, I think where was I? Was I in school? Where was I? I can't remember where I was, but like as I was gonna start watching it, I think the last episode aired and everyone was raging. And I was just like, ugh. Maybe I dodged a bullet there. I don't know. Like, oh, this is the worst ending ever.
The first
Oh
4
my
seasons are worth
Yeah.
watching
God.
still.
Okay. That's worth
Have
knowing
you
then.
seen True Detective with Matthew McConaughey and Woody Harrelson?
Incredible
True
first
Detective, that
season.
first season. Oh man, that was a good one.
Amazing. That second season, total mess.
Yeah.
Total mess.
Yeah, I didn't even bother
I've
with
never
the
actually
second.
watched
I'm like, nah. If it's not, yeah. If it's a completely different cast and different plot and everything, it's like, nah, I don't need to watch it.
Yeah. Because they made it like an anthology thing, right? Where it's like each season it's like a different set of detectives with
Yeah,
different
like a
cases.
totally different cast, different plot, different
Mhm.
everything. Yeah.
I
You
might
know what
watch
was
the
really
first
good?
season.
The mayor, I think it's called The Mayor of Easttown or something. It has Sandra Bullock in it, and she's like a
The Mayor
cop,
of Easttown.
a detective
Mayor
or
of
something.
Kingstown.
Mayor of Kingstown, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a while ago since I saw it, but it was that was really good.
Dude, if that's the show you're
He's a
talking about,
good
yeah,
actor.
that
He's a
show's sick. Where
great
the
actor.
guy is like a
Yeah.
PI or like a paid informant, and he like goes to talk to all the gangs and shit, and like finds out like what all their drug deals are doing and whatever.
Oh, no, I
That
think you
one.
guys might be talking about. Hang on one second. Wait,
I don't know. We
wait.
might be talking
There's
about two
Mayor,
different shows, so I don't know.
Could be.
Mayor of
I don't know.
Easttown,
Is
and
it
then
this?
the Mayor of
The
Kingstown.
Mayor of Easttown is the Sandra Bullock one.
Oh yeah, then it's two different shows. But the Mayor of Kingstown, that show's epic too. But Dexter
Yeah, with Kate Winslet.
was an epic show, but the last season was kind of meh. Like it felt weird, and then the series finale, it was just god awful. But the entire show before all that was like incredible.
Okay.
I couldn't
Alright.
stop watching it. I was binging.
There's I think there's like I remember hearing there was the ending of The Sopranos was controversial. Like people hated it, but I won't lie. After I watched the show, because I watched the show a couple years ago, and I watched the ending, I thought it was fine. Like I think people sort of overblew it. So if that's ever something that's stopping people from watching that, please don't let that stop you, because that's one of the best shows ever, like of all time, quite easily.
Yeah, I'm still gonna watch it. I
100%.
haven't started
Like,
yet,
it's
but I'm definitely gonna check it out.
and Breaking Bad, if you haven't seen Breaking Bad, it's like,
Oh yeah, I've seen Breaking
Dude,
Bad.
Breaking Bad is the goat. Breaking Bad's like one of the best, if not the best show I've ever seen.
Pretty good. I
Friends
feel
to-
like
Even
I'll-
people complain about the ending, but it's like the ending wasn't bad. Like I thought they like wrapped it up pretty well.
pretty good.
Yeah, I thought it was fine.
Yeah.
Like, to be honest with you. And yeah, I think I'll put Sopranos above Breaking Bad, but definitely like they're both like top 5. So
I like the ending of Breaking Bad. It wasn't so much that like the ending was bad at all. Like I thought the ending was good.
was
It was just sad. It was just sad that it was ending. Yeah, good one.
Yeah,
Good one,
yeah,
Trey.
yeah. Because
It was just sad that it was ending.
sometimes they are like.
Sorry, man. Sorry.
And this is why I usually with anything, with books, with movies, anything, I enjoy the setup of the plot more than I do the resolution. You know what I mean?
I hear you.
Like,
yeah,
I think there's some
like,
shows that like allow that. Yeah, the journey.
because you get to use your
Have
like
you seen Battlestar
imagination,
Galactica,
your what
by
if.
the way?
I haven't. No, I know that people.
Oh,
rave
if
about
you
it,
do, yeah. If you like that type of show, like that sort of setting, then yeah, it's I highly recommend that to most people, man. It's really good.
I remember
The budget's a little bit
watching the
low, but it's sort of like,
original.
you know what I mean?
Remember the original Stargate SG-1?
Oh yeah, I used to love Stargate
From the
SG-1.
90s.
Oh my god.
Stargate, bro.
Yeah.
Jump through the Stargate.
Yeah. That theme was great.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was great. That was a
And
great
they
show.
had
Man. That was a
that
great show. Sort of
Teal
watched a little bit of Stargate.
something guy.
Most SG-1. Oh yeah, Teal'c. Yeah, Christopher Judge. The
Teal'c or
gold.
something like that. Yeah.
Yeah,
he
Teal'c.
was
Did
like
y'all ever watch
an alien
Entourage?
from another planet.
No, I've not seen
No,
Entourage
but
at
I
all,
know
actually.
that it was
And
popular. It was
yeah,
very.
I
you recommend
saw the
that?
first 2 seasons of
love-
Suits.
Yeah, I do. I mean, I'm not like a TV show person or whatever, or movie person. I can't do anything like fake at all, like really. But and I wish
Like
that I could,
documentaries then.
because then I'd have more in common with people. But no, Entourage, I freaking love that show.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the first season is kind of slow. Like I think the best shows and stuff, lots of times it's like the first season, first 1.5 seasons, maybe even like 2. It's kind
Yeah,
of like
the setup.
yeah, it's slow and kind of sucks. Like I loved
Do you know?
Ozarks before, but then it just
Oh,
seemed
I need
like
to watch
during
that. I
like
need
the
to
first
get
2
watching that.
Well, it was like the first 2, 3
And I'm like,
seasons I loved because they like set it up to where they could do all this badass stuff, and then they didn't do the badass stuff. And I think it was kind of related to COVID too. They actually filmed it like right across the street from where I used, not all of it, but a lot of it right across the street from where I used to work. And yeah, so because eventually they were like, hey, they're going to be filming across the street, basically traffic, blah blah blah. But then it turned into, why aren't they filming anymore? But it was all COVID related, I think, anyway.
Hey, you know what you might like, by the way, Crazy Train, since you're saying like not so much on the things that aren't real. Have you heard of the Rehearsal?
Come again?
A TV show. Have you heard of The Rehearsal? It's like a sort of reality TV show.
Do you know what like streaming services on?
oh, a
That's a good question.
friend of
Let's find
mine's
out.
telling me about that rehearsal show. Yeah.
Here, I can look it up.
Yeah, The Rehearsals are a good watch. It's on HBO, I think. So I guess HBO Max. Let's see.
Yeah.
I need like
Oh,
5
it's
years of
got.
time just to watch all the things
Oh
that I've
my
been
god.
recommended.
Oh my god. Oh, that's what you're talking about. I've seen some clips of this. I've been wanting to
Yeah,
watch
Nathan
this.
Fielder. Yeah.
Oh my god, yeah, dude. This is the kind of
It's
stuff. Yeah,
insane.
yeah. Hell yeah.
It's actually it's insane. It's just insane stuff. I remember like someone describing it as like when every time they watch another episode, I'm like, yeah, I just finished watching The Rehearsal. Like all of these things are gonna be like evidence in like Nathan Fielder's trial when it inevitably happens, like because the guy's just doing the most insane stuff. Like it's great.
Is that
I'm not
where
even
people can
really
practice
invested, but
scenario before they live it or something?
yeah, exactly
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Like, and it just gets more and more sort of ridiculous, like in terms of the things that they're trying to rehearse or scenarios they're trying to create. I've not
Replicate.
watched it all, but like of
Yeah,
what I've
yeah.
watched, it's like crazy stuff.
Whoa, what was that?
Yeah, what was that?
What was
A couple of big
was that?
buyers,
Big
an 8 million
buy.
and a 4 million all at once. Oh, and then a sell. Then a
Yeah, I
series
know,
of
right?
like, like
Just
100,
trying to
500.
send this thing down.
Yeah, we just
Thousand.
pushed through the sell walls. Another 8 million.
Another
buy.
8.5. Yeah.
Yeah, looks
That
like
must
they
be the
don't want to
market
let it
making
go
those
down.
big
They're,
all at
they're
once
trying to
ones.
push. Well, I think they're just trying to push through the sell walls that are there.
What do you have there? An M pattern? Oh, you say we're going down. Actually, I've not even looked at it.
Yeah. So this is if we take out this, if we invalidate this stopping volume candle, then chances are we're going to invalidate this M pattern. But if we make a lower high or a double top, then we might take a trip down to I don't know, maybe get some longs or whatever, or hit this demand zone. But I still think we're ultimately going to put in a higher low. This is probably like they might try to get some of these longs, but if we blast through this supply zone, then here, hold on, let me get rid of this. If we blast through this supply zone, then or this resistance zone, then I think we're going to take a trip up to the value area high, target 2.
Right.
And then my ultimate target for the end of Monday is 117.5 because there's a $278 million short liquidation there. So let's see if we can invalidate this M. If not, then they'll probably come to get these liquidations, and then this is the demand zone between 112.9 and 113.3. But yeah, I'd say if we invalidate the stopping volume on the 15-minute and then especially the 5-minute, then we're probably gonna just continue up. That will invalidate the M pattern, most likely. But if it doesn't make a new high and close a body above this area, then this M pattern would still be valid. But it has to break this low first. So for it to be valid, it has to break this low. And for it to be invalidated, we need to close a candle body above this. This purple box, really. Or even this wick.
One
So
more
there's still ways
shoujo
to go
that
on
someone
either
recommended me
side.
was Severance.
What was that, sorry?
Apparently that's good.
Oh yeah, Severance
Severance
is
is a new show.
that's an
I haven't
incredible show.
seen that, but
Fantastic.
at it. Yeah.
2 seasons so far. It's been a great watch as of now, man. Great watch. I can highly recommend.
Man, Bitcoin's
Like
creeping on that.
I usually like recommend.
Yeah, yeah.
No, so I
I
usually
was just
sort of
saying that
recommend
Bitcoin's
shows that
recovering that wick up.
finished. Oh yes, and it recovered the wick. Okay, cool. Yeah. Let's have a look.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on it.
Yeah, my head short's probably going to get stopped, but I only wanted it in case I wanted to add to my long anyway. So I'd probably prefer that it gets stopped out, honestly.
Soul push.
I can feel the YouTube chat going. Can you stop talking about shows and movies and the directors and shit? Talk about crypto.
Which I think is fair.
I'm
Can
not
we
looking at
talk
the
more
YouTube
about
chat, but I
price
can just
action?
feel what they're saying. Yeah, can we
Right?
talk
They're
more about
probably
No, I
like,
hear
what
it.
are they
Yeah.
talking about, dude?
I don't blame them. That's all right. But I do love me some.
Listen, the chat's gonna do what the
some
chat's gonna do, man.
escapism.
I don't. Yeah, I don't
It's
blame
all
them
right.
for anything.
Yeah, we're not
I
here for
don't
their
sort of.
entertainment. Cause I'm not here for your entertainment. I think that's a Pink song, to be honest.
I mean, I don't know. This
That's his
channel's
first
not
album.
financial advice. We are here for entertainment purposes only.
Oh well, there you go
Yeah,
then.
true.
And we're not entertaining them.
Yeah. Are you not entertained? Is that from Gladiator?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Gladiator.
It is. Good old Russell Crowe, mate.
Russell Crowe fighting around the world.
Oh, you know who's a king from the 90s? Mel Gibson. And probably the 80s as well.
Oh Mel, yeah, probably. Yeah, I would say. Yeah, I guess because Lethal Weapon started in
Yeah.
the 80s.
Absolutely.
Gonna be 80s and 90s.
Actor, director. Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
Mad Max.
He's
Mel
an
Gibson.
incredible director as well.
great.
That's the crazy thing.
I
He's
mean-
such a good director.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's got a lot
Yeah,
of
he
movies
really-
he's directed. I noticed at the end. I'm like, of course.
Hacksaw Ridge and Apocalypse are literally
Yeah.
like two fantastic movies. It's just
Oh,
you know.
yeah, dude. He's done very well. Underrated. I feel like he's probably better than some of those other directors that we've mentioned.
He is, but I think like obviously his career, his directorial career was cut short, so he wasn't really given as many opportunities.
Yeah. Yeah, he sort
Um,
of got cancelled
so-
in a way because of that whole thing.
Oh no, he got cancelled.
Where he went
He
on
got
like a
cancelled.
drunk rant.
But-
Yeah. Yeah.
I think he was
Yeah.
one of the original cancels.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he was
And-
one of
and
the
they
originals.
sort of-
Yes. Yeah.
When he made
Long
when he
before
when he was
cancel
allowed to
culture
make
was a thing.
Hacksaw Ridge. Yeah, exactly. Like
Yeah.
like Hacksaw Ridge,
Well, he
I
went
think
on a
like they
pretty
sort of
nasty
acknowledged.
rant.
Yeah, he did go on a nasty rant.
Yeah, he was drunk in his bathtub or something, wasn't he? He was just ranting.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, went,
even when he's
viral.
like he was getting pulled over by like female police officers, he was being like he was just being horrible. Do you know what I mean? So it was
Yeah. Sort of lost the plot a bit.
oh he definitely did. He definitely did. But like I said, like Hacksaw Ridge, I think when that came out, they didn't give it any awards, but they sort of acknowledged his ability as a filmmaker at the same sort of award show. I think that was their way of like saying, all right,
Oh, yeah.
well, you know, we haven't like completely forgiven you, but
Yeah.
like we have to acknowledge that you're very talented.
He already
Yeah.
previously won for
No.
art, and I think that's about it actually.
Say again, sorry.
He already won for Braveheart.
Braveheart, yeah.
Yeah,
But,
Braveheart was amazing. Yeah.
in terms of like filmmaking, though, right? He didn't. He hasn't got. He never really got anything, and he never really got sort of any proper acknowledgement for that. I think.
I'm pretty sure Braveheart won Best Picture.
Wait, did he direct Braveheart?
Yeah, I probably did.
Yeah.
Yeah, he directed it.
and starred in it.
Oh well, then fair enough. Then I actually didn't know that he directed that.
Yeah.
What a beast! I thought you were saying for best actor, not best picture as well. That's crazy.
William Wallace.
They make spears, long spears, twice as long as a man. Not long. Aye.
Nice.
Yeah. And the English in that movie was so like
Yeah, I know they're so
like
comical, right?
sooky.
They're
They
comically
were just
evil.
like sooks and yeah.
The problem with Scotland is that
They
there's
made
too many
them.
Scots.
Yeah. Classic. Like that whole
Patriot too.
things in that movie.
Yeah, Patriot was.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
Patriot.
exactly.
Yeah, man.
I think we're seeing a pattern. Gibson's like, all right, we're shitting on the English. Let's do it. I'm there. I'm so there.
Longshank.
Yeah, he seemed to. He wanted to put like brutality in his movies, like it's in Braveheart.
Yeah, he doesn't
it's
shy
in,
away from that
uh,
for sure.
No, it's
Looks like
very
Braveheart
graphic
won
and
every
violent.
award except Best Actor.
I think you might be right. Yeah. And he's he's just absolutely incredible. Mad Max as well.
The good old 90s.
It's gonna be interesting to see what Dominance does right here.
Or is that Mad Max's surname, Rokitansky? In Mad Max, Max Rokitansky. I'd never just
Forget
heard
is that
his
his
full
last
name.
name?
Yeah, that's his last name apparently. Never knew that.
It's incredible to me the same guy that directed and wrote the entire Mad Max series is the same guy that made Babe the Pig.
yeah, I know, right?
Oh, really?
Made what?
The Babe the Pig.
Right. Is he Australian? Mad Max?
You got rage like that.
Like the
Yeah,
director?
That's like insane. Yeah.
They're both actually
Miller's
very good.
Australian.
Babe's good. It's a good film.
Well, when action
I was gonna
direct
guess he was German.
Well written.
is like that can create something so soft, right? So sweet. It's hilarious.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Like even I was gonna say damn, it's actually gone. Well, Guy Ritchie, right? Like Guy Ritchie, I think he did like Aladdin as well, right?
He's done some
Did
good
Aladdin.
stuff. Rock and Roll. I think that's
Then
cool.
also, yeah, Rock and Roll is fantastic. Like Lock, Stock's great, Snatch great. Like even A Gentleman as well was a great film. I remember not liking it the first time I watched it, and then the second time I watched it, I was like, nice, it's a great film. It's a great film. It's definitely a lot of talent. But no, George Miller, he's yeah.
What's that movie with Ewan McGregor when he's like, I love you? Is it Train Spotting or 21 Grams or something like that?
Yeah, Train
I
Spotting.
think it's a Danny Boyle film.
That's
I'm not
English,
sure.
It's a great movie.
It is a Danny Boyle film.
I
Yeah,
haven't seen it yet.
Danny Boyle
Y'all seen
is
The
like, yeah,
Island?
he's a great filmmaker as well. Yeah, I've seen The Island. Yeah, I actually like The Island
That used
quite a bit. I hadn't watched it for so long. I actually had no idea what film it was going to be when I went and watched it, and I was actually very surprised by
Yeah,
the
I
type of
think
film it
that's
was.
actually what made it so good was actually not
Yeah.
knowing the plot or anything, and then watching it, and
Yeah.
it's like, oh shit, that was a good story.
100%. Yeah, it's kind of like it's almost like a sort of Spielberg movie if like he did more of that type of setting in a way. I could see Spielberg making
I
a
feel
film
you
like
on
that.
that.
Yeah.
I get you.
Just because of the subject matter, right?
Alter's trying to push.
Oh, okay.
Let's go,
Let's have a
Alts.
Minority Report had a sort of a look like that. Not the same plot at all, but I get what
The
you
look,
mean.
yeah. Great film, man. I love that film.
Since you
See,
mentioned Spielberg.
Yeah, no. Speaking of Danny Boy, I need to go watch 28 Years Later. Actually, it's still in the cinema. Like, so I'm
Oh
gonna
yeah,
go
dude,
probably
it's really
watch
good.
that next week. Yeah, really good. Oh, good.
Yeah,
Good,
check
good.
it out. It's good. I liked it. Yeah. It's just good because it's like not they didn't just lean on the other movies like the ones that came before it. Like
Mhm.
it's still got the same. Yeah, you don't have to go watch the previous movies to watch this one. That's you know what I mean. Like you
Okay,
can watch
right.
it just
Gotcha.
fresh, like without knowing what happened in the other ones.
Mm-hmm. He
But I
you
mean, still watch
oh.
them if you
Dude,
haven't.
George
No,
Miller
no,
made
yeah,
Happy
yeah.
Feet.
Actually,
Yeah,
I seen them all now.
Yeah.
Like because I hadn't watched 28 Weeks Later before, and I watched that about a month
Oh yeah.
ago. And
It's got
yeah, I
that.
enjoyed that
Who's
one.
the actor in
Yeah.
Weeks
Jeremy
Later?
Renner.
Who's in the Full Monty? Yeah, is that him?
Oh, the Full Monty.
The guy
Oh,
with that. He's kind of short. You
oh,
know the
oh,
short
that
guy
would
with
be
the blonde hair
no, no,
in
no.
28 Weeks Later, the main character, and he's in
Oh,
like
you're talking about
maybe
thing. What's his name, man? Freaking Jesus. Why is it lose? Robert Carlyle. No, Robert Carlyle.
yeah, that's yes. That name rings a
Yeah,
bell.
yeah.
Yeah,
What we
the
call
Full Monty.
yeah, no, right.
Oh man, that's
So
funny.
Phil, he's got quite a career on him, Robert Carlyle. In such a like wide range of films.
Yeah. Oh, what's that? There's this other like it's a drama movie, but it's about this boy whose dad. Why don't you do boxing or something like a
Oh,
real
Billy
boy?
Elliot.
And he wants to do ballet. Yeah. Billy
Yeah.
Elliot. Ballet? You're a lad. Why don't you do boxing or something like that? And he's
Good
classic scene.
old Billy
Oh,
Elliot. Yeah, there's like God, he was in The Beach as well. Oh, yeah, The Beach. I actually like The Beach as well. Beach was a good film, I thought.
It's a really good movie.
Yeah, I
It's
love that
underrated.
film back in the day.
Beach. Is that the Leo
I can
DiCaprio
see
one?
it being uncomfortable. It's
Yeah.
not for everyone.
Yeah, I suppose, yeah, it's probably that, right? Yeah. Not for everyone. It would make some people maybe a bit uncomfortable. It's got that sort of surrealist kind of aspect as well, in a way. But
What, the
definitely The
beach?
Beach. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little bit. It's a little like it has like that slight like sprinkle of like disturbingness to it, but it's like that makes you feel a little bit uncomfortable. But I thought it was a fantastic movie.
Yeah.
It is.
And I like
I
Alex
think
Garland
it's
as a
made to
writer,
be that
man.
way.
I think he's a great writer. What was that, sorry?
No, I was agreeing. I was thinking. I think it's made to be that way.
Yeah,
It's part of why I like it, actually.
100%. And Garland, he wrote that. I think. Well, he was in like holiday, and somewhere he's backpacking around that region, so it sort of explains why it's sort of.
What sucks is like
had
you
that same-
you would never. I think film is sort of dead in a way. Like you would never have movies like that made anymore. Like
Agree.
studios won't ever have the
Agree.
courage to
Yeah.
fund films like that anymore. You have to have a franchise these days. It's
Agree.
original
And
film
films
is
nowadays
Yeah,
they
like
don't
everything's
they don't really want to challenge you as well. Like they don't. I think nowadays, like in terms of what people watch and consume, they don't want to be challenged much at all.
yeah. Very few
yeah.
directors can get their films made. They have to really have a name these days. And even then, it's hard for them sometimes too.
I
Yeah,
think
100%.
most of the directing and writing talent goes into series now. Like you'll see it come out on Netflix or
Yeah,
like you know
it's
what I
much
mean?
easier. You get a franchise out of it.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh well, that's
And
yeah,
they
that's
get
the
to
classic.
flesh out the
Like, right,
characters
they
more.
need to look
And
at- Mm.
yeah, they get to develop their characters better in a series.
I mean, TV series. Listen, it's
You don't
great
have to
that we're getting a lot of TV series and the golden age of TV. But then, if it gets too much, right, then you're just not going to be able to keep up with all of it.
I'm basically
Or
done
much
with
of
it.
it.
It's a
Well, you're
huge
over
time
TV already.
investment to get the
Yeah,
story.
I'm obviously a big fan of film, and I just don't care for it anymore.
I hear it. I mean, it's a
dead.
different like sort of tempo, right? And it's a different like because obviously TV shows you get a completely different sort of length of time and pace to tell certain stories, right? Some of
I
them
was a
might
fan of the
sort
TV
of
boom at first,
drag it too long.
but when the TV boom started 10 plus years ago, like a little bit before that, I didn't foresee it completely derailing everything, and then everyone became a stream platform, every studio, and that became a rush for content, and that's where we are now. And content's a lot easier with
I feel
series, and you can bet on that a lot easier with your money.
the series for me that sort of kicked that I think pioneered that high grossing, high budget TV was Lost. I feel like Lost was like the first of the the movie
Well, The
level
Sopranos is what
production
kicked off
series.
TV
Yeah,
like years ago. That's
I would say
really
I
started
would
it.
say it's like your HBO, right? HBO it sort of had that kickoff because they were
100%.
like willing to put that much money into
I know
TV
that was it.
shows. But I think I know what you mean in terms of like Lost being so popular that everyone
Yeah,
was
it's like a
talking about it, right?
blockbuster or something.
The
Yeah,
thing
it
with
was like
Lost was Lost, it was available to everybody. Like it was on ABC, so it was a local television. HBO was still exclusive, like Sopranos and stuff like that. You had to like pay for it, and a lot of people couldn't. Lost was
Subscribe
a
to it,
phenomenon.
yeah.
Like I remember every Sunday, like everybody would want to like figure out what's happening.
Oh
the
yeah,
next
dude. Yeah,
Much
so
later.
everyone was watching it. That's
And
when
Randall,
back when
don't
everyone
you
paid attention to the TV at the same time.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Remember?
Well, exactly.
Everyone
No,
had the
that's
same programming. Everyone had
the same programming exactly, right? And you could watch like you could
exact.
also like
Yeah,
the same things rather than let the algorithm sort of mine it for you. And at the same time, it also
Yeah.
did sort of let you or it caused you to be a bit more flexible with the things that you were willing to watch. Because nowadays, I think if you just have stuff on a timeline
spoiled for
or an
choice now.
algorithm, you're kind of just gonna say, I don't really want to bother watching any stuff like that and not even give it a chance. Well, back in the day, if that was what was on the TV guide, you were like, all right, well, I'll try it, right? Because you
Exactly.
don't really have too much
Dude,
choice. Your choices are limited.
So many times I've opened Netflix to watch something and I've spent half an hour browsing and then getting over it and then not watching something. You know what I mean? Like just too much
Yeah.
choice.
Exactly. Analysis paralysis, right?
Sport for choice.
So
Yeah.
I was gonna say as well, yeah, Reynolds, don't you think it's a bit the point you made about all of the different streaming platforms, don't you think it was a bit insidious? Like the way that like everyone sort of moved to digital or to online, like the internet, is to sort of have that level of freedom away from like advertisers, away from like the sort of the structure of TV and the way it was packaged. Like, oh, if you wanted to watch this one thing, then you had to get this sort of certain package that had these channels on it, and then you had to pay like God knows how much money per month, like 70, 80 pounds, £100 per month. And now they've basically gone full circle because like they slowly came in and they said, all right, well, if you want to watch this show, you've got to get this streaming platform, and it basically just ends up being cable TV, but on the internet. Right? It's a mess.
Yeah.
Every
It's a real
studio
mess.
became their own streaming platform. It's essentially because they own their own content.
Paramount, yeah, man.
HBO, like certain premium channels from back in the cable days, just so happen to be owned by the same companies. Like Warner Brothers is related to HBO, so they end up coinciding together.
Like it's crazy stuff, man. Yeah. But no,
Paramount is owned by the same company, Showtime, so they ended up together.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, man. It's crazy. Like now everyone is just like, yeah, I've got a Netflix subscription, a HBO Max, a Hulu Plus, Disney Plus.
Add them
what
all
else
up,
is
and it's like over $100 a month.
exactly? Yeah, exactly. And now is that
Yeah.
sustainable for a lot of people? Maybe not. I mean, probably not.
And you only watch one thing at a session.
Yeah, that as well. Exactly. And I mean, Netflix is basically, I mean, I don't know on its way out, but it's definitely sharply declining. I think, despite the fact, I think what they sort of the gamble they took, where they just sunk a lot of money into the TV shows, it was working at first, but I think the sort of the movie side is so lacking that it's sort of like, well, you get everybody to watch this one or two specific TV shows, or are people actually watching like
Yeah.
that? I mean, they're cutting so many costs now. Like they're sort of doing so many restrictions on Netflix. They're clearly hemorrhaging money.
Netflix is still profitable. I'm pretty sure. Like, I think
Yeah, they ebb and
they
flow.
actually just had
They,
Flow.
yeah,
they just had their
They go
earnings.
up and
And
down.
I can't remember what their earnings
We're
were,
one of
but
the
I
very
know that
few
they
that still
went up.
shows mixed content, not just their own.
well, plus it's a subscription-based model, so I mean, they shouldn't be having a problem with cash flow, so they're able to manage the
It's
cost.
it's been a second since I've checked it in this year or last year, but I know like 2022, 23, like they were declining pretty sharply.
Yeah, no,
And that's probably what
they
caused.
had a turnaround. Like I think it was 23. They started turning around. I think they just hit all-time high like last week.
But that's probably because of all the cost cutting measures they did,
Oh,
right?
right.
Like the whole they're separating the plans into 4K plans, more ads, not allowing account sharing, like that kind of stuff. I can imagine that probably did have like an effect on.
Exactly. I think it has everything to do with their business model.
Yeah.
That's
I always
I mean,
kind of
that's
thought.
what's going to keep the cash flowing. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I always thought, to be honest, I thought Amazon Prime kind of shit all over it in a way, in terms of films at the very least, because the way Amazon sort of just brute forced it with like the movies. Because whenever I used to use someone else's account for, to be honest, it was mostly ex-girlfriends, but the Netflix account, I always used to be like, have to trudge through so much crap, like to really get to what it is that I want to watch that I think is good. Whenever I was looking through films, it always looked like, first of all, the UI was terrible, right? Kept pushing all of like the junk to the front, and I had to go through all of that, and then like the tags were truncated, like, and just like sort of very like opaque. Like it's like very hard for me to actually see what the hell I'm looking for. Like, so
Probably why that
Yeah.
girlfriend's your ex. By the way, sounds like y'all must not have much in common.
no, we used to watch a lot of stuff, but
No,
yeah.
I was just saying. I figured it was following her algorithm.
Nah, do you know what? Fair play to that one. She actually did have good taste in movies, but yeah, it was what did she watch? What is it the girls watch again? Oh, American Horror Story. That, I remember I watched one episode of that with her, and I was like,
yeah.
what the hell is this? Like, it was like an episode where they were in like an underground bunker, or a series where they're in an underground bunker, like a sort of nuclear bunker. And then there was like I'm not even gonna describe it. There was like a part of a gimp or something. Like that. I was like, yeah, okay. I don't know what the hell this is. So enjoy. The Lithology books, yeah. Yeah.
Goosebumps.
Yeah, scary stories to tell in the dark.
I had that book.
Goosebumps and all of that, yeah. Dun, dun,
I
dun.
can't believe they sold it to us at school.
Oh, Goosebumps.
It seemed, yeah, no, it seemed like it had some cool ideas in there. Like I'll admit, like literally, it was like the first episode I watched. I was just like, what? Like, I was like, this is probably like the worst like first episode you could probably show me, right? Like, it was just insane.
What are we talking
Because
about?
like, not only was the thing that was happening like shocking, it was like, well, why is it happening? I don't even get it. Like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, dude.
So,
One of the shows like that really got me was that show Black Mirror.
oh, Black Mirror is amazing.
And
Oh,
like,
yeah.
the first episode, he like
Or it
he
was
has
amazing.
sex with a
It's
pig
fine.
because of a ransom, and I was
Oh
like,
yeah,
okay,
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
not,
yeah.
this ain't my cup of tea. And they were like, people
Well,
online were like, get past episode 1.
yeah, no, it is literally that as
Get
well.
past
It is that,
episode
like,
1.
because the pig, the him having sex with a pig thing is, first of all, that's kind of rooted in British politics, believe it or not, because it was rumored that David Cameron he did something with a pig apparently in university. But the other episodes, yeah, man, like Black Mirror is basically like Twilight Zone,
Wow.
like, but for the modern age, man. It was really good for its time, for really good. Yeah, I agree. I agree in the psychological for this. Yeah. Let me see. Oh, the only stuff that was really good I could mention. Nice. Okay. Well. Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
a real bad, yeah, man.
You get some significant relief, right?
You notice the market will give you like a lot more obvious directional plays, like the recovery of this dump that we just had for 3 days. Like, yeah, dude, there's gonna be a bounce out of that. So if you just wait for those moments where you're like of high confidence, you can avoid like a lot of disappointment, I suppose. With like, being hyper speculative and being too like, trying to guess like what's next. But I think, yeah, the bounce off this like downturn was like of high likelihood. So yeah, it is kind of worth waiting sometimes for those positive, yeah, like really confident market moves come out. Mm, yeah. Mm. Momentum. Yeah. 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 Definitely. Yeah. Trying to decide what's going to happen next when there's no volume is so hard to do. It's you may as well flip a coin almost. Yeah. It's like, what do you think it's going to do next? Like, I don't know. Flip a coin. From an Elliott wave, not a strict Elliott wave perspective, but from an Elliott wave mindset is that you have an impulse move, a consolidation, and then that follows up with another impulse at some point. So it's like without measuring anything or like it sort of feels like we've just had that first burst off the bottom and we're now squeezing again. So it's like, okay, well, what comes next? Likely to be another move up, I think. Because usually, if it is just relief, usually that dies like sooner. Like it'll V top, not just V bottom. You can get V tops like where it punches for a high and then fades off it fairly quickly, like almost as quick as it came up. And that's like your knives, like your falling knife type stuff. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. 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 I feel way stronger about what's happening now than I did, like, say, 4 days ago. Like, I was a little bit like, I'm not too sure." I know what I wanted it to do. I wanted it to go up, but as far as certainty, it was like a low level of certainty. So maybe I shouldn't have touched anything and just waited for the certainty to come back. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's just chilling right now, isn't it? There's nothing really going on too much at this moment in the last like hour, at least for Bitcoin.
Yeah, like, they chopped us up pretty good up top. There's a chance that they chop us up down here too. And that whole drop was just in the middle, and then
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
It's been nice.
Oh, it definitely went up
It
during the bleed.
but everything bled. At least it wasn't just the alts bleeding.
Yeah, it was like money left the market.
Yeah. I come think of
It'll
it, yeah,
come back, I hope. Like total crypto market cap.
What's going on, good people?
Yo.
How's everybody's
What's
weekend?
going on? Oh
Good,
yeah,
dude.
Everybody
wonderful.
had a good, productive weekend, hopefully.
A bit better. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think after catching the bottom, it sort of eased off the pressure a little bit and sort of allowed
It's funny how that works, right?
some of us to feel a bit freer. Yep.
See, we're coming up in the CME close now. We're not far away. I mean, CME Open. We're not far away from close, so I don't expect there to be a gap left behind here. What I would like to see is for us to break out of this bearish channel, though. Sooner than later.
Amen.
What's going on, YouTube? It is hot as hell in Florida today. Yeah, I saw that. I saw a bunch of scammers rush the chat earlier.
So, for Dbloc, I've got a question about the Discord like voice chat actually, or maybe a suggestion that might maybe fix the delay. It was the so the settings, I know that on the actual settings of the voice channel, you can sometimes change which server it uses, and I think if it's on automatic override, it just switches to whoever's got the best connection. And I don't know if it does that constantly, and maybe that's explaining why it sort of pings around so much. But I know you can set specific regions. I don't know, like maybe that might
I can
help
play with
alleviate
it.
some of those issues.
Yeah, I
It
can
might
play
be
with
worth
it. Let's see what happens.
yeah, checking in. Yeah, appreciate that.
So, what's the deal?
T-minus 8
Did we
minutes.
buy the dip or nah?
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, YouTube. Did we
Yeah,
buy the dip?
yeah.
Listen, we bought that dip, and I'm feeling almost a little bit greedy because I didn't fully allocate. Still got a little bit left on the side, but
There's
that's fine.
nothing
That's
wrong with
actually
that,
part of the plan, right?
bro. Listen,
That's probably better.
listen. My entire range down here for just in case things went wrong while I wasn't online didn't get filled. I have absolutely no worries about that at all. My initial buy-in was good
Yeah,
enough,
yeah.
and then my range was like an inverse dynamic DCA. Right, so like my heavier buys were up top, and then it went slowly lower and lower and lower just to be able to pick up if it did go down. But that was
Yeah, maybe
more
that's
of
a
a
better way to approach it, yeah.
defensive sort of, play in case things went wrong when I wasn't here. But 112
Right.
hit, double bottom off of 112 on top of it. Can't ask for more than that. Been staring at that number for weeks. Now the question is, does it hold? The only chance that it has of holding is if we get a false move up and the 3-day retracement doesn't come all the way back down to all-time highs. If we get a false move down, just by the nature of the false move down, we will break 112. It shouldn't cause panic and fear or anything if it happens, especially if it happens first, because we know how that ends up playing out. But a false move down will break 112.
The bear flag still in play?
No, the bear flag got too long, so right now it just turned into a bearish channel, which means originally our measured move from the bear flag was from the top of this range, right? But when the flag becomes longer than the pole, then it's no longer a flag, it's a channel. And when it's a channel, the measured move is just the width of the channel. And so the measured move from that, if it was to break down right now, wouldn't even bring us down underneath our weekend trap. But it's still a bearish channel. We can't ignore that.
Right. The CME fixing to open, right?
Yep. In 5 minutes, I would expect the algos to sort of beeline towards CME close on open. Yeah, just remember, when CME closes, we drop our line. Then we come to CME Open, we drop it at 6 p.m. on Sunday. Where those two lines intersect might as well be a bullseye. That should be the target for algos. Yeah, it was looking like whales were in control early on this weekend, but after setting those trap shorts, algos literally kicked in and just beeline right back up to CME. It'll be an interesting week.
If the false move is up, will you leave your orders down there?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, if the false move is up, depending on how high we go, obviously, we could still come down and touch those. What I was saying was that the only chance that we have to not break 112 is if we have a false move high enough that our 3-day retracement doesn't bring us back down to these ranges. But we would have to prove that out, right? You got to let the chart prove that out.
I imagine that would be a pretty significant move, maybe to like 118 plus.
I would like us to get, yeah, I would like us to get back above. Getting above 115 too. Right? If we have this false move up and we get our 3-day down and we manage to hold 15-2, then that's best case scenario, right? That turns this entire move into just a deviation instead of a breakout. This is the range that we need to get back above to sort of get all the bearishness out from under us. 115, 17-ish basically. But not just get above it and hold support and start moving up through that range.
Is dominance looking to be in a pretty good zone for that to play out?
Man, dominance went down as we came up here, right? Which is cool. I just don't think that that trend remains. Meaning, if this was to keep going up towards all-time high, I don't think dominance is just going to drop down and give us new lows. Right? I think this is just a reaction to Bitcoin coming up, right? Alts are moving, Bitcoin hit those. People are still kind of happy about alts right now. People bought the dips on some alts, as you can tell, right? Because dominance went down. If people didn't buy the dips on alts, you wouldn't see this downturn when Bitcoin's moving up. The question is, does that sentiment stay? Right? If Bitcoin starts moving up towards all-time highs right now, do more people buy alts or do more people buy Bitcoin? I don't see Bitcoin getting to all-time high without taking dominance with it, which is that 0.5 that we've sort of been looking at, or that I've been looking at. But we're halfway there, right? We said that to get to the 0.3, to get to the 0.382, it would probably happen on a Bitcoin dip, right? We saw that, came up and hit it on this dip down. Now that 0.5, in my opinion, happens on a Bitcoin all-time high attempt. But I would love to be wrong, man. I would love to double top here and have this thing just come down and start alt season. But again, we have to let it prove it. We don't deal with hope here. Could be making that push to close CME right now. Right as CME opens, market maker gives you a red vector down. Yeah, if y'all could do me a big favor and just slap those likes. Help YouTube push us out to more people so maybe they don't panic and buy the dip like you guys did. Instead of just staring at the chart right now, freaking out because the person they were listening to told them it was all over. Here's that beeline to close CME. This move down to close CME will break that bearish channel if they're successful. So that's when our measured move will come into play. That measured move brings us down through the majority of that liquidity. But one thing at a time. Stopping volume candle at the highs. Almost seems like market maker has a motivation here, huh?
Lil Wayne intro.
And yeah, it does. It does look like that. That's clear.
Almost looks like they
So
get
no.
paid to close CME. It's crazy.
Oh, the red vector.
Can't imagine the bonuses they get.
Yeah, I've got the
Based on
M5 on my chart. That will bring it down to liquidations on like the 5 minute.
Sure, the yachts look very nice parked outside.
Yeah.
That 115 number you mentioned, is that like the middle of the range we've been in?
Yeah, for the most part, it's actually the very bottom of the range that we've established, the large range that market maker established over the last couple weekends. That's when we crawl back into the range itself, basically.
Would that be the bottom side of the range?
Yeah.
What do you have your CME at? Is it like 13.9?
It's somewhere around 14-ish, 13.9, 14 flattish. I'm sure that there's a bit of a discrepancy between the premium, but for the most part, that's the middle of the two. Remember our psychological high and low for the week. Psychological low is all the way down at 112. So the range that we expect to revisit this week at some point is between 113.8 and 112. Rather do it now than later. No, Sean. Remember, the false move out of the weekend trap has to free one side of the traders or the other. That wouldn't even take us out of the weekend trap.
Hey, what's up?
Yo.
What type of Bitcoin trade you gonna look for?
Robin?
I said you gotta look for a Bitcoin trade.
Nah, there's a small CME gap right now underneath us. This is our CME gap.
Thank you, Dbloc. Learned to much with the love trades.
That's our CME gap right now. CME Open is where CME opened at. If we're also putting in an M pattern up here. Super chat. Appreciate you, RH. Don't shoot the messenger. Trunk CME gap some more.
On the CME chart, it still has to come down 215 points more to cover all the CME gap.
Elevator down, yeah.
I heard that.
I heard that.
I'm just trying to figure
I'm
out
out riding
who.
my bike. I just here in my pocket.
Trying to figure out who market maker's trying to fool here. Like he's not gonna go grab the rest of that CME gap. Like I don't know who
I
his
say we leave it.
little fake movement
Leave
is
it.
supposed to be for, but
Almost kicking in, coach. Everybody want that biddy. Everybody want it. They're like, okay, we're in now. I'm sure that's what it is. Gotta be.
It was right there. Just get it and go up. Maybe they're enticing some shorts, trapping them. Use a bullish tweet right about now. Trump comes out and says, I just got off the phone with Putin. We're going to be meeting next week. Him and his boys bought the dip. He's going to send it higher.
You looked at the fear and greed for today?
no, it's a good question. Very nice. Still coming down. 53. Little bit more. Just get us into that fear. Get us into that nice, scary bit.
Are we? Where exactly is it? Like almost there?
Yeah, we're neutral basically.
Yeah.
We're neutral. We just need one more little shakeout.
I think we might get it shortly.
Like one of those situations where you're like at the haunted house with your kid, and like your kid's really scared, and you're like a little scared, but you want them to be like one more scared. But you know if that one more scare scares you too, and you scream like a bitch, he's never gonna respect you again.
Yeah.
Like yes, we need more pain, but be careful with how much pain, because things will change if some of the adults start freaking out. You know. Some of the adults start freaking out, then all the new people are gonna absolutely lose their shit. The CME on perps was 14. CME on hold on, I'll pull up futures chart. CME on perps was at 14.4. So CME on futures was at 14.4. So CME futures is closed. CME perps is closed right now. We just touched down. So whatever chart you look at, CME chart is CME gap is officially closed. Shouldn't be a surprise to anybody here. All right. Now we've got two bearish measured moves to deal with, right? Two bearish patterns currently broken. Neither one of them is retested.
Trend is your friend.
Now these bears, these bulls here who thought it was a good idea to have their liquidations inside of the weekend range are gonna have to pay the piper. These guys right here. These guys literally got liquidity from market maker to go long inside this gray box. These are their orders and above, right? Their liquidation orders. Somebody's gonna pay for that trip. Like I said, right? They don't have to pay for it. You don't have to be the one to pay for it. But the amount of these guys that'll sit and just watch their shit get taken, even if it doesn't take all of this, even these guys, right? These guys at least have a reason not to be moving their positions yet, right? Nothing is really, really broken down just yet. But these guys, they're doing a whole lot of, putting a whole lot of trust in that 200 EMA.
Well, what time frame's your chart on?
5 minute. Or M5 legacy guys. If you ever hear legacy TA guys talk about M1, M15, M5, they're talking about the 1 minute, 5 minute, 15 minute. Try to be cooler than they need to be.
M15 breaker structure into the FFG, the IF15, and then POC. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You
I
just
hear
feel them getting all excited.
it. Yep.
Well, right now for sellers to step in on these bearish targets, we're gonna need to see bearish retests. Right, the bearish target, the bearish break of this M pattern we're retesting right now. Right, the retest is at 14.1. The bearish channel that we broke, the retest is at 14. So confirmation traders right now are waiting to see bullish rejection inside of this circle to go short. Your breakout shorters have already shorted and are now coming back to entry and starting to tighten up and get all a little worried right now. Right, guys that took
EOD, did you watch?
took it at the break. What happened?
Did you see Litecoin's performance? Held up really good this week.
I haven't looked at that.
Like insane.
That's good though. And pay attention to these coins that have held their own. Yeah. Didn't even come down for the most part into its fractal.
That's what I'm saying.
Lost the
That's
retest
crazy.
a little bit, but yeah. I was saying Litecoin under 100 is a gift. I still feel that way. I don't know if you'll ever get it, but this last vector down here, 97 to 100, this thing gets hit, I'm gonna consider it a gift.
The long short imbalance, is there still more shorts going down?
We cleaned up a little bit. Oh, it's not. Yeah, it's pretty even. 49.5 to 50.4. Yeah. Right about 1% is about where you'll usually see it, right? Anything above 2% is pretty lopsided. We were at a 5% difference last week. That's like a ridiculous amount. Like that's what we call a crowded trade, right? When one side is just overcrowded.
So we're within 1% now.
Yeah. Right in right around. Limitless is how much does a Litecoin weigh anyway? Substantially less than a regular coin, I would imagine. Or somebody's got some explaining to do. Let's see. This is our area of rejection that you would need to see for us to go bearish here. Whether it's the breakdown of the bearish channel, whether it's the 50 EMA, the empire, whatever it is going to happen in this range. Bulls, you want to get out of here, hold support back inside this before you can start to feel comfortable. And then if you do manage to get up there, and that's a big if, this is your M pattern invalidation.
Alts are trying to push.
Yeah, Dom is leaking. Dom looks good. Alts just need to catch a break from Bitcoin real quick and they'll be fine. Yeah, it filled everywhere, Santo, perps, and futures already. But we've got these bearish structures to deal with. And we're currently rejecting from the rejection zone I was talking about. We can get out of this spooky range, we'll be fine. There's more than enough vectors up, right? But we need to invalidate slowly, one by one, these patterns. Second peak of the M is at the higher low. I mean the lower high, sorry. Bulls are trying here, come on.
The way I did the quack out loud before you did the Just waiting for it now.
The quack just makes it better. I don't know why, it just does.
It really does. It really does.
Yeah, but my OCD would drive me crazy, devilfish. Right, so here's a little cheat code for how I draw my M patterns. That shit would drive me absolutely crazy. I wouldn't be able to stare at the screen for more than 5 minutes with that shit like that. So I keep it at the height, but I need that to be symmetrical. Just for my own mental health. Symmetry, man. I need symmetry. There's beauty in symmetry. Hey, Janae, are you a scammer? You could be honest with us. We won't tell nobody. It's just us in here. Need to have an intervention with one of these scammers. Yeah, it's probably just bots, bro, I imagine. The speed at which they come in, too, is crazy. Like, when you get really flooded. Yeah, CME's a done deal. Yo, you guys know, because I've been talking about it, nothing would make me happier than if that double bottom off of 112 was our last low for this run. Nothing would feel more spot on, but the chart just isn't saying that to me just yet. So as self-serving as it would be for me to be like, well, we hit my number, guys. I told you, up and to the right. Should have listened, blah, blah, blah. There's no, that's not for sure. Got a good reaction, but that's it as of right now until we start taking some of these levels. Right, specifically. Go to the 4 hour. So our first sort of wall to tackle was 114, right? Took out those highs, cool. 116 and the bottom of the range at 115.3, right? As of right now, this is our range, right? As of right now, let me clear this up so you get a little better. As of right now, that was a deviation out of the range. Right? We know that to be a deviation because it came back in the range, held resistance, and then found its way to the bottom. Right? This, as of right now, is a deviation out of the range. The only thing that'll prove this as a true breakdown out of this range is if we can't get back above 15.5. I mean, 15.3. If we reject off of 15.3, then we're coming to sweep that liquidity and hopefully fill those buy orders that I have from 112 to 109. If we get back into this range and this is just a deviation, then trading ranges teaches us that as it catches support and it holds support and it locks in this range, price will move towards the top of the range. So at this point, when we come back and we hold this range and start to push away, at that point is when I give up on my buy orders that are down from 112 to 109. At that point, I'll move these buy orders. Hopefully into some alts, because at that point, dominance would have already made its correction and we'd be looking good, and I'd just go right into alts with those. Yeah, at some point you got to start trusting your own TA, Devilfish. That doubt is all it is. Self-doubt is one of those demons we talk about killing or making friends with.
Yeah, there was something I was reading that on
what?
That on Friday, the SPY had one of the highest volumes since those April lows, those tariff lows, and usually that signals a bottom on the SPY at least. There was
Inshallah.
a ton of sell volume on Friday.
112 being the bottom for me means I have to make no further adjustments. Right? The way I'm playing it right now is if 112 is the bottom, the only thing I'm doing different is I'm waiting for, or not even different, but the only thing that's left for me to pull trigger on is I'm waiting for dominance to make a higher high above 382. If we go down lower than that, then those buy orders trigger, and then that's a sort of a audible on what my plan was, right? My plan was target 3 to be the bottom. But like I said, once we pull up into this range and hold, then I can start to feel a little bit more confident that that could have really been it. And it's just me showing caution, right? Like there's difference between what I think and what I see, you know? I think it's done. I think that's it. Honestly, if we sweep, I think we sweep licks, but we put in a lower high. The chart isn't showing me that yet. Right? So I have to separate my bias from what the technicals are showing. A little bit of self-doubt is good. Not enough to where it's paralyzing, but a little bit just so that you don't go balls in at the first, you know, that first little butterfly in your stomach.
I mean, it's not showing a lot of strength right now.
No, I mean, we did climb back into the range. So as far as, I'm just literally taking this pattern by pattern at this point, right? So we're not going to invalidate this bearish pattern until we get up, but we can turn this into just a deviation if we get back into this bearish pattern and hold, which means you didn't break out of one of your patterns, wasn't a breakout as a deviation. Now for us to lock in that M pattern break as a deviation, we got to get above 114.5. Then we can start talking about things looking bullish. And all of this is happening within what's forming up to be a bullish channel. Right. So it's the proper environment for this to turn bullish, but we haven't seen the evidence of it just yet. We're out of the danger zone. Now we've got to hold support. Basically this 50 EMA. If we can hold the 50 EMA on the 5, then we can start to put in some. Now, if you want my bearish outlook, it could easily just be mean reversion and a continuation. Come up and grab these vectors.
I remember you saying that by tomorrow is normally when it should be played out by, so it could take a little time to play this out.
Yeah, if this is really going to turn bullish, right, and we're going to come up and we're not going to come grab none of this, then what it means for us for our weekend trap is that they're setting up the false move up, right? So our false move up is confirmed once we get price above 115.9. Now that doesn't mean that this liquidity gets left behind specifically. It just means, like I said, that's best case scenario for us not coming down underneath all-time highs again. All right, like let's play it out. Let's say come up, free them, come back, retest, because we've been doing that the last couple weekends. Put in a high on Monday at some point. Right? This could be anywhere, higher, lower, whatever. Just for educational purposes, we'll leave it there. And then our 3-day retracement comes down and grabs all this liquidity. Right? But doesn't come down far enough to take out these lows. So what that ends up doing is it ends up giving us our higher low fractal. That should bring us out of these depths. But that's like severe future tripping right there. I don't want to get anybody, but that's where my head's at. So a false move up, just remember that a false move up gives us the middle of our W on Bitcoin on larger time frames. We go to an hourly. Right, so a false move up, wherever that happens to land, gives us the middle of a W for us to pull off from. Then we're shooting for a higher low at that point. Right, wherever this ends up, on the 3-day retrace, we're shooting for a higher low of some sort, which then gives us a spring. That's what a lot of confirmation traders are going to be waiting for. The guys that didn't get in here, they're probably not going to chase, right? They're waiting for confirmation, which means they're waiting for this thing to top out, to come down, and to prove the strength of this bottom. At this point here is where you'll get your traders start to come in, the ones that missed out. And then if those buys sustain, we're gone. But we don't even know which way the false move is going to be this week yet. which is what we're trying to figure out now. So as soon as I get a sign of which way this thing is going, then it's cool. Then it's like go back, do some more stuff that I need to do. But for right now, the directionality of this week is going to depend on how we react to this range, whether we clear this liquidity or whether we keep pushing.
Seems a lot of time it's pretty evident after the CME close.
You can see the change. It's like there's a clear direction until CME closes. As soon as CME closes, it's like the foot gets taken off the gas, and then the market sort of steps in, and you start to see what the sentiment of the market is at that point. Because market makers already fulfilled his obligation for the weekend, right? His only job was to get it down to CME. And you saw as soon as CME opened right here, 1, 2, 3, 4 red vectors until we got down to CME. Like they weren't playing any games about closing that. And then as soon as we close, nothing. Right? It's like the market is just running on its own right now. Market maker algos are still running, right? Because market maker is not in until Asian session, but those algos aren't directional right now. Just regular market maker algos towards mean reversions. So you'll see more of those down candles matched than up candles, in my opinion. 200 EMA mean reversion, psychological high mean reversion. Once we see some real directionality, then we'll know that that they're setting that move, right? That they're trying to set up for that move.
Have you looked at the liquidation? The heat map, yeah.
We're good. 115 on the 48-hour. Above, we got some. Interesting. That could be enough of a motivation to make that false move up, but you know we still have on both sides. So right now, you could come and grab this liquidity and get that higher low we were talking about on Bitcoin. So false move up clears those liquidations to the top side. 3-day down takes out that 112.9, puts in that higher low, and we get that higher low fractal, and they clean up the whole chart. Let's see what the buy orders look like. The hell is that? Okay.
How'd you do that?
I don't know. You tell me. No idea. Wait a minute. What's going on with Bitcoin right now? Hold on. Okay, that is way more exciting over here. I don't know what's going on with that. Hold on. All I did was change the time frame. Oh, a minute. All right, that was crazy. That's never happened before. So you see the problem we have to the top side?
Is that a sell wall?
Yeah. Those are all over 150 Bitcoin each, the yellow ones. And they're stacked every $100. That's the type of thing the market maker takes into consideration, right? Because somebody's got to buy all those Bitcoin if price is going to move through there. And if sentiment is already kind of then that could be a deterrent to a move up. But that could also be what sends us down. You get what I mean? False move up into this, inability to break it, and then price rejects. The top of that is 116. Would that free the trap longs? I think so. Oh, yeah, 116 flat, and then our trap longs are at 116 flat. So that'll be interesting. See if we can absorb that, or if they even bother.
They're putting out a lot of FUD in these articles.
Yeah. Doing a decent job of holding back inside of that bearish channel though. The M pattern still isn't invalidated, but that's bullish. At least temporarily. Dom is still leaking. About to break structure here.
You got your dinner order in?
Nah, I'm not even hungry right now. I need to do that before I get hungry.
Making a little homemade pizza.
Oh shit, you know what? I think I have, excuse me. I've got some leftover pizza and lasagna and garlic rolls. Waste not, want not. This would be great if we just got a double top off of 382 and that was it. That's by far the most bullish scenario for Dom, or for alts I should say. I can't shake the feeling that Dom needs a bigger corrective move to the top side.
Man, this thing is such a tease.
Litecoin's got to push him. I feel like Litecoin's like waving the flag, like it's not over yet, guys. That and ENA. ENA is almost recovered fully too.
I may be wrong, but it's seeming like this. You might need like an actual flush on Bitcoin to really remove confidence in these alts after this rally, because it seems to be doing pretty well. Most of the dips have been eaten up.
Yeah, we haven't seen a big move out of Sol or ETH yet, though. They're still kind of just chilling down here.
I mean, if you look relative to like all of the other alts of that sort of size, like they're doing around the same. Like some are doing a bit better than others. Like Say, for example, is like about what, sort of half a pence, one
Hello.
half a percent, like doing better. Hello.
XRP made a good recovery too, almost.
Chainlink doing well as expected.
Yeah, Link's doing good. AVAX got smacked. AVAX needs to pop back up. Yo, Litecoin is pushing 111. Memes took the biggest hit though. Memes took like the major memes like with Pepe, Fartcoin. Those
Yeah,
big cap
memes
memes,
got
they got
savaged.
smacked. They got smacked. They got smacked leading up to the dip too. And then they just kept dipping even harder.
That's what they are, man. They're just high leverage plays on whatever respective chain they're on.
Yo, crypto
Bring
bitch,
that
you see XLM, dude?
Yeah, dude,
I was just fixing to say.
I took a long on XLM. It's popping.
How about XLM, crazy train?
Dude, it kind of it did it. It was like a 30-second before move, but we invalidated a head and shoulder, and then it's been 3 minutes since then.
You know what hasn't been
But
invalid is that inverse head and shoulders I was seeing on Sol and ETH. It's still in play.
Nice. Oh wow, wait, XLM 9%, raw, doing very well.
I think that well, I don't really think anything. I just have seen dominance.
That's not true. You think a lot of things.
Before. Well, I didn't want to say I just know that dominance has dominated me before, so I'm expecting just crazy is what I'm expecting.
I hear it. Well, let's see how it pans out.
It's that PTSD, man. It's that PTSD.
Yep.
I got so much of it.
A little shell shock.
I I think that they want us to feel comfortable with alts, and then dominance is just gonna rip. And
Very possible.
That's what I keep feeling. So by the time I don't have this feeling and forget about it, it'll probably be about the time that it happens. I got that PTSD. Like I sold like half my spot bag of XLM and put it into Bitcoin, which I never do. Well, I do, but not like I should. And I probably did it. Well, I definitely did it too late too, but not the point. It's just like the PTSD. It's like it keeps coming back, which is good.
When you say you did it too late, do you mean that you didn't sell
I
into
should have pulled the
resistance? You went-
trigger. I should have pulled the well, yeah, I mean, I should have pulled the trigger sooner after XLM saw like the huge pump um against the Bitcoin pair or whatever. I don't know. There was there was just opportunity is all I'm saying. But then it's like all of a sudden stuff goes down and it's like, okay. I kind of figured out my targets and everything, and then it's just like, all right, well, I guess I feel like there's too much risk, so I'm just gonna put half of it into Bitcoin.
Right.
And I thought about Saturday, there was an opportunity I had. But I still think that it'll do what it always does. But maybe not.
I hear it.
It's crazy how much like percentage change a coin can do whenever dominance just puts the brakes on. Like it just did. Like it's wild, man. It's wild.
That's why, like the people who are like long time traders and actually paid significant attention to these things are being rewarded so much in this cycle, right? Like myself, I was just a degenerate. Like I could read charts, but like actually trading, like it was mostly just flipping like micro caps into like bigger caps and then holding like sort of long-term investments. But like when it comes to actually putting a lot of this stuff into practice, like definitely wasn't great at that. So when this cycle comes around now and it's like it's clearly rewarding those people who can do that, then you sort of realize a little late, but you realize that yeah, like this is something we have to now pay attention to and properly grind out.
Yeah. I think the sooner we all like realize that, like the like the fundamentals, like the more stable the market actually will be, like the less volatility. I think there'll be more volume, just like the I don't know, just whenever the market shifts, however it shifts, when it shifts,
Mm-hmm.
and like their learning curve. Because you don't have to go through like a 401k or a whatever. Like you can be in control of your money, and there's going to be. I think that most people will at least try it or at least have a small account somewhere. Like, I don't know. It'll just be cool.
There are people who are interested now, and I think that you know some will stick around and maintain an interest in it. Others will just be like, "Nah, this shit's going down. I'm not interested." But yeah, long term, I think it would be people having small amounts of it in their portfolio will work. If can people stomach the volatility or self custody aspect of it? Maybe not so much, and that's probably where it's going to be a bit of a difficult sell until it becomes a bit more settled. You know, a bit more like a little less volatile.
Which I don't mind the volatility. It's just that I think that adoption in the market does mean that the prices need to be more stable. But I think it'll teach people eventually about like politics and current events and like real news, because you can have like fake news and
Just catching up on
it
some research
doesn't.
real quick, guys, because I haven't been here for a couple days. But watch that invalidation. We're moving up on that invalidation now. I'm here. I'm just off mic. My bad. I didn't mean to step on anybody.
No, you're good, brother.
No.
It's your blog, D.
Nah.
Yeah. Anyway,
roll credits.
Literally.
But it's just like it's interesting whenever news comes out and it does impact price, and it's interesting whenever news comes out and it doesn't impact price. And I think that I don't know.
Well, when it doesn't impact price, it's probably that the technicals don't support it, right? Like unless it's a severe black swan event, like you'll get things that shouldn't really be.
Yeah, dude,
those
so
major
true,
things.
dude.
And like the things that seem like shouldn't be major, and they're the things that seem to move price. That's because like the charts allowed for it. Like look at the Q1, right? Start of the year. We had DeepSeek. They were like, oh, DeepSeek's been announced. It's the best thing ever. And then the market crashed. It's like, doesn't even make sense. Like, how can China just log in and say China #1 and that just crashes the market? It's because the market was like frothy that it needed to go down. Like that's why they use that to catalyze the price. If it was a case of like the market was much healthier, then maybe you'd get like a small correction, but you wouldn't get this like market-wide panic. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Train.
Yo.
What was that comment you made about the 401k?
I was just saying, like, people will have more ability to like put their finances in their hands with like small dollars and stuff like that. Whereas like a 401k, it's like there's more involved, like there's a lot to like kind of like learn just to be, there's just more involved. Like it's easier. It's not like anything against 401ks. It's just the nature of crypto being able to be traded at 8 p.m. on a Sunday night in your lounge chair, even if it's only $20.
Yeah, dude, but I think crypto's harder than 401k because most people have 401k managers, they have fund managers, and they just have faith that that person knows what they're doing. Versus crypto, you have to personally know what you're doing.
Exactly. And that's my point. My point is just that more people will start to kind of play in the realm. And so therefore, I would imagine more people would become more informed about current events.
Yo,
It
even
would,
with crypto, even if you
I
know
was
what
just
you're
drawing a
doing, you
point.
can still get wrecked.
Do what? Sorry.
I guess that's kind of my
No,
point. Like
no, sorry, I
when
kind of
you're,
cut you off. I was just saying, like, the only, like, even if you know what you're doing,
yeah,
in crypto, even if you know what you're doing, you still get wrecked.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
And I guess with the 401k is that if you got a good fund manager, he's not going to stop your account going down if the economy collapses, right? That's what hurts 401k the most. Like it's really hard to invest in something that doesn't go up in a 401k. So over time, they always go up. But you know, they get hurt. I mean, people lost 50, 60% of their 401k in 2008, in 2009. But that like, I know people that lose their ass every season of crypto.
Yeah, no, dude, you're
No,
talking
it's
to
like
one. That's me. I would be better off uh to date putting money into the 401k, not crypto. I'm not
yeah.
hating. I'm not hating.
No, I
It
know, I
was
know. I
just
just wanted
I
to.
think
I
people will
didn't.
be more involved,
I
hopefully.
was upside down. I was upside down under my table with nowhere near my phone at the time, and I was like, I didn't catch what you said. So, I'm not trying to pop in like Wally or like what's his name, the butler from what is that butler from Happy Gilmore? I can't remember his name, but where he always pops in out of nowhere and tries to defend a 401k. But I'm just saying, like, all of the above is also healthy too, right? Just let 401k grow while you're trading crypto on the side, I guess. Is a good like all of the above strategy or whatever.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And no, dude,
So
I didn't take it
regards
any kind of way. I
okay,
just wanted to make sure that no one thought I was talking junk on a 401k. That's
Word
all. I
up.
wasn't trying to. I ain't trying to go there with that though. Hey, Kwa, please go ahead.
I don't have anything else to say. That was all. I already said what I wanted to say.
So
I love
in
that.
regards to a 401k, is it basically just like you put your money in and then like it's a company or a sort of entity that invests for you basically and then grows the pot? Is that what it is?
I mean, there's different, like, so for example, I'll just give you an example. I have an Edward Jones account that I share with my wife, and we both contribute to it, but actually has a fund manager. There's a dude that you literally talk to, and he tries to meet up with you quarterly or in major events, and that say he's like suggest restructuring your plan or whatever. And then I have my own personal one with my company that it's I can get help if I want to, but I set up everything myself based on recommendations in the website. And because they match, it's always going to grow regardless of like it's always going to grow. It's basically free money because I'm not like they're matching up to a certain amount. So I feel like even if the wrong funds that I pick are not doing as well as others, I'm still getting free money. So there's two different types. There's the employer linked one, and then there's just one that you can get that's universal. So no matter what job you have, it's disconnected from your employer. And then usually that has a human attached to it that you literally talk to, like an agent. Edward Jones is really like adamant about like having that personal connection or whatever. But a lot of the newer sites like Morgan Stanley and Fidelity are all letting you literally go in there and screw with stuff and reallocate and restructure and add crypto and do all this other stuff. And it gives you suggestions of like, hey, it'll tell you like your performance for last year was 8% while your peers were at 18%. You may want to restructure here, but it's not a person. Like, so the 401k is very broad, you know, it's very ambiguous. But generally speaking, it's tied to tax, you know, it's really just a number that's tied to tax regulation and things that you get away with versus pre-tax, post-tax, IRA, Roth stuff. And then people say, well, I got an IRA, I don't have a 401k. Well, when I talk about that, I really mean your retirement plan, right? Like I don't get all up in the weeds and like die on that hill as in literally in a Roth IRA or is it a 401k? It's just the fact that you're playing the long game, right?
Okay. All right. So I mean, there's a
Yeah,
level of like,
it's a numbers game.
so like there's the level of risk attached is like if there is like some sort of financial crisis or whatnot, it may affect like potential earnings on your.
Oh yeah, it's
okay.
100% tied to the stock market. So if it goes down 30%, your 401k is probably going to roughly go down 33 to 25%.
Right. No, it's okay. So it's kind of like the way pension funds are in the UK then. All right, then that's what I was trying to. So in terms of like crypto, then I guess it's probably gonna be more of a thing where, right, the ones where you said you can tweak yourself are gonna give the option, or you'll maybe get like a sort of entity that will publicly advertise this is what we're trying to do. Like we put crypto into the pot. Look at the gains, right? But most of these other guys, I'm assuming, aren't going to bother touching it unless you specifically ask for it, right? Because of like the level of volatility currently. It seems like it would be a bit risky for them. I'm assuming
You
like
can make
sort
it
of
risky or not risky.
yeah, okay.
You know, you can
Like
make it
an
risky, which
an
means
example.
you know there's more risk.
Yeah, like an example would be Edward Jones guy calling you up and say we need to meet because he sees volatility in the market and he goes, and I don't argue with this. It's kind of rough now. But when they say I'm going to move you from 60-40 to 40-60, and what that means is he's going to move you to 40% domestic stocks and foreign stocks, and then 60% bonds. The problem with that strategy now is bonds are taking a hit. So it's kind of like both are taking a hit, right? And not bad. I mean, the S&P and Dow are still going up slowly and they're kind of going sideways and stuff, but bonds have been taking a really big hit. So if you're super conservative and you go, let's go 50-50, or you go 60-40 and full six, you'll actually lose more money than you would when the market tanks because because we're in a really strange environment right now with the dollar and debt and the potential housing crisis coming up in the next 1.5 to 2 years. Like bonds aren't looking really good right now. And so they'll come and tell you that if they run out of ammunition or tools to use, they will do their best and just go, here's the comparison to what everybody else is doing. So they'll feed you bad news, but they'll say your bad news is less bad news than somebody from like Charles Schwab or something. You know, they always try to spin it to make it sound like you are losing right now, but you're not losing as bad because of the steps that I've taken for you.
Right. Okay.
But like in crypto, like I don't like my crypto portfolio is so small compared to my 401k, but I have more growth potential now that I've learned to not buy green candles or do other stupid stuff, you know. So like I can grow it faster, but I'm learning with smaller amounts of money. Like I would never take my 401k, a number that I have in my 401k and use that to trade crypto. Like I would literally devastate myself and my family. So I learn on small amounts and then I increase it each season. I learn more and take bigger risks because I'm protecting those risks based on obviously Dbloc's channels helped a lot too, but being burned has taught me more, being a little bit more conservative and buying dips. But I could not grow the rate, my 401k that I grow during a bull season of crypto. It's like for me, it's a no brainer.
Mm. No, okay, yeah. It was interested in maybe the dynamic in how crypto would interact, because obviously, like in my mind, like a lot of those entities just were risk averse, because a lot of people in general would be quite risk averse with their nest egg, and never really trying to, because they're playing such a long game, they're just fine with like safe gains. But of course,
Yeah, you know
nothing's
what's funny
guaranteed.
about that? We were just talking about that the other day, like when Drew was, I don't want to hash that out, but when he was arguing with that one guy, I'm just saying, like, when I say that I invest in crypto in my 401k because it gives me the options, I can legitimately say that because I invested a couple $1,000s, right? I'm not
Right.
putting that much in. Like, I'm literally, it makes it sound like a quarter of my portfolio is in. I want to be clear. It's just enough to play, right? It's not, it's like, so everything we just talked about, it makes it more complicated when you talk about a 401k and crypto. But I only literally at the beginning of I think it was November. I don't even want the beginning, but like last November, I put a couple $1,000s into crypto in my 401k. And yes, it's grown and gone full circle, and now it's growing again. But like it's I don't want to make it sound like I'm some big baller who's putting tons of freaking crypto in his 401k, but it does make it complicated now, because if you trade crypto on the side and then you also say that I'm an old school legacy investor or I'm a boomer investor of the old system, and now you're trading crypto in that system, it kind of makes it the water is now muddy. It's not as clear as it used to be, if that makes sense.
Right. Yeah, yeah. Well, I'm sure for those who are currently, trading and compounding Bitcoin, they probably see it as not really much different. It's just that it's just requires a lot more manual, um, you know, trading and compounding. But if you do it on like a sort of longer term basis, it's probably a lot easier to do, right? Some will just buy at bear market bottoms and sell at market tops, and not even bother with anything in between, or even exact tops and exact bottoms. If you are quite haphazard with the way that you compound in the last maybe 2 cycles, your gains are still gone up like exponentially, right?
Yeah, I think even for people who like it's too bad that crypto wasn't available in 401k accounts before it went hyperbolic. Like that would have sold the deal for anybody. Like if you were even a boomer and you were like, let's say 2018, 2019, and you said, and they had options to buy crypto in the 401k like they do now. I'm not saying there wasn't. I'm just saying like now. Man, would people be sold into Bitcoin, man. They would be all over it. They'd be like talking to their friends and neighbors about it, you know?
Yeah, I feel the same way about DeFi. Basically, if DeFi was around this cycle rather than last cycle, like it boomed in this cycle and became a normal thing rather than last cycle, I think it would have kind of been insane, really, in terms of potential upside and potential marketing, because there was a lot of things that they were doing that were just like mirroring real world mechanisms, but it's kind of to each other, really, and to like those under the age of 45. But I think for the rest of the world, they were kind of just like, it's still a scam, so they weren't really interested. And now those things are still like useful and are going to be like, a lot of the tech is going to still like persist, and it's going to be useful, but it's just not going to have that sort of initial luster that it did back in 2021.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think the I think the case is out. I mean, I think the argument is done, is sealed for people who basically just say legacy and they avoid crypto. They cannot pick on us anymore. Because I know so many people that I personally worked with sold at the top of last Nvidia's top. This is before before it went into its bear market for a bit. Dude, they lost so much money, way more than I ever did in crypto. And you do not hear them talk and pick on crypto people anymore as much. Like it's calmed down because when they realized that they lost just as much money in tech stocks than that they were making fun of us for losing in crypto, it humbled them real quick.
Yeah, and I guess they just weren't ready for that level of volatility, right? Like in both directions. Like when it goes in one direction, you're like happy as anything, right? But it's the calm down that like you're like, oh wow, like do you know what I mean? Because they're used to maybe 15% drops, and that's like their bear market. 20% drops, that's their bear market.
But man,
Rather
it
than like this.
psychologically
Yeah.
it broke them because now they were afraid to buy Nvidia because they felt they were going to get burned again. And then look what Nvidia did, man. It tripled.
Yeah, that
it-
PTSD.
yeah, that's what I'm trying to say is that um a lot of people in crypto have that, right? They don't want to write it up, but they have no problem buying the first dip that they see from the top. And they're really buying a fallen knife. So
Yeah.
they're afraid they're going to buy a falling knife. So they don't buy the red in Nvidia, for an example, when it was down, at 93. I mean, after it split, right? That was down 35% from its top before they split. And then no one wanted to, like these same people that got burned, they didn't want to buy Nvidia again. And I'm just like, but they saw it as an investment, not a trade. Right.
Well, yeah,
So
because most people aren't traders. Like 99% of people aren't traders. Like, and that's just, yeah. Like it's even for those that are trading. I think what Dbloc was saying in that regard was like very true and it's worth saying. Like, you can still trade and sort of have not have a trader mindset. And I'd say I'm one of those people. Like, I'm sort of just as happy at times to be looking for a time when I can just like let go of it and just let it just sort of ride. But reality is, like, in this market, that's not what you're supposed to be doing. Well, you can do whatever you want, but like that's not going to be beneficial the way it once was. Now it's going to be more of a case of sort of selling into sort of large scale resistance and buying large scale support and actually just paying attention to the market and the way it's flowing, as opposed to just buying early on and then just you'll be fine. Because other than, like, I'd say a handful of alts, most of the sort of alts that if I was to have bought them 3 years ago, they're still not far away from their bottoms. You know what I mean? Like, there's still a bunch of them that are not that far off at all. And that's kind of insane to
Man.
think of. That like that maybe
Yeah, I know.
58% up.
Yeah, and then watching Dom completely fall on its face and come back down, even though it's recovering now. It's like still fun to ride those breaks. That's the addictive nature for me. Like, I was in an alt when Dom took a big dump, and man, was that so much fun, And it was basically recovering my losses, right? But it still was fun, like to watch your account grow during that time.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, there's a.
But yeah, like
trading.
You brought up a good point. I'm the same way. I'm not a trader, but I try to trade. I mean, I don't have the trading mindset, but I try to. I'm come from more of like long, slow investing, and I think there's a hybrid, right? There's a way to merge the two in a weird, strange way. I don't know if that makes sense. But...
It definitely at one point
Jacket,
was
that's called That's called swing trading.
Word.
Like there was definitely a time where being an investor in crypto was far easier. Like, and that was like 2018. I'd say 2018 was probably the prime time if you were just like an investor, like like the amount of like VCs that you could potentially get into, or like sort of bit of like angel investment and whatnot. Or rather than 2018, because that was maybe a bit harder to get into. Maybe closer to 2021 cycle when they started to widen the net a little bit and let people get into sort of VCs that were a bit more public. Like that's where you could sort of invest into stuff, and then you could ride the potential upside and gains. But now, like the thing about crypto is that certain narratives get saturated so quickly, and by next cycle they're just not viable anymore. So you got to move on to the next thing, and that's kind of how it was for me. I was
Yeah.
like moving on to the next like sort of great thing. But in reality, if you could trade, then you don't need to move on to anything. You just need to adjust your sort of models, right, from cycle to cycle, and then you still know what you're doing.
Yeah, I mean, I still have a hard time knowing, like, I'll just be honest with you, man. It's hard for me to know when sectors are shifting in crypto. I still don't get it. I mean, you can watch it after it happens. You're like, oh, everything's moving into DeFi right now. Oh, everything's moving into gaming. Oh, everything's moving. Yeah, every single person who's ever said that, at least on this channel, have always said it after the fact, never before. I want to know the recipe or the method to know when it's going to shift, and I don't even know if that exists.
It doesn't really. It's more about just positioning, and then having once it rotates and shifts, then you can sell off and then move on to the next one, and then just fatten up the remaining narratives that are there until they get rotated into, and then you just eventually roll all that into whatever Bitcoin or Ethereum or whatever it is, Solana or whatever it is that you might have as your sort of main token of choice. I think that's really the most effective way of doing it, because I'd say knowing the narratives themselves is like the real legwork. Like that's the thing.
Yeah, but it seems like, man, they shift it like so fast. It's hard to like, unless you're, and again, this is a byproduct of me not being connected all the time and doing other things and living my life. But it just seems like it just randomly shifts. And I just don't have time to like do the work. I'll be honest. I don't have time to do the work. Like it's easier for me to stay in one token that I have conviction on than it is for me to shift around to different sectors of crypto. And maybe if I put more work into it, then I wouldn't sound like a big baby about it, but I have a hard time with it.
I mean, look, in terms of rotation is difficult, right? Capital rotation is difficult. It's you can mess it up. Like the thing about just having maybe one or two things that you're interested in is that sure, like they'll if you've made the right decision, then when the time comes, they'll pump. It's just you've got to be able to stomach the fact that everything else will be pumping at times and your stuff will be kind of inert. And if you're happy to sort of wait, then eventually the time will likely come. But if you do capital rotation, like and from different narratives, you can mess it up. Like I remember in 2021, that's one thing it's like I was getting quite impatient. Like I was holding certain things for quite a while. I'm thinking like, yeah, that's this is definitely gonna kick off, right? And then like the time when it does kick off, I've gotten impatient already, and I've kind of sold it off and moved on to something else. And then when I look back, it's like, oh my god, it's actually like pumped now. I remember there was like stuff I was sort of invested in before in 2021, like Rarible and stuff like sort of collectibles and NFT based sort of tokens. And I remember like sort of sitting in groups and everyone's like, yeah, man, this thing's going. Like, I'm telling you, man, when the time's right, this thing's going up. And I was like, yeah. But then I didn't have so much capital to work with back then. So when I sort of wanted to invest in something else, I was like, oh, just like, what can I cut? This isn't doing anything. Let me just cut this, right? And then I sell it, I move on. And then what do I see? I see Mark Cuban like sort of sitting up there going, yeah, I invest in Rarible, I invest in this and that. And I'm just like, oh my God, look at the price. And the price had just skyrocketed. I'm like, all I have to do is just wait. Like sometimes all you gotta do is just sit on your hands and wait. And it's just like, you're your own worst enemy. Do you know what I mean?
Yep. And that's kind of like what I was saying, like with the 401k stuff. I just read an article, the volatility in a 401k is increased like something like 10% due to people going in and fiddling around with different restructuring their plan when they get emotional and they see something that happens and now they're restructuring it more than an advisor would do. And it's causing super volatility in bonds and traditional investments and funds because they're moving around too much. They're getting in and out of things too much. And that's what happens when you give somebody who has emotion control of something that large. And doing it in crypto, I'm not saying it's less painful, but depending on how much you have, like I have done that so many times, man, where I didn't sell the bottom per se, but I sold the average or the mean when it was high and then it got down to the average and I thought it was going to break its moving average, and I got out and then it just went underneath its moving average and went right back up to its high again. And I've done that. I haven't done that this season, but I did that in the past, man, so many times. And I'm not gonna do it again. I'd rather just DCA if it goes below its average now.
That point you made about people moving their funds around or whatever within their 401k, that's super interesting.
Well, it's because the way the internet and security has gotten, right? So they were really worried at first giving clients the ability to mess with their own 401k at first due to there's a bunch of legal stuff, right? Like you can only reallocate a certain amount of times and blah blah blah. There's all these rules and stuff. So they made it in a way to where the interface prevents you from doing anything. It's like a tax, what they call a tax event or whatever. But basically, you have a lot of control. And now people are like they watch MSNBC or Jim Cramer or something, and he goes sell, 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 and they go running, they log in, and they freaking start reallocating, and you're literally selling at that point and buying something else in another sector, right? So um, advisors won't do that because they're trained to ride the waves, they're trained to ride the data, they're educated, they're patient, and I'm saying that's their strategy. I'm not saying they all do that, but that's what they preach in their schools and stuff. And they would never reallocate. There'd be like, just write it out. This is going to come back up, blah, blah, blah. But no, when you have direct control in an app on your phone or you log in on your PC and you have this, full screen of options, it's gone up. It's made it like, it's actually scary. Like they're getting to the point where they're using AI now to recommend for you to not do it. So as you're in the interface, some AI bot will pop up and go, I don't think this is a good idea, and here's why, and blah blah blah, and shove you a bunch of graphs in your face showing you why not. So they're trying to use AI to protect their clients because in the end, even if it is you that's reallocating and then your percentage is not high for that year, ultimately it looks bad on their numbers because they can no longer say, oh, we can give you an average 10% each year. Well, now you know you can't because a bunch of weirdos decided to like screw with their profile so much that, or their portfolio so much that they've actually only got 3% for that year, or maybe -3. It's crazy, man. It's great. It's great for people who know what they're doing, but if you don't know what you're doing, you have way too much power in front of you.
I know on mine, it lets you know if you're going into like a high risk. And the more risk you go into, the more chance you have to make money, but you also have more chance to lose. So it kind of guides you, but you also have to play with your own stuff.
Yeah, I just think it's weird how it's like, not weird, but it's just funny how it's like on demand portfolio reallocation now. And that wasn't like before. You'd have to like make sure that your agent or whoever's in charge of your account, I don't know what they call them, agent, I guess. You have to make sure he's there during the day. Like he's not in another meeting. You call him up, I'd like to reallocate. Then you have to go through that conversation with them and they talk you out of it, or maybe they agree with you. Like there was a human to human process involved. Now it's just like click, click, change, done, submit, move out.
So that's what was stressing me out in
Just have to go in there and do it myself.
It just felt like every day, and this was actually just for stock market. This was a stock market and for crypto, to be fair. But it just felt like every morning these guys were just logging in and just dump. They were just selling non-stop. It was. I don't think I've seen like sort of consistent sell pressure like that, where it just bleeds for so long. Like normally, I'm used to just okay, you wake up, everything's minus 60%. All right, don't panic, right? Just leave everything where it is. It's gonna get volatile for a little bit. But this was like a slow, just like drip. It was like someone just like had a wound and it just kept bleeding out. It was insane. And I think what you're saying there, like, sort of is, you know, it attests to that, right? That's like people will just they see bad news, they log in and just like, yeah, I'm done. This is, you know, it's over.
I just go by who's in office. If it's a Democrat, you want to be conservative, and if it's Republican, then you might go more risky.
Are you saying that in terms of stock market or in terms of what?
The 401k.
Oh, right. Because I was gonna say, isn't the stock market just boom every single time, like no matter who's in power?
Well, it tends
I
to
just
be
wanted
better
to
when
chime in.
Republicans in office.
I wanted to chime in because I almost became a legal financial advisor. And my story is kind of interesting because I'm in LA, I'm in Southern California. And so there's a lot of actors and a lot of networking through media like that. And when Craigslist was still free to post, there was a Transamerica post. Come get your come get your financial license and we'll pay for it. And it was a total pyramid scheme because there's the manager, like the top person on top. And then he has his underlings, which would have been us. And then he would utilize the actors and how actors like to network anyway. And we're always going to events and stuff like that. You're always meeting people. And you would try to sign them up for things. Or you get your inner circle, like, hey, I got my financial advisor license. Like, I can get you an account. I can sign you up. Like, give me your money to take control. But the license is literally like 8 hours of school. I mean, I don't remember what it is now. I did it like back in 2013 or 2012. But you just take a class, you pay the money, you take a test, and then you get your financial license. So anybody can do it. And when because I know that, now that I'm in like a more career than a job now, I don't want anybody else touching my money. I don't want Fidelity people touching my money. I know how to chart. I know what's going on. Like, I don't want anybody else in control. So it makes sense that maybe other people are trying to take control of their money too.
I hear that.
I think if that's the case, and there's more and more people that are not necessarily like professionally trained, that are taking all of their own finances into their own hands, the market's gonna be like less like slow, steady climb, like that's reliable, and then more so like more volatility, like more crazy ass ups and downs. But it's like that volatility creates opportunity, so I say bring it on. You know how often I wait for I'm like, oh, this looks like a good thing to invest in. I'm gonna wait for it to come down a bit, and it never comes down, like some sort of traditional stock. And I'm like, dude, people just keep buying and buying and buying, and it just does nothing but go up. There's not even any healthy retracements. Like that type of stuff pisses me off. I like an even, like, sort of when it ebbs and flows. Like, like there's a pump and then a retracement. Like maybe it doesn't give it all back, but like, some of it gives you a good entry that you know, you and many other people can see as a reliable place to enter and then continues upwards, like, actually trading in a trend. That's the way financial markets used to be. And they took a lot longer to play out. But the thing is now there's like such a heavy concentration because you've got all these fund managers and all these professionals that are like, oh, we're gonna go into this, and they tell their clients, we're going into this, everyone else is going into this, we're going into this, we're gonna put you into this, and then all of that money goes into like a heavy concentration of just a few stocks. So you get a few stocks that go up while everything else just kind of suffers. There's no like diversification anymore. And a lot of these companies that would have been like a good idea that you would have wanted to support is like they're crashing and failing into the ground because they don't there's nobody like advising people to invest in that sort of thing. So those companies don't make it, and it's really just the big conglomerate corporations that end up making it, and they like pretty much outshine everything else. And there's just a few things. So that heavy concentration, like that's sort of an issue. And it's like, okay, well, I would have gotten into that if I had known, but here's the thing, now it's going up and it just won't stop going up. I'm waiting for it to come down a bit so I can get a good price, but there is no retracement. So I think there would be less of that, more volatility if people are taking their, like, it would be like, okay, so remember when like GameStop and AMC, they were
Fund
very popular.
managers
I
sell
think
off
it'd be more like that.
stocks too. Like and then like hedge funds have increased volatility too with all the short selling, like creating amplifying the downward pressure. Like I don't know, there's a lot of different things, but it's not just people like individuals who panic sell. Like
Yeah.
I will say
They
this: I
rotate
am
and
an
stuff.
advisor, and California is much different than. I don't know the rules behind that, but for me getting licensed and for my duties as a fiduciary, and I don't give financial advice here. I'm not trying to get into an argument. That's not about. I'm just letting you know that it's much different than what I'm hearing in California than where I'm at, because it took a much longer time. It took a 4-year degree, and maybe it's just by my credentials, and I don't know the credentials that you are obtaining or you could have obtained. But, you know, for the most part, I will say this. Most advisors, because we can get sued, soon as something goes wrong, the biggest priority is to guide people, number one, but number two, make sure that you're in a position where anybody can turn around and sue somebody and file, you know, basically saying that you did something wrong with FINRA or something of that sort. And so the main thing is that, you know, with there being such high volatility in a lot of things, you know, Dbloc was talking about it. You know, most of these hedge funds managers, they're looking for mean reversion. And to be honest with you, no matter what the debate is or anything else to go along with it, that's pretty much how it goes. And because they're collecting so much fees internally for funds, I mean, why do we have 13,000 different mutual funds? It's because it's the fees inside of it. So, you know, how can you give your clients the best advice and still, you know, make sure you don't end up losing your shirt for trying to help somebody? And things should be better, you know. And I'm glad I'm in a place where it's not like California. I can say that much.
There's two, just so you know, there's two different women talking. That was Kelly and I'm
I
Tana.
don't know who was saying what, and I wasn't trying to be,
No, it's
anything. I'm
all
just letting
good.
you know my experience is a lot different.
Yeah, it's all good. I also got my California real estate license, and just that, I mean, I let that license expire. But it is a completely different economy over here. We're a very huge economy, but there's also just a lot of shysters and a lot of different elaborate scams.
That's just
Yeah.
a lot of places, and that dupe gets some people underneath you and get them to go out there pushing things, and then, letting the ball drop on the clients. That's usually what happens, and that's a scary situation.
Yeah, it's sort of like people think that they can just go and, I'm not think, but the individuals that are looking to purchase a house and they use Zillow and try to bypass using an agent, and they're just like, I'm going to just do this myself. Sometimes it's nice having a professional on both ends, a buyer and a seller,
to facilitate the really hard in between parts. It's like buying a car too. I mean, the fun part is going to go shopping for it and then pick out the color, test drive it. That's the best part. The dumbest part is
For a
when you
home,
gotta
I
go
want
to the
somebody
financing part.
representing me. You know,
You know?
if something goes wrong, I want to know somebody's accountable for my decisions, and they're looking out for my interest. You know, you can look at a house, but you can look at a 10,000 brand new Toyotas. They're all 10,000 brand new Toyotas. A house, much different.
I was using an analogy for the human psyche, but I was trying to say that there's fees and paperwork and escrow and all that stuff that it's really helpful to have an agent on your side, and it's worth the commission.
I'm agreeing with you.
And individuals that don't have E&O insurance is like, yeah, I agree with you. I would much rather have a professional. But what I was trying to piggyback on the conversation before this was that over here anyway, it's almost like a joke to have
Yeah.
a California sales license or to be a realtor or to be a financial advisor. It could just be some 21-year-old that paid the money, took the course, passed the test, and mom and dad or some sort of nepotism in the brokerage, and they got a job and they're just being helped out and held their hand, and legally they're allowed to.
Yeah, but E&O coverage only gets you but so far. If you've actually done something for a long enough period of time and you're not doing good business, you'll lose a lot more than what it was worth at the end. So my theory is always do the right thing for everybody, and but ultimately you also have to make sure you protect yourself, because somebody down the road finds somebody else and at some point they're not happy, then things can tend to be forced right back into your zone. I mean, imagine those people that lost their shirts on Enron, and things like that in the past. Dear God, I hate hearing those stories. And I've seen those kind of statements when I first started, and I couldn't imagine, and it was people getting their family members involved and everybody else and this, that, and the other, and putting their life savings into a place that was just, you know, how did the people that were advising them to do such a thing, have a clue of really what was going on? But at the end of the day, it happened and people were left, accountable for it. And that's sad. It's really sad.
Yeah, I got out of both of those fields because it was pretty intimidating for one, and for two, I didn't want to be responsible like that for other people, and I didn't care about the insurance because I just feel like when you did wrong, I don't know. I didn't want that kind of responsibility on my shoulders.
It
And
is
and it's so
to take on.
competitive over here. Everyone, like I mentioned, just like everyone can have their license. And so when I did try to be a realtor for a while, it was like I had mentors. That was pretty helpful. But I had a full-time job at the same time because, a woman's got bills. And the ROI on that kind of thing, just I couldn't do it. I'm so used to working at a 9-to-5 job with benefits that I just couldn't work on a commission type of career.
I am shorting Sui at the moment. I think we're turning down here. I also think it's a top ramen kind of week for me.
You're doing great.
All right, I think I'm all caught up. Didn't miss too much on the news cycle, at least. Waiting for who to get here. Nah, Fabric, we haven't had a we haven't locked in that false move yet.
Dbloc, with the previous measured move that you've got on the screen, is that where you're feeling still, or is that still relevant?
Yeah, until we invalidate that M pattern, yeah.
I got you. Thanks. Dbloc, you also had another one, I believe it was on Friday, and the measured move was taking us down all the way to like 110-ish, I believe. What would need to happen for us to get that far down?
If I erase a measured move or a pattern, is because it's been invalidated already. So that bull flag that would have taken us down there already got invalidated.
Okay, gotcha.
Rajesh, the false move has to free one of the trap traders.
Okay.
Until these trap longs
And
are
you
freed
take
or
the
the trap
distance
shorts
from,
are freed, we won't have it. Right now, we're literally smack dab in the middle of it. So we'd either have to price push
I
above.
gotcha.
We'd have to push price above 115.9 or below 111.8. 112.
Okay.
Yeah, Dbloc, I got to give a shout out to you.
What happened, bro? What's going on?
Oh yeah, go ahead, mate.
Yo, man, like a few weeks ago, you're like, you guys don't sleep right now. A lot of ENSs are out, and available. And I just
You
was
picked one
very
up?
quiet and didn't say nothing. So no one grabbed it up. Finally, a DRU. Yeah, DRU.
Damn right.
ETH, so I scooped it up. Drew.eth.
That's a
Oh, yeah,
three-letter
good
too,
looks, dude. I was
man.
waiting for that for like 4 years.
Nah,
Yeah.
the three letters were expensive when they first came out. You could sell any three-letter name. They didn't even care if it made a word or not.
Yep.
Dope.
Hell yeah. I got it for it was like what, $640. Well, it's all
Okay,
good.
that's not bad. Yeah, they were like thousands.
There's only 17. Yeah, there's only 17,000 three-letter words, three-letter ENSs out there. Or I guess there's only 17,000 possibilities, right? With three letters.
Bro, it was so bad when ENS first came out. They were selling so fast on OpenSea that you would just put in any random three numbers or three letters and it'd be like taken, and then you just slam in your keyboard trying to lock in any three letters at all and instantly selling them all for like triple, quadruple.
So the only way, like, for people to be able to give offers is if I put this something, like, put it on
Yeah,
OpenSea
yeah,
or something,
you gotta
right?
put it. Yeah,
Because
you gotta list it.
off the ENS, you don't get offers.
Yeah, you gotta list it. Or I believe you can get a private. I think right on Ethereum name service, if it says that it's taken, it tells you by who. And then I think if you click on that, I'm not sure if there's a way to message. There might be a way to message somebody directly, but yeah, OpenSea is the best way.
Word. Yeah, good looks again on that, man.
Yeah, yeah. Just wait till you get to the top of the market and find somebody named Drew with too much money.
Yeah, I'm thinking I might just start a whole new steez with like my art stuff on Drew.eth and just like start fresh with this. I don't know.
Nope.
Just keep it for a while.
Problem is you can't burn that. Because it's like you got to carry that with you, you know.
Yeah.
So you got to
Yeah.
keep that clean.
Yeah, I started with a fresh wallet, so people don't really see like all my history on this.
Yeah, yeah.
Some nice buys coming in.
It's coming in. You beat me to it. I had to unmute my mic.
Continuing to bleed out on Dom.
Oh, by the way, yo, your thing is in grace period, so be careful. You gotta renew yours by September 15th.
Oh shit, do I?
Yep.
Gains, teamwork.
You got like 12 days. His heads would have been slick. They would have just scooped him like, "Hey, Dbloc, I got your ENS, buddy."
Man, I would have let you keep that.
That's what Ben Eth did.
I'd have just got him. I would have just named it something else.
Yo, Ben Eth did that with Thread Guy. Thread Guy forgot to do his. It was in grace period, and Ben Eth bought Thread Guy and then dropped the coin as if he was Thread Guy. He changed his Twitter to Thread Guy, and he dropped the ticker Thread on the timeline, and everyone thought it was Thread Guy. Oh, dude's a nut, and it worked. I mean, he got some pre-sale money off it. What a nut.
XLM been recovering nice, putting in
Oh
some
yeah,
heavy lifting.
XLM
Kind of crazy.
looking spicy. XLM, yeah.
On Bitcoin, this is honestly kind of starting to look more like a bull flag than an M pattern.
Yeah, you got to give it time to play out.
We do have 2 stopping volume candles on the top side. Well, actually, I don't know if this one really
I'm only
counts.
counting
Probably
one
not.
because the other one got invalidated.
Trump Trump said Witkoff may go talk to Russia Wednesday or Thursday.
Say that again.
Trump was just doing a live press conference, and he said that Witkoff, I forgot what he is. He's like their some, I forgot his role, but he may go speak to Russia on Thursday or Wednesday. He's a special envoy to the Middle East. I don't know why he's sending him to Russia.
What do we gotta do to end this war, man?
Can I get my gold to $4,000
the
an
Bronx.
ounce before we declare peace?
The Wickoffs from the Bronx.
And the guy from the Bronx to make peace with Putin. I can't see that going wrong at all.
Man, they stopped me out of my excellent position right before it popped too.
It be like that, cuz.
It was just coming down, and I was like, I was a risk. And I was
Bro,
like,
it's such a
XRP pushing a
nasty
$3, eh?
game, bro. Oh,
but
did it hit
I
it?
switched it
Okay.
to XRP. I did switch it to XRP though.
Almost.
Should have stuck with XLM.
Last night, I was saying, I was like, it's going to look like it wants to make the center point of the W at $2.85. And it's going to do that thing that it always does. And then it's going to go up and make the center point of the W at $3 and make it look like it wants to push past it. So now I'm like, oh, snap. Okay. If it plays out,
XLM,
then
with this move down that XLM did, it's like it was already lagging behind XRP, but now it's even more behind XRP, so it's got more to catch up. Like it should
yeah,
be.
yeah, that's XLM didn't have that XRP like crazy push.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Go
but
back,
usually
go
it lags
back and
behind.
go back and
XLM's
look at those.
all-time high was in like
Go back and look at those percentages. I don't think that's right. Even on this last push, XLM got twice. It took XRP 2 pushes to catch up with XLM. XLM's getting hit
oh yeah,
hard
if
in
you
my
took a
opinion because
short
of how
term
hard it
cuz
pushed. But XLM tends to outperform XRP on the way up.
That's what I'm saying. I think XLM should be at like right around 57, 58 cents right now.
It also
bro,
outperforms
it's a
XRP on the
$15
way
billion
down.
market cap. To me, like you see $15 billion market cap and it's like, you know, that's nothing compared to where the like if you believe in crypto, XLM is worth so much more than 15 billion. Just if you believe in crypto kind of thing.
Yeah, I think XRP and XLM will both do well. I think at the end of the day, what performs better is going to be determined by market cap. One just has a lot more headroom than the other. But I don't think it speaks to the project themselves. It's just sort of an unfair comparison with the difference in market cap. But that's why she's the little sister. We've gotten a little spoiled the last couple weekend traps with like clear directionality right after CME closes. Right, usually by now we would have already freed one side or the other, and we'd be looking for a retest before a continuation. But we're literally right on top of the weekend trap for the most part. This thing is threatening to just be a deviation and come back into the trap. And it's the summertime, guys. Remember, Legacy is heavily influencing with money, and Legacy is, even before Legacy was in here, summers were slow for crypto. But especially now. And it's not just the big money, right? It's the big money, it's the big money's broker, it's the big money broker's secretary. The damn janitor that works at the hedge fund is on vacation. You know? So what we get to do for the summer is slosh around the money that we already got in here. It's cool though, we will, right? Narratives will pop. We'll have narratives to play into. As soon as Bitcoin stabilizes and gets off of these lows, we'll see alt start to sort of move and shit. But a sustained push, we're like, I'm not expecting that in a big way anytime soon. But I am expecting to be able to start playing with some alts here. Yeah, these dudes are all in the Hamptons right now. But I would like a little sign from market maker as what the plans are so that I can plan out the next 24 hours. I don't know if you guys were watching earlier when I was doing this overlay. It's the same price action we had here. It was very similar, right? We dropped, came up, put two highs, swept the lows, put in a higher high, and then pushed up. Right, so like if I take this whole price action here, this is a bullish overlay, by the way. Let me take off. You see what I mean? Had that push up, the two highs, came down, swept the lows, put in a higher low. This is if we repeat the same fractal. Right? We repeat exactly the same fractal. If I'm ever tripping and it doesn't look as perfect as I say it is, then say something, because to me, these things just pop out of the screen on me. That would basically be the liquidity sweep of the rest of this liquidations above. But before we can even think about that, we have to invalidate that M pattern, right? That's why I'm saying it really doesn't matter. First things first, we invalidate that M pattern, get rid of that bearishness, but we have to come back into this channel.
I closed my short. Looks like I would have stopped out anyway if I had just left it in there.
What I like about the overlay is if it does play out that way, then this lower high gives us basically the retest of that range, which makes this just a deviation. And then you would expect price to do that, right? As soon as you lock that in as a deviation, we expect price to move to the top of the range. Remember, these channels, whether it's a bearish channel or a bullish channel, operate exactly the same as a range does, right? The same way as if price was just horizontal. Come down out of that range and hold support. Then it's top of the range. Right? Deviation out of the top of the range that holds, then that's a breakout. The same thing with these. Doesn't matter if it's tilted to the side or whatever. Same concept.
Yeah, I see how we've kind of come down to the middle and bounce it back up. And a lot of times we can break out right here.
Real quick, let me show you Bitcoin on the macro just so we can catch up. Right, with everything taken off the
Weekly candle
screen,
just up.
I don't want any vector candles or anything sort of. This is just structure that we're looking at. Right, this is on the 4-hour. So we've come down and we've retested those tops. That higher high that we broke when we got through our bullish trigger here sent us up, right? Came back and retested it on the daily. Show you how pretty it looks so far. I mean, perfect, right? Tweezer bottom right off the higher highs. Remember, we said as long as no weekly candles close underneath this only range that matters here, as long as we don't close underneath here, we're good. And the weekly close we just had, look at this weekly close we had. I mean, talk about perfectly coming back to test the top of that. Turning that prior resistance into support. This next candle will tell us the whole tale. Right? But this is what we wanted. This is what we were looking for. This is why our target 3 was sitting at 112. Now, I do have orders set all the way down in this range, in this red box. But I would be more than happy to move them if given a reason to, you know? More than happy. But that's just beautiful. I just wanted to show you how well that played out because it really is what you look for when it comes to breaking structure and holding it. This makes a very pretty macro chart, which is going to bring in traders that wait for that type of confirmation on the macro. Let's go, market maker. Follow that yellow brick road. WT, my thesis is that we've mitigated everything we needed to on the daily, on the weekly, but we still have a chance to come down underneath 112, depending on what happens with our weekend trap here. Right, this fib level down here is just representing my buy orders that I have underneath 112 just in case. But we haven't locked in a false move here yet. Right, if this plays out, what we're looking at plays out, then it looks like that false move is going to be up. Right, so if our false move is going to be up, right, then we have to assume that our 3-day is going to be down. That 3-day down is what I'm worried about. Hopefully we put in a higher low and we don't even come down into this range. But if they do decide to rip it, then I want to have orders set. Just a little CYA. I'll be right back. Hold on.
Big bot. Got a lot of buys coming in on that breakup. Let's go.
Send it.
Rockets, rockets, rockets.
Oh hell yeah.
Yeah, we officially made a higher local high here on Bitcoin USDT on Binance.
Dang, Drew, you sound good on the mic right there.
Oh, well, thank you very much. You want to listen to a little Barry White?
We got it together, baby.
Yo, we do got some big buys coming in, though. I'm liking it.
Bitcoin dominance is down.
think Arthur Hayes is going to get left in the dust.
Futures just full of FUD, man.
Yo, we got hella big buys. We just broke that resistance zone again. That technically invalidates the M pattern. So, target value area high, I'd say, which is 115.8. Me and Ghost were talking about earlier. 115.8. That's my next target. Assuming we don't just give all this back, but I don't think we're going to. We held the 50 pretty well. So I'm holding my position.
Oh no, my somehow Tame's Discord alerts came back online and he just said red block.
He said what?
He said he put red blocks. Red blocks.
Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no.
I don't know how it turned back on.
That's bullish. That's very bullish.
Yo, he like, I'm not, never mind. I'm not even gonna comment. That's just brutal. That's all I'll say.
There's a nice solid 100 times brick of short liquidations right here at 115. Then there's a gap. No.
We validated that 5-minute stopping volume candle. Now all we have to do is close above. Oh no, this one on the 15-minute got invalidated too. So both those stopping volume candles are invalidated. Congratulations, you played yourself. Telling you guys, don't sleep on the overbalance in time and price.
ETH is going on the 15.
Let's go, ETH.
Oh, hell yeah. I like to see that. Beautiful green candle. A tower. That's a towering candle right there.
Yep, it's got a lot to eat too.
So close
up
to
to
$3.
like 36.40.
Oh, get wrecked, Bears.
Big buys, big buys.
Let's go. Yeah, I'm never allowed to knock ETH again because my name is now Drew ETH, Drew.ETH, so I cannot knock ETH ever again.
Oh, come on. Only if
Wow.
Sith deals in absolutes.
That's how I roll, man. I got to stay true to the name, true to the game, player.
Gains, gains.
Gains, gains. Yeah, they might even have Quai.eth available
it
right now.
ETH?
There's so many .eths available.
Yo, I'm going for it. How do I get there?
Get that. ENS. Just go
How
to
do I get?
ENS name service. Let me see if they got you. Hold on.
Okay.
I remember this thing.
Oh, you better hurry before someone grabs it. It's available.
I just got it.
Shouldn't have said
How
it
much is
online
it?
here. Watch. Someone from YouTube is going to grab it off you right now.
Right. Yeah. What the hell? Why'd you mention
Yo,
it?
you better not even try YouTube.
Don't even try. Quiet.
Is it
Hurry it up.
ens.domains?
Yeah, apps. Oh, yeah, ENS.domains. It's
Okay.
$160, Quai. That's QWH.
For 1 year?
Yeah, for 1 year.
I don't even like ETH that much. How many people are gonna tip
See
me
if
in
they got.
ETH?
Get your .sol.
Yeah, maybe I'll do that.
Is there an XLM.eth?
Let's see. Oh, it's in a grace period. So
What's
their
that
grace
mean,
period
Code?
is up on. That means that they haven't renewed their subscription, and if they don't renew their subscription by August 25th, it's fair game.
Oh snap! That sound bullish to me, boss.
You better stay on top of it on August 25th. Have your finger on the trigger, do or die.
Does it cost money? How much money
Yeah,
does it
XLM's
cost?
a 3-letter ENS. That's going to cost you at least $600, $700.
Sheesh.
Right now, by August, it might be
Sounds like
1,500,
sounds like
1,000.
priceless.
Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in.
All right, I'm back, y'all.
I'm having a deja
Pattern
vu.
invalidated.
A good deja vu or a spooky one?
I just remember being
A
on
deja,
this
a
ENS
deja drew.
website while we were pumping, and you all were here. And this has happened before.
You were there, and you were there. And it was a witch on a
Spooky.
broomstick.
But I bet we weren't up here at 115,000. Close to it.
No. I think it was a bear market thing. This restaurant name that I just looked up is $8,000 in ETH to buy.
What's the name of it?
Nope.
Yo, we're breaking the
What was
It
that
expired
restaurant
in
ad
May.
that came
Ichimoku
up? It was
cloud
like
on the 1 hour.
Scoobity Doobity or something. What was that Italian
Bibbidi bobbidi
restaurant ad
boobidi.
that came up? It was like, oh, was it a Bibbidi Bobbidi or Scoobity Doobity? I can't remember.
It was Buca di Beppo.
Ah, Spookity Pepper.
Bibbidi
Yeah,
bobbidi boobidi.
close.
No.
Damn, dude. On my my big account, it never hit my buy order for Bitcoin. Now it's above my
Ooh.
average. What the hell? Came inches from it. It's okay. I'll just use what I get.
Hit
If it
it on
dips
the
again,
Futu
it will
bill.
pick it up. Yeah.
Dang, we are ripping. Well, we're running. Sui's running. 15-minute.
Yeah, we're in good shape. I'm gonna go ahead and say we're in good shape.
God, crypto doesn't it love to like rip your emotions in all directions? Like it's wild, man. I feel it.
Give it.
I was scared,
Give
Hey,
it 3
you
hours.
now
gotta
I'm brave.
focus up, man. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's why you gotta do the opposite. Like you gotta buy when you're scared.
No. No, I know. I'm not saying my actions. I'm saying my feelings. I don't act on my feelings.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Tell him,
Yeah,
Rick. What are we,
I'm the same
savages?
way. I was scared. I felt like I was gonna puke last night, but I bought, and then now I'm happy I did. So now I'm brave.
Dude, you're a counterman.
I was brave enough to hold it.
Counteractive.
So far, this fractal's looking pretty clean.
Nah, D, you're tripping. Bitcoin never goes up. The fractal's just opium.
I keep moving to Bitcoin. And I hate that.
It's like surpassing expectations. All right, guys, let me know when we hit 115.8.
Dude, I just served a witch. She bought some wine. She was literally dressed in like this black robe thing. What the hell? What the hell?
What the hell?
Did she
What the
say
hell,
she was a
Barry?
witch?
Did you get her name?
Oh, I didn't get her name.
Yeah, did you get those digits, bro?
Gretel. Her name was
You
Gretel.
didn't tell
No,
her she was good?
no, I didn't.
You should have complimented her.
Did she have a broom?
Not that I could see, unless it's parked outside or something.
Take a look at this real quick. And
Park it.
this is just me tripping out, right? But take a look at this real quick. So that fractal that we were just following, right? That's this right here. Look at the price action before it. This price action here. Look at the first half of that fractal. Right? And now look at what happens if you scoot this down. Right? So it's almost like this sweep was the deviation from this fractal, and the following fractal copied the deviation instead of the original fractal. Does that make any sense?
That is trippy.
See what I mean? My bad. I'm done. Weed's good
So
today.
basically, we live in a
Go.
simulation.
Oh yeah, bro, listen, I already came
We're
to
in the
that
Matrix.
conclusion. I came to the conclusion a long time ago that we live in a simulation, and the closest thing I know to a simulation is a game. And the only way I know to beat games is to get the high score. And the only thing I know to keep score in this simulation of ours is money. So we got to get to the bag. That's what I took from that.
My question is, does the subconscious, is that like, is that who's controlling us, or are we controlling ourselves in the simulation?
Subconscious is just our memory. That's how many gigs we have in the hard drive. Like every once in a while you do
I don't know why, but I thought you were going to say the
cache
only
reboot.
way I win in the game is to cheat.
Well, I mean, how you get to the top score is on you. You can definitely cheat and get to the top score. If we're talking about money, that's definitely an
Little Ric
option.
Flair there.
Yeah.
Dirtiest player in the game.
If this plays out, it takes us right at the monthly open, too. So that makes a lot of sense.
Dom looks good. That means ETH must be pumping. Yeah.
It seems like every time ETH gets back over 3,500, it gets a little pep in its step.
There's a sell wall of 1,655 Bitcoin at 115,000.
Yeah, there was a
Doge
pretty
is
big.
back over 20 cents.
There was a pretty big grid up here last we looked. Already dipped into some of it.
Mhm.
Hmm.
This is the 382 from yesterday's high, I think. Or no, 382 from Thursday's high. Sorry.
Global M2 looks like shit in real time. It's looking more and more like that sell zone is right on target for when we're supposed to be getting out of this. I don't want to hurt any super cycle guys' feelings, but M2 has created that M pattern and broke out. That was the measured move for the M pattern. Basically got it already. If we sweep those lows again, then this is starting to feel a lot more like this, which means a more serious correction. Right? The last time that happened, it took Bitcoin 78 days to recover. If we take that and we put it on the day that it started downturning, we wouldn't be recovered until December. And for me, that's the end of the bull market. We'll watch it. We'll see if we pop up. Maybe we'll make some highs. But if this thing doesn't come back over these peaks, this is where we top. And I'm sticking to my plan of selling in that range.
I mean, won't we be rich by that time?
Significantly richer. Yeah. If you're sitting in the right shit. Everything goes as planned. Yeah. A rate cut could change that. A rate cut in September could pivot The end of QT will pivot, right? The end of QT adds liquidity. This genius bill and all this other shit, all this sort of stealth QE that we've been putting out should eventually take hold. But we'll see it in the chart if that happens. If we don't get above those highs, I'm not holding risk assets through that downturn. And at that point, I think it would make the most sense to err on the side of caution. Right now, we're on a 105-day offset because that's the one that I think, that's the one that I think is the best. That's Tuesday the 14th. If I'm right about the offset, October the 14th will be when M2 starts to turn down. But I'd rather be rich than right. So
Heard that.
I think it's smarter to go with a 90-day offset. Give ourselves a bit of a bubble. We're still well within my take profit zone, but that would mean starting to seriously unload at the end of September into October. August, September, October have always been my exits. But this will control how heavy I get out at what periods. Right, if I start peeling off in August, I'm probably going to do it very lightly. Because I'm still expecting that move up on M2. But I'm not, like I said, I'm not going to be deterministic about it. My sell zone has been here, whether this happened or not. The only difference would have been if we would have kept going up and to the right here, there would have been more evidence of maybe the cycle continues. Right? But this isn't bad news by any stretch of the imagination. This is right on time.
But the risk reward at that point also won't favor much.
Yeah, we are slowly moving our way into, if you're not already in, you're taking a big risk territory. Missing, like, this isn't financial advice. I already think at this point, if you're not in, you've already made mistakes have already been made, and you've got to treat this as if you're playing hard mode, hardcore, no shields, one hit, one death sort of PvP. But if you miss entry here and we get our next impulse up, like 135 or something, whatever like that, it's going to be a lot trickier to get in at those points, because at that point, the argument for that being the top is at least going to be worth taking a look at. Right? We're close enough to not be, at that point, we'd be close enough to where it'd be stupid to be like, no, there's no way. There's still better. Now, you've got to at least address it, look at it, consider it as a real possibility. And that's the wrong time to be trying to get into position, right? When everybody else is trying to figure out if it's time to get out, and you're just trying to figure out if it's time to get in, like, that's not good. No, it could be a blow off top. This could be the blow off top right here. So look at the character of M2 as it comes up into this range, right? We had the little explosive moves here and here, which on the 105-day offset, the way I have it set up, are that move and this move. And then it sort of grinds up, grinds up, grinds up. And then at the end, you have that last explosive move up. If this is the top, then this would be where our blow off top comes in. Wow, dominance is dropping like a rock. Very interesting. Well, everything blow-off top happens when euphoria hits peak, right? When euphoria hits peak, everything is catching a bid at that point. At that point, the alts are like severely outperforming Bitcoin. You want to know if ETH can still get to... If ETH can still get to 10K? ETH got from... ETH got from 2,500 to 4.8 in 4 months. Right, but it had already been running before then. You guys getting commercials on the stream? Like while it's running? Like not when you first come in, but while you're sitting there, it kicks you out to commercial?
Yes.
When they start doing that?
YouTube's
Alright,
been doing that for a while if you don't have
He must
premium.
be getting popular.
I'll take a look at it.
Nothing to do with you. Just, yeah.
Oh, they like, it's when they're deciding to push it sort of thing?
Yeah, exactly.
Damn, so you
Particularly for
guys
streams you don't
with
end.
premium and ad
Well,
blockers are winning right
it's a
now.
good thing, dude.
Yeah, I guess it means they're, yeah, if advertisers are willing to push
Dude,
commercials,
this is how you pay. This is how you pay. This is how you pay Dbloc. That's how you do it.
watching a
Yes, so
commercial.
don't skip the ad so you can get the whole pay
I
for it.
know, right?
Yeah, watch him, bro. Help Dbloc.
Yeah, watch
They
them
skip the ad, you
ads,
don't
for
get the
real.
whole thing.
Nah, if there's price
The thing
action.
is, sometimes they give you like an infomercial ad the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, if there's price action, definitely just skip it, yo. I'll see what I can do to see if I can turn that off. I don't know if I can, but I'll check to see the monetization part and see if I got any announcements. As long as they're not feeding you guys AI scams, I guess we're okay.
You always get Trading View commercials. Some Scottish guy like, "Hey, your Trading View."
You guys heard about that scam? I'll bring it up again, although I think most of them have been taken off. But there was a YouTube Trading View scam, and the channel is called Trading View. And it's for an AI indicator. They were announcing a Trading View Chat GPT partnership. And if you run your Trading View in administrator mode and put in this code they gave you, you'd be able to beta test the indicator. And they were showing it, right? The indicator looked dope. I'm not gonna lie, bro. They killed it. Indicator looked amazing. I was looking at it like, Anyways, ends up if you put the little code in your thing and go into administrator mode, they wipe your shit. Somebody lost everything in their Mexi. right? Then I looked at how many people had followed the channel. It's
Damn.
140,000 subscribers to the channel. The video itself, I
So
mean,
it's an API probably.
I'm sure a lot of it is botted. Yeah, there was a code that you were supposed to put into your command prompt. That's the first thing that was like, yo, come on. They're like, you pull up your CMD and you pull up your command prompt and you put this code into your command prompt. And I was like, for a trading view indicator? Nah, son.
Sounds sketch.
Yeah, and most of those viewers, yeah, most of those followers were probably bots, and most of the thousands, 100,000 likes on the video were probably botted. But I guarantee you, people did that shit. You know what's the worst thing about
Yeah,
scams?
they probably figured out a way.
Well, the worst thing about those type of scams is if you fall for them, you kind of just keep it to yourself most of the time, right? Like you feel stupid for falling for shit like that, and you just whatever, you chalk it up, you kick it up to the game and just
Yeah.
keep it moving.
Yeah, they probably figured out a way how to convince you that you're only giving a permission to buy and sell, but you're giving a permission to transfer too. Because most APIs, it's gonna, if it's a bot at least, you can buy and sell, but no transfers.
I'm really mad because the indicator was fire, bro. Indicator had these big green zones, and they'd be like, "Oh, 100% of the time it's gonna sit here." I'll be right back. Hold on.
Probably how they got everyone.
I wouldn't get too comfortable with dominance in case we forgot about that little evil bastard.
Big buys coming in. Watch out. Someone just bought 9 million on OKX. Just a quick 9 milli to keep it silly. Dollar Billy.
For really?
For really, really. Yeah, OKX has a lot of volume on it now. Gate is coming to the United States for spot trading. That's big news. Don't sleep on Gate.
And Crypt, I don't sleep.
Sleep is the cousin of death.
Big buys.
Let's go.
So pushing in
I
up
accidentally just
through
fat fingered one there.
the space to the 50 times shorts right here on Bitcoin. Goes all the way to 116,287.
Nice.
I'd just say even 116 if it wants.
I like the setup we got. The setup on the daily with the tweezer bottom, and now we're continuing. We already made a higher high off the previous daily. Wick, cleared the wick. If we can close this daily above that previous wick, I mean, I'm not seeing any resistance till just a little bit under 117. Pump Fund just broke a resistance. Sure, a lot of alts right now. Let's see what Doge is doing. Doge is trying. It's still holding above 20 cents, though. Ethereum still looking like it wants to just kind of hit 3,550 one more time and then take off if Bitcoin holds. And if Ethereum does take off, I mean, it's probably going to visit its previous local high, at least 3,700, 3,800 area. Of course, in my opinion, there's a lot of resistance at 3,600. On the daily, we had a tweezer bottom there. That was like a previous pivot point as support. Now we're going to test it as resistance.
We're turning up. Let's go.
Big buys coming in. Watch out.
$300 there, $400 there, 1.3 million there.
$3.3 million.
Yeah, right back into the sell wall here.
We about to break it.
Let's do it.
Hopefully, not financial advice, in my opinion. Here, my pump token's reaching a resistance area too. It's been moving 0.00307. It's been having a hard time getting above that.
You got me singing the Doors, break on through to the other side.
Break on through to the other side.
Riders on the storm. There's a killer on the road. His brain was squirming like a toad.
Like a dog without a bone.
Let the children play. His brain is squirming like a toad. All right, Dbloc's gonna get back on. Like, what are you guys doing?
Killer on the loose, I think.
That's the only reason I didn't sing the whole thing. Like, otherwise we'd still be good.
a double Luganus.
No, I think Greg Louganis is on vacation. I'll be right back.
Hey, where'd everybody go? Looks like we retested the top of that channel we broke out of pretty nicely so far. Just need to get back above this SR level. Jeez, man, where's everybody at?
Well, I've kind of noticed with Asia, they sometimes hand over their real play on the Sunday Open several hours after the Open. So I'm still very curious to see what's going to play out.
Well, it's Monday now, like
Yeah,
for Asia, it's the Monday. So
it's Monday, so I mean, but our Sunday night. Well, where I'm at Sunday night, but yeah, you're right. Basically, our weekly Open started 2 hours ago, 2 hours and 25 minutes. The Dixie's up quite a bit, and it looks like it's going to continue up, which is really not the greatest force in the crypto world. There is some positive on the futures for the S&P 500. It's been looking decent.
oh yeah, they green.
What's that?
Is the U.S. futures green?
Yeah, it's one that I always track. Kind of giving us a look now. Take it as a grain of salt because I've seen it do really, really well on these sort of occasions, and then by the time market opens, it's a different story. So, but usually as it's tracking green, Bitcoin seems to like to move along, to some degree of correlation, not exact, but to some degree of correlation. And if the markets are gonna stay in a upward trend, and they've got to reclaim the high from this past week to do that. And with the gap down, it's a little different story. And the odd thing that kind of played out is that the S&P 500, it hit its all-time high, but it did so after hours, which, for that to be a true one, it needs to be reclaimed. but it was done after hours, not during open market session, which maybe was a cause of the downward movement along with, you know, along with the Fed meeting and the Dixie Rising and everything else, and people going on vacation. So there's a lot going on for us to even worry about anything right now.
I had mentioned that actually, but when it happened, I was like, "There's going to be a gap up of 1%. They're going to fill it in the first half of the session." Yeah, you were there. You were there when I called that gap.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
I
don't
tried to
know
listen
exactly
in
what's
this
gonna
week.
what's up.
I was going to say I try to listen in as much as possible between clients, and Fridays is usually an easier day for me. But I'll try to have it on where I can at least listen, even if somebody comes in, I'll obviously mute it.
Yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen Monday morning until we get a little bit closer into it. I'm gonna have to try to go to bed early tonight so I can wake up early tomorrow. See what happens
I'm
with the U.S. market. See if they bounce.
I'm with you. I think we're probably I think we'll probably get a pump for just to show some strength, and then I hate to say this, I think it's looking really juicy below us to give us that momentum that we'll eventually need to hit our, I don't think we're done with all-time highs. I think we're far from it, but I think that liquidity is very juicy below us, so nobody can deny that.
Yeah, I think we're ultimately gonna trend down for like, maybe the rest of the month. I don't know. Like, but I think we're gonna have some good bounces on the way down.
I really don't think it's going to be we're going to open up tomorrow, the U.S., and people are just going to be like, oh, it's time to sell everything. I don't think that's the case. I think if people were worried about things, they were selling on Friday in a way, not only to go on vacation, but in all stances, in the crypto world, it does hurt when Coinbase. Luckily, I sold off at the beginning of the week as it was trending up, and so I got lucky. I was up at like 83% because I bought in from somewhere in the low areas when it started trending upwards. So I did quite well with that, but I let go. But I did something stupid. I thought the reports Thursday late were going to come in good, and I took some of my profits and I bought back in, and that didn't work out well for me. I was like, oh shoot! But luckily, it pumped at least once. After it opened in the morning, it came down hard, and then it pumped up once, and I got out for I forget what the percentage was, but it wasn't a lot of money, So at that time, I'd taken, but I just hate giving profits back. But I gave back a little of the profits when I shouldn't have.
Yeah, it happens.
Shouldn't. Is that a
There's
should have?
Happens to the best.
Is that a
Happens to the
push
best.
up? Is that a 10 push up count?
It might be a 20.
We're gonna have to get Drew in here because he knows the rules. Or somebody else may too.
Well, I'm hoping.
That's what
I'm
they
hoping.
have that saying.
I'm hoping I can get
It's
some
not.
good entries this week.
It's not about how much you can make. It's about how much you can keep.
You got that right. There's one that I do follow, and it's basically it's a leverage micro strategy play. Not giving financial advice, but if you want to look at the ticker, it's MSTU. Um, it tries to produce twice the whatever MicroStrategy is doing. So if MicroStrategy is trending upwards, it should trend upwards as well. Likewise, you got to watch your tail on the downside. But if we do have quite a if we do have a pullback, I know if you can pull that up on your chart, take a look at it, you can see it's gotten beat up over the past. I don't have my chart up just by memory sakes, but it's been beat up pretty badly over the week. And even with MicroStrategy coming out with good positive earnings just by the market downturn, I think it's due to people just taking profits. Obviously, you know, um, it's based on Bitcoin, so that's going down as well. But nonetheless, I'm not telling anybody to buy it or anything else, but it might exist with some very good opportunities for people that might be interested in the hopes that it may go up. So,
Well, you should know. You should know about MicroStrategy. Like, there's a cyclical nature to it, and it does follow Bitcoin. But what it is, so like in the Bitcoin bear market, it gets completely trashed. Like it goes down a lot.
oh,
But
absolutely.
the most important thing is that cyclically speaking, MicroStrategy, if Bitcoin makes a new all-time high, usually MicroStrategy has made its all-time high for the cycle. MicroStrategy will put in a lower high for the cycle while Bitcoin makes a higher high. That's something that tends to happen. So
Okay.
just because
I'll be
Bitcoin
mindful of
makes a
that.
higher high, yeah, MicroStrategy might not, and MicroStrategy is likely to put in a lower high as Bitcoin makes a higher high. And that's sort of like a
Yeah.
canary in the coal mine.
Yeah. I like to look at, all options available and bearing the fact that you can relatively play that end if you're mindful of it. I mean, because for example, right now as it closed on Friday, it closed below $7. It closed at $6.70, which is, if you look at its history for it, I'm not saying it can't go down further, and I'm definitely not saying buy it Monday, but there may be opportunities within that for somebody that wants to look into seeing if it makes sense for them or not. And I'd be curious if you could take a look at it. I know your charting skills are much better than mine, but if you could take a look at it over the next day or two and say, hey, this might be relative to something, I'd like to get your input on it.
Yeah, I'll definitely take a look at it. I'll be back in probably like 15 minutes or so, and I'll bring it up on my chart.
Okay. Yeah. Did you write down the ticker, or would you like me to tell you again?
Oh, I know it. It's MSTU.
Yes. Yes, that's correct. Yeah, I've used some other
But
ones, but the fees were astronomical. This one seems to be a better fit for what I was trying to do because I used another one earlier on in the year and it massacred me with the fees.
Is that MSTX?
You got it. How did you know?
Yeah, there's a couple of them. There's actually, you can actually short it too. There's a 2x short leverage ETF called MSTZ.
Well, let's
I'm pretty
have
sure
a
it's
chit chat
MS.
about this because our 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 uh, our seasonality might be coming to an end in a few months, and that might play out well in a portfolio.
Yep, it's part of my plan. But yeah, I'll bring up my chart when I get back. I'll bring up my chart, and then I'll also show you that correlation between MicroStrategy and Bitcoin.
Yeah, I've heard some other people speak about it, but like I said, my charting expertise have just begun over the past, I'd say, about 8 months to a year. So they're getting better and better, but you need years for them to get up to a level of of that 50-50 confidence where you're winning at least half your trades, and then with your losses you're not losing much.
Yeah, well, when it comes to charting, the best time to start was yesterday. The next best time to start is today.
Well, I'll tell you what, I've gotten much better over the course of a year, and I'm sure in about a year from now it'll be even better, and maybe a couple years out even better. So I definitely have a lot more insights now than what I thought I did at the beginning. That's for sure. I had a lot of dumb luck at the beginning.
Good to see dominance coming back down.
Gotta love Mondays, don't you?
I mean, it's still Sunday here, Rick, but I'm gonna take it from you. It's a good day out there.
Good clap back. But yeah. We on YouTube's?
It's Monday over here as well. So
Oh
yeah.
All right, well, tag team me then.
Hey you.
Check, baby. Let's begin.
My bad. I just watched a wrestling documentary. My bad.
Fair. It's all good. It's all good. 2025 and it's all cool. It's all good.
Hey, only 54 minutes though till Sunday. I mean Monday. Damn it.
Wait, why is 9 Inch Wick showing us planets? Was that exocharts? Oh, I see exocharts. Oh no, book map. Okay.
All right, boys, I'm back on the mainframe.
Zero.
Back on the mainframe, mate.
Yeah, back on the mainframe.
You guys know Ethereum turned 10 years old 3 days ago.
Oh shit!
Hey.
Happy birthday, Ethereum! Happy belated birthday.
10 years old, not even 10K. Like worthless, absolutely worthless asset.
Well, she definitely lost the rest of her baby teeth over the past few months.
Oh, the baby teeth, the paper hand, the paper hand holders.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Her adult teeth are starting to grow back in.
It's funny. I'm starting to get like all these like notifications that I haven't gotten in years from like these XLM sites. It's like pictures of diamond hands and all this other stuff. I'm just like, yo, bro, chill. I wrote it too, and I know you didn't care until now, so don't act like it, cuz yeah.
I was writing it before it was cool.
Yeah, dude.
All right, so where's
I'm
Manny
not
at? Is
convinced it's cool yet. Do it.
I was just asking if Manny was still around.
3, 2, 1.
Manny's
I was waiting for somebody to count down. Thanks, guys.
Hey, man, that's what I'm here for.
Bringing
If only
up
I could count down the charts
MicroStrategy.
that well, you know.
I was waiting. Yeah, it's been a kind of a quiet night, so a little commentary is always enjoyable.
So, Manny, I brought MicroStrategy up on my chart, and I'll actually put it on.
Let me get to you. Hold on a sec.
Not gonna lie, there's some whales that have been unloading on Ethereum, but I'm still thinking they're gonna get shook out, and Arthur Hayes is gonna get shook out because he's very certain Ethereum's going back down to 3,000, and he was very public about him selling. Maybe he put in a short, who knows? Maybe he got a hedge going, but I don't know. Let's see, 93 million in the last 48 hours. You know, there's some bearish signals, but let's see, on Binance, Kraken, OKX, and Bybit within 48 hours, about $93 million. 92.26 of wallets remaining profitable. Let's see. Yeah, if the MACD. Yeah, that's just, they're getting shook out. That's my theory. That's my hypothesis.
Shake 'em,
So
shake 'em,
this
shake
really
'em.
has only done this, I guess, during the previous cycle. We can't really count anything that happened back here because this was like the .com thing. I don't know, man, if you're on my chart yet or not.
I am. You got the music playing? The
Yeah.
gameplay? All right, perfect.
So Bitcoin put in this high, and MicroStrategy had already topped out. I was making lower highs, but I don't think they really got involved too much in it until like about here. So what I wanted to show was, hold on, if I had my indicators real quick. What I wanted to show was, see the pink line behind it is Bitcoin. And even for this cycle, so see MicroStrategy had topped out, and then Bitcoin made a higher high while MicroStrategy was putting in a lower high. This and then throughout this whole consolidation period, MicroStrategy was going down, and then obviously you had the big COVID drop. Now, once they started getting really involved with Bitcoin, you could see the stock price started to skyrocket. So this was the first Bitcoin top in 2021, and there was a second top that was a higher high on Bitcoin, but you can see that MicroStrategy made a lower high. So even though Bitcoin made a higher high, MicroStrategy only came up partially to I don't know why this is like this, but hold on. Okay, that's better. So MicroStrategy only came up to do a 0.5 retracement before rejecting as Bitcoin was making a new all-time high. And then obviously, like during the whole bear market, MicroStrategy kind of followed Bitcoin down into the depths and put in this double bottom here. So now MicroStrategy has been tracking Bitcoin like really very, like there's been a very tight correlation this cycle anyway. So what I would be looking for would be for Bitcoin, if Bitcoin puts in a new high, see, you kind of already see it happening here. Like MicroStrategy has kind of been putting in a lower, has only put in lower highs so far, while Bitcoin is charged to a new all-time high. So there's a good chance that the top might be in for MicroStrategy. I'm not saying that you can't make good like day trades off of it, potentially, but it's come up to like a 618, 786 area, and so far it's rejected. I haven't, it's been red for 3 weeks.
Okay.
So if this is, so I mean, that could be one indication, because see how Bitcoin has made a higher high again.
Because I started trimming off on MicroStrategy around 450, and I made it up to 460, and then I trimmed off some more to where I basically have almost nothing in it right now.
Yeah. I mean, I would say if like we kind of have to look at what happened in the past. So if you were looking for an opportunity here, I'll get rid of Bitcoin. If you were looking for an opportunity on MicroStrategy, I'd say probably wait for it to do something similar to what it did back here, which you kind of had like this ABC type of thing, and then you came up for like a dead cat bounce before the bear market kind of took it all the way down. And this is when I think Bitcoin was going up to 48K. Let me just double check that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
Bitcoin
know
had
some
dead cat bounce back up to 48.
Okay. Because I know some people like rotate from one to the other, and I forget their rotation strategy, where they're in one and then they rotate into Bitcoin back and forth. But right now, from the charts, now that I'm seeing it from your view, it almost looks like that short play might be advantageous coming in, not the not the MicroStrategy, but the what did you say the name of the ticker was for the short version?
MSTZ, I believe it is.
Okay, I'll look at it later.
But if you look here, you can kind of see the similarities where you kind of like you hit an all-time high, fell down a little bit, kind of struggled to get back to it, put in a slightly higher high, and then sort of did this M pattern formation and came all the way back down to a new low, right? Where it did end up eventually having a bounce there. Hold on, I need to change this so that it's based on log scale. Yeah, see, it was already kind of like it hit a 0.5 retracement, but that dead cat bounce that led it back to resistance wasn't really able to make it put it in a new high. And you also kind of had this like angular type situation going on. It didn't even reach back to that. So I'd say like if you look at this sort of pattern here, see how you got this like dead cat bounce and do a lower high from this, and then
And
a higher
almost a
low, and
double
then a
top right
slightly
there.
higher high. Yeah. So you kind of got the same thing going on right here, whereas you had the all-time high, you slid down, came up, tried to make it a new all-time high, but sort of failed, put in a higher low, slightly higher high, and then I'm wondering if this is going to be a similar thing where it sort of comes back to test this support area.
Well, I'm wondering
So-
too. I mean, even their earning reports were, very, very good. Obviously they're they're going to be in the market as well. And while Bitcoin's having its downward trend, and it's been having a downward 2 weeks now, from the time we hit all-time highs. What was it? A weekend? It's been 20 days or something. I forget. I'm not myself yet. I haven't been able to retain new information with all the things going on in the world. But I remember it hitting all-time highs. Basically 3 weeks ago or something to that degree.
Which one? What, Bitcoin?
Bitcoin, yeah.
Yeah, it might have been 3 weeks since then, somewhere around there. It was definitely at the beginning of July. What am I doing here? I just want to change this to this so it's sort of easier to see. So basically when you had this big parabolic move, you ended up retracing after forming this pattern, you retraced to the 0.5. And then you got a dead cat bounce back up to the 382. So if that same thing happens in this scenario, if you take this as the cycle low, if it was to retrace all the way back there, then that would be all the way at $84. So it would, assuming it falls past this, yeah, like assuming it falls back past this consolidation, then it would be like $84, right? And then hold the previous all-time high at the 0.5. And then after that, I would expect it at least to come back up, bounce back up into this 382 before it continues down. And then we find out where the real cycle low is for Bitcoin and then ultimately for MicroStrategy as well. But I would expect MicroStrategy to get hit pretty hard. See here at the top of this cycle, it actually came back almost down to where it started, you know what I mean? All the way down to this previous consolidation. So I think it's kind of like would have to work on building a floor. So I don't think it's
I'm just
necessarily
looking at
even.
I'm looking where you know,
Yeah.
started doing your wiggly there, your lines, and that makes perfect sense because it does have support there. So, you know, obviously coming down below really does not make sense. That means we've ultimately given up, or we're sub 100K Bitcoin, you know, at that time.
Yeah. At this, I mean, it could be a little bit stronger and end up holding like a 0.382, which would be this previous consolidation. And if that happens, then you might be able to expect a bounce from here, you know, back up to just this level. So it'd actually be sort of a smaller bounce if it did something like that, like bouncing from, you know, 121 to 228. But I mean, that's still kind of a hell of a move. Like if we do percentage wise,
No, I mean, I'm okay with not
that's the
being in it
75%.
at all. You know, so from the looks of it, it almost tells me right now I should be looking for, you know, if not now, sometime in the near future for any type of pump that comes through into something like that to be able to take a short position. You know,
Yeah.
so it almost looks like that. You said it was MSTZ or something. I forget.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's MSTZ.
What? I'll look that
But
up real quick.
if we just take a bars pattern real quick of like this whole cycle, it might give us an idea as far as where MicroStrategy might end up or the course that it might take. If I just bring up, we can try to sort of match it up with this. It's really hard to, these things are finicky, so it's really hard to match them up, but if it does the same sort of thing, you know, you might be expecting something like that. So yeah, like maybe like a 382 retracement instead of a 0.5 hits this consolidation, finds support, and then rallies back up to like a 0.5 bounce or something. Or like maybe slightly higher than the 382. It is like a bigger company now and they're gaining popularity. So even if it does follow a similar trajectory, I would think that, you know, people would be willing to get involved at this consolidation zone and the 382. And then it might just do a dead cat bounce up to like the 0.5 or something. So from like if it hits 131, it might still bounce up to like 270. And that's still like over 100% move. And then I would think people would take their profits and get out, especially if Bitcoin is in like the beginning of the bear market at this point, because we're talking December now.
Yeah.
But that would be like, oh, okay, we're probably gonna start going down on crypto if MicroStrategy is already starting to show weakness, you know. So that's sort of my theory.
Gotcha.
It still is yet to play out. Like we really only have this one cycle to go off of, but if it does the same sort of thing, then it's very likely that the all-time high for this cycle could already be in for MicroStrategy.
Dbloc,
But
what are you
we'll have to
thinking
wait and
here?
see. I think maybe
Check it
we
out.
end up
Dbloc.
eventually going down to like $55 or something for the
That would
next
be
cycle low.
crazy. But then again, I watch my Coinbase. Luckily, I know a little bit more about what I'm doing now. And good God, just watching that thing tank after poor reporting, you know, not hitting their earnings marks, you know, it dropped basically like $100, you know, over 100, you know, in a
Yeah,
matter of
sometimes
like
they
a
do the
couple of days.
opposite shit
It
on
lost,
earnings.
it lost 30% in like a matter of a couple of days.
Yeah, I mean,
I had gotten
anything that's
into
related
something
to
else.
crypto, you can expect that kind of volatility.
Well, I had gotten into this thing, just reading reports and things like that. I'd gotten into one, and it shot up when they announced they were going to do a Bitcoin holding. Now the ticker is called Kindly, but it was something else before, and I forgot they changed it up. But that thing shot up one day 495%, and I thought, hey, it'd be a great idea to, this thing's going to continue upwards, and I watch my 495% return diminish over time. So I won't do that again.
Well, check this out. If this is if this gives you any sort of sense of optimism, this could be potentially a bullish outlook on it, where we've already done this part, but we haven't done this last scoop up, and that last scoop up could be towards the end of the Bitcoin cycle, like around November-ish.
Right.
So it could make a higher high from where it's at now, but still a lower high than the all-time high. I don't know. That might be, or it might double top. I don't know. If it double tops, that would be great. Because then if Bitcoin makes a blow off top and MicroStrategy does like a double top, that'll be like even more indicative that the cycle's over.
Right.
And that we're gonna go down.
I'll do some studies and see correlations and see what people are saying, because obviously, there's other people that rotate from one to the other back and forth. And I have not gotten that skill set yet, and I'm trying to get better at it.
Well, as far as like oscillators and stuff go, and support and resistance, I mean, it still seems pretty healthy. Like if you come down to this mark
Yeah,
here,
I mean, obviously, in
and
their
test this
earning
previous
reports,
high.
prove it's just the macroeconomics have dramatically changed in a couple of days, and then until the trend comes to an end, it needs to be your friend, as I understand. So let it come down. I took profits, and I don't have much of it left. I probably got less than a couple grand worth of it left.
I mean, there's always like the seasonality aspect too to consider. We've seen a lot of volatility here, like what's showing in this oscillator here, this green histogram.
Yeah.
And so it could be trying to find a bottom. If you get this stochastic to go back up above 20, and that happens after we hit like an oversold level, like if we hit like under 30 on the RSI, and then it gets back above 30, and we put in a bullish divergence, and it does like a lower low in price, and the price comes down to like, the 200 EMA on the daily, which is 330. And the stochastic, you see the stochastic start moving back up, and we get a bullish divergence. I'd say that would probably be a good opportunity to swing at it and try to get back up to the previous highs.
Okay.
So yeah, you might be right. There could be an opportunity there, because if you see
Well,
like
that's
every
why I
time
was
it's lost to 50, the target
that's
is the 200.
That's why I was looking at the leverage play, because it can just get me there much quicker. It's obviously a 2x leverage, a little bit more dangerous. I put less money in it, but I can make the returns that I'm looking for. So
Yeah. See, like even back here, every time it lost the 50, it hit the 200. Here, lost the 50, hit the 200, like triple tapped off of it. So we've lost the 50 again now. So naturally, you'd think it's going to go back to the 200.
yeah,
But MicroStrategy itself, it's like
support
it's
to 200. Yeah.
like even back here, lost the 50, hit the 200, lost the 50, hit the 200, lost the 50, hit the 200. And then here it was obviously in a bear market. It was below the 200 the whole time. So, but ever since it's gotten above it sustainably, if you lose the 50, you go to the 200 and hold that, make a higher high. Lose the 50, go to the 200, hold that, make a higher high. Lose the 50, go to the 200, hold that, make a higher high. It's the same, sort of pretty much the same story. So if you do lose the 200, then at that point it's probably over, right? And if the 50 crosses the 200, like you're probably in a bear market at that point. But MicroStrategy is like, so those leverage ETFs, they're going to be entirely based off of what MicroStrategy does, whether it goes up or down.
Absolutely.
And
Yeah.
MicroStrategy's performance is entirely based off of what Bitcoin does, except for in the instance where I mentioned how last cycle it put in a lower high while Bitcoin was making a new all-time high. So just, I don't know, just some things to consider. That's my take on it. I can try to study the chart a little bit further as we go, but this area, you have this previous top for this thick gap bounce, the 200 EMA on the daily, and the 382 FIB retracement. So
Yeah, so I'm gonna keep looking at it. Maybe we can chat about this if you can be mindful of it and be like, hey, things are lining up where it does look like if there's a chance in hell that things are going to work out, it might be it.
yeah, I'll even put an alert on it.
All right.
And
What
if
about
it's my alert?
330 territory is where I was looking at. I was like
Yeah,
335, somewhere in
yeah,
that range.
330 is probably where I'll put that. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'll put it at 335 because then if it's on its way there, we can draw our attention to it and keep our eyes on it.
That's what I had. So, all right, cool. Yeah, because I obviously the direct number as far as like correlation between the leverage play, I'll have to look at it on that day because it does vary slightly. And so Friday, good God, Friday just, especially the last 30 minutes of the day, they just got destroyed, as absolutely hammered. So I got out on for what I put in, thinking the earnings report was going to give me a nice little pump up, just for the day. And that didn't happen because Bitcoin had a really bad day. The S&P 500 had a bad day. That bounce didn't come in like I expected it to, and I ended up losing like $300, which I can live with. It's fine. It was profits, but I learned a good lesson, and I got out before the end of the day. I got it on the first pump up in the morning. I was like, "Oh, this is not doing good." I'll wait for it to pump back up and get out.
Well, Bitcoin needs to hold it's putting a lower high so far from the high it made earlier. So it needs to hold the 50 EMA for
Yeah,
sure if it wants to continue up on this move.
I'm pretty much thinking Asia is going to tell us what's going on here in the next few minutes if that was going to be it, and then where it's going to be pushing for Monday's opening in the U.S. market. Let me look at the futures on the S&P and the Nasdaq real quick.
Yeah, I should probably look at that too.
And the one I look at is the ES1, and that is definitely taking a bull dip right now. It's on the 5-minute chart. It is coming down aggressively. It just touched on the it just got rejected on the 50 EMA, I believe, or the 200 EMA. The 200 EMA. It just got rejected off of it.
Good morning.
The 5-minute. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm looking at
Good
the
morning.
5-minute on the ES1. Yeah, and it's
Is that
coming
a
down.
wedge or are we breaking that wedge?
We might fall through it. Let's see if we hold the 50. The
Okay.
15
Yeah,
minute.
I'm looking at it.
I'm looking
But
at EMA. Yeah.
yeah, this for the US 5, yeah, I see what you're talking about, but the I don't know.
think we
There's
hold.
no like divergence or anything yet. We are kind of
No,
losing momentum a little bit.
No, this is just on the EMA. It just tried to push up and get over the 200 EMA, and it got rejected on it. So much different from the just what you call it, not the moving average, but the EMA.
Yeah, exponential moving average. I mean, they're both moving averages. It's just that
Yeah,
one gives
it's a
more weight
factor.
to the like the closest candles.
Right.
So like the EMA gives like just the SMA, the simple moving average, gives the same amount of weight to every candle, whereas the EMA gives more weight to the candles that are closer by. But
And so the SMA is
the
better to use than the EMA is just for scalping, if that
I mean,
makes sense.
it's to
Maybe.
each his own. I guess it kind of depends on what you're doing, but like a more long-term outlook is probably better for SMA, but like yeah, a short-term outlook is EMAs are definitely better. I'd say I use EMAs.
Okay. I use like and it's got like a little basically it's got like a little grid with different time frames so you don't have to switch through it. But it is I'll tell you in a
Yeah, I guess I'm selling going on here.
I use this indicator called the Easy Algo EMA suite, and I pretty much turn off a lot of the things. But the cool thing is that it gives you like a little box grid, and then you can put in the different EMAs that you want. So I've got the 13, the 21, the 50, the 100, the 200, and the 800, and it gives you on the current time frame, the hour, the 4 hour, 12 hour, the daily. You cannot change those, but if you change it to a 5 minute, at least it tells you where you're at on that. And so the cool thing is it's got like a little box set up where you don't have to flip back and forth. You can scan through your different shit coins pretty quickly and find out, hey, if everything's looking really red, chances are it's going to continue to look really red.
Well, we got the first 5 minute candle closing below the 50. This might be the second one. If we close three, then it's not going to be. If we close three in a row below the 50, it's probably not going to look too great.
I agree with you. We might have seen the false move already. I don't
I
know.
was really hoping for 117 though. There's
Yeah,
still a $278 million short liquidation up here.
yeah. We're just
But
basically, from what I'm gathering, and it's pretty simple. It is not complicated. From what I'm gathering, our range is 115 right now to 112, and we don't want to lose 112. That's going to be our range. Because if we lose 112, we're going to see 110. That's for sure. If we can get over 115, we'll see your 117. So I think we're stuck in this range
There's
until.
nothing for sure here, my friend.
Oh, absolutely. Except I can tell you one thing, Drew. Things are going to go up, and they're also going to go down.
Yep,
Now,
that is true.
I just don't know
Not in
when.
that order.
I don't know when and in what order.
But just because it goes below 112 doesn't mean for sure it's going to hit 110. I mean, most likely maybe, but not for sure.
Well, I'm going with your theory as well. Yeah, but I'm going to go ahead and say for sure.
I do like
We don't know.
XLM on the 5 second chart.
On the 5 second, sweet.
what is this? We got a hammer on the 5 minute. We saved it. Rescue it. They're trying to rescue the price.
I'm just gonna see you're breaking up or something over there.
It's probably all that volume because he clicked on the XLM chart.
How's everybody doing? What are we looking at? What are we digging into? In all honesty, what we got?
What's going on, Joe?
What we got here? What we got?
I'm trying to
How's
get
it
Bitcoin
hanging?
to go up.
We fill vectors.
Slightly
We got
to
money
left.
coming in. What we got?
Damn, does everybody sound like they got distorted, like vocals or something? I don't know what's going on, man. Everyone sounds pretty distorted, unless it's just me.
Let's all restart real quick. Could you restart? But
Yeah,
I
a
think I
little
don't know.
bit. I've
Everyone
noticed
sounds
that.
fine to me.
I don't think Discord restarts. It's one of those things that doesn't restart until they restart it.
Yeah, I'm gonna restart. I'll be back.
Joe, you sound good. That's all that matters.
How's everybody doing though? Do you guys have a good day? It was actually nice and cool up here. It was only like 75 degrees up in the mountains. It was nice late summer feeling day. It was good.
I had a pretty good day. Thanks for
It
asking.
was a good
You had
day.
a good day too.
I didn't even look at charts. I was at work painting all day. I painted all kinds of stuff, doing all kinds of things. So day flew by. I was like, man, perfect. You're always
I
doing
finally
stuff.
finished.
Goes fast.
I finally finished doing my brakes on my car. It's a pain in the ass. So one of my wheels didn't want to come off, but finally got it done.
And
So
that's the
it's
toughest
accomplished.
thing. Brakes can be easy, but a lot of times you were like you said, you had a tough time getting the wheel off. Half the time you're like, what is going on with this thing?
Hell yeah, that's right. Most time you like, what the hell, man? And then sometimes you're like, oh yeah.
Part of the bump in the road or
Yeah,
dip.
90% of the time I spent on it was just getting the wheels off. The other 10% of the time, like I did the brake, I actually changed out the pads in like, in a couple of minutes.
Well, the bottom
Like
line
a
is,
couple
did you
minutes it
learn
took me
something?
each side.
Did you learn
No.
something from what took you that long of time? Would you bring a different
Yeah.
tool next time that would make that occasion
Did
different?
you use a hammer?
No.
Well,
It's
I
not about
learned
the
that
hammer. Stop. Did you learn something?
I need to remember. Well, I learned that my wheel studs suck, and I need to get new wheel studs. The other thing I learned was I need to make sure that I remember where I put my impact gun and the battery charger so
impact
that I
gun,
can
whether
actually
it's
use it.
was it electric or was it air powered? Did you have the right socket for it? Did you have the right
It's
driver
electric,
for
but
it?
I
It all
didn't.
depends, you know.
I didn't have the impact gun. That's what made the job so hard.
And then having
But my
having one of
gun, I
those
would have just ripped.
security lock like nuts that are on there, and if you don't have the key, you're like, what in the world?
Did you
Nope, wasn't one
slide
of
to the
those.
left? Slide to the
I
right?
just didn't have my
Take it
impact
back,
gun. If I did, it would have like been a lot easier. But
One day
yeah,
at a
my
time.
wheels
Can't
studs
forget the
suck. I need to
cha-cha
replace
slide
these.
whenever you're taking wheels off, brother.
Bottom line is, as long as you learn something from the entire process of it, to make it
The
easier,
other
simpler, faster, and more efficient next time.
the other thing I learned was that Harbor Freight is going to have a sale on deep socket impact.
Don't
on
buy anything that you're going to
deep
rely on
impact
deep
sockets.
impact type sockets from Harbor Freight. Go to a good provider, a good metal. If you compare Metal Works compared to different companies.
Hey,
There's
Joe.
things you buy from Harbor Freight.
I have a whole
Harbor
set of
Freight, I mean,
Snap-on.
easy, cheap stuff. But if you want to really buy something, you want it to last, and you want to take care of it, buy a better quality set of an impact driver set, or just buy.
Hey, Joe.
I have impact sockets from freaking Snap-on. I have the
Not
best ones you
not
can
the one
get,
you needed.
but I don't have the deep sockets because my
Exactly.
boss took those.
Go there and get some cheap sets. And again, if you go through 2 of those a year, why not? Go to Harbor Freight twice a year
When
for
I-
new ones. You're good. And they probably refund you.
When I left the garage, my boss made me leave the deep impact sockets and this power. It was like a power ratchet, and he made me leave them there because I still owed the Snap-on guy so much money. So he's like, "Yeah, you're leaving those here. Like, you're not taking those with you." He's like, "You can only take what you already have paid off." So I had to leave my deep sockets.
Hey, Joe.
Well, he
What
would
up?
have had to pay for him if I didn't.
I'm actually being serious.
Actually, he
I'm
had
not
to pay
just
for
messing.
him.
What do you want to be serious about? Talk to me. What's up?
I love that. I had a friend. Wow, we might actually, of course.
Be a little bit more friends.
Is it
No,
appropriate
it
up
was
here, or should we just
it's
go to
just
the
a little bit
go to
of
the
a
basement
push
and
on
talk
the
to me real
5
quick?
second.
You don't have to do it up
It's a
here.
little
We gotta
bit.
realize where we are, what we're doing.
No, I know. It's just
Never heard you be serious before in your life. You all right?
Joe talking that smack. All right, Joe,
No,
I hear you
no,
talking.
I'm serious. You all right? What's what up? What's the deal? Or are
No,
you
no,
just
no.
trying to
It's
like lay
just
it down? Like,
I had it on the 5 second chart. Sorry, and my nose just started bleeding because of the weather.
Tonight's
Anyway,
going to be memorable.
sorry.
it's
So
getting
that was a
this.
lot to do
It's
with all of a
getting.
sudden.
What you got?
Okay, here's the deal. I had a friend that had an uncle that was in big box. I think primarily, well, Home Depot was the biggest, and so he worked for a manufacturer like you're talking about, like how you're saying don't go to Harbor Freight, and the, I was always on the same page. Like I actually come from that kind of background in general. Point is, um, whenever he did all these surveys and everything, and in terms of the umbrella of different companies that this specific conglomerate owned, um, what they did was the corporate office recommended Power Tools, the brand, based off how many times you use it. So, for example, if you only use a drill 3 times a year, I can't remember the specific brands that he mentioned, but it was like this is the best. This is the best. Um,
That's pretty much what I'm trying to say
value.
about Harbor Freight. So Harbor Freight has a thing about basically a lot of stolen or structurally like taken designs and ideas, and they made them into like functional
Yeah, they
products that
just
they
have
can sell.
products
I
from
mean, it's a
China.
10. Look at like a 10,000 pound jack for like a car or a lift. I mean, it'll lift 10,000 pounds. It'll do it like 50 times. Then you're gonna have seal it breaks and a pop and it leaks all
Right.
over your garage. And but
My,
if you
my,
buy one that's actually like $100 more, it's made
but
by a
you
good
might not
quality
need it.
company, you could pump that thing up 500 times and the thing will
You
last and
might
it'll
not
stay
need
there
it
for 20
500
years and
times.
not leak one drop on your entire floor.
And
I
So
that
it
hundred
just comes
dollars
down to
might
the
mean
Three-ton
more.
jack from Harbor
so
Freight is
a
a low
lot of what
profile,
Harbor
and
Freight,
that
what is
ship has
Harbor
lasted like
Freight?
10 years.
I never really finished. Hang on one sec. Harbor Freight basically steals a lot of copyright technology and a lot of
Yeah, that's
basically
because it comes from
basic
China.
ideas.
China steals it, they buy
Exactly
it,
what I'm
they
trying to tell
resell it.
you. So instead of quality making it, they see the copy of the design, realize that they don't need to sell it to the people like in America. They're like, yo, this is the worst thing ever buy, and they will put terrible reviews on it. They can make that and it's still capable
Yeah,
of
they
being
make it and then
manufactured
they
and being used
rebrand it.
around the world. Somebody only needs that thing 50 times. They don't need it 300 times in a jack. They're going to use that thing 50 times in their lives. That thing sits in their
Right.
garage. They're
And I'm
good to
telling
go.
you that the biggest conglomerates in the world that are the parent companies of all these manufacturers of these different tools, and I'm not talking
Right, it's like
about
a Walmart. It's like a
let
Walmart
me
brand thing,
finish,
you
Joe.
know?
Just let me
That's all
just
I'm saying.
the
I apologize. I got to work on that. I'm sorry.
you're good. You're good. The these conglomerates, their whole business model is based off what I'm saying. I'm not it's not a hypothetical. It's not a whatever this that or the other thing. I'm telling you that in terms of like recommending products, the first questions to ask people are how many times are you going to use it before just saying that you should go and get a high end product. And it's just the truth because like I can go and get a $15 drill for me
Well, it's
that's
like getting a good
perfect.
coin too, right? Do you want to get a good coin that you know is going to last you for years and it can go through many cycles and be beat on and ripped on and still good to go? Or do you want to buy something that's just going to fall apart and
You
we
just
can't
work with tools all day. You work
Oh,
with
I'm
tools all
saying that
day.
I'm just trying to use it as a reference and like a something a referral that we can like kind of like something we can refer to, like simple
We
tool
can
or like
refer to
you want to buy
tools, Joe,
good.
like we're
How about
talking
this?
about.
You want to use a
We
good
don't need an
silverware.
analogy.
Look at silverware. You want to
You can go buy like a $10 pack of silver from Walmart and use it for years, man. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I mean, I have a jack from Harbor Freight that's lasted me literally like more than 10 years now. I have a jack from Harbor Freight that was $80. It's a 3-ton jack, and I use it.
And you
I
probably
would
could
say
have
I
gotten
would I
one
would say
cheaper.
I would say monthly, and I've had it for about 4 years now.
Yeah,
It's
Joe.
fine.
Yeah, that my point was that
Same with my socket sets. Like they all work good.
my point was that
Sorry, and you know what I was saying.
holy crap. I work with tools just like a lot of people do. Like Joe, for example, working on different cars and vehicles and stuff. I understand. I'm telling you from one of the big dogs, I learned something. That is what I learned. It's not something that we have to discuss. It's a way of life. It's a business model. There's not an analogy for it. We were talking about
Yeah.
tools. We
If you
both understand
need
tools.
the tool that much, then you don't need to spring for something that's crazy expensive. But if you
Correct.
use it
And
all the freaking
businesses,
time, then get a nice one.
manufacturers, and the business model is made that way.
Yeah, for sure. It's like a plate. I mean, I could always use a paper plate to make a sandwich and chuck it out after, but like a dinner plate, if I just take care of it and wash it and put it back and use it, like a dinner plate's good for a decade and 2 decades. You know, you can pass it down to from grandma to grandpa. You know what I mean? Down to the little
What
kids.
if it breaks?
Point.
It all depends.
Breaks
It
you.
all depends on what it is, what it's made
I
out of,
mean,
and
I have
take
some
care of.
plates
A lot
from
of these
Walmart that
tools
cost
too.
me $50, and I mean, I've had them for about 6 years now. They're
And you've
still
taken
fine.
good care of it. You didn't overuse it. You used it for 3,000 pounds.
I
You
mean, I
didn't
use them every day.
overdo it. You know what I
What the
mean?
hell are you
Exactly.
talking about?
But exactly, I bet you have a 6,000 pound for anything that's heavier. But a lot of people, if they try and over press, good tools are made. And
Well,
I'm
no,
not trying to put
I
down
said
Harbor Freight. I
Walmart.
love Harbor
Like,
Freight. It's one of my favorite places to go, you guys.
here's the point, Joe, is that I love quality tools. I'd much rather have quality tools, but I'm freaking broke, so I need to go to Harbor Freight.
And like I said, use that. Go to Harbor Freight. If you're only going to use it a few times, beat the heck out of it. Like even if you got to go through 2 of those a year, like and you
How
really like
often?
are
How
working on
often do you
something.
need to?
If it goes bad, I'll bring it back and return it. Like,
Sorry, Qui-Gon, you're breaking up there. Microphone.
I said I'll buy it, I'll use it, I'll beat the piss out of it, and then return it and get my money back.
That's what I'm saying, dude. That's why I asked if you used a hammer or not. That's my favorite tool.
I love going to Harbor Freight and buying stuff you don't need. You go through there and you always come out with something that you weren't expected to get from there. It's like, oh yeah, this
Dude,
thing's coming
yeah.
home with me. Oh yeah.
I
Oh
go
yeah.
there to try to save money, and then I end up spending way more than I should. I'm like, oh, that's
Classic.
cool. Do I need
2 or
one of
3
those?
things you didn't
Oh,
even
but
expect. Oh yeah. It's like a little kid store. It's great. But like a big grown up little kid store. And
yeah,
things
it's
are
like a
cheap
toy
too. It's
store for
great.
adults. It's like a toy store for adult men. It really is.
It's like, oh, I could use this, or I know I'm gonna need this in some time from now. It's great.
Where else am I gonna get this cheap? And they're gonna stop selling it if I don't buy it right now. I'm
It's
not gonna be able
hilarious.
to get
Some
one in
people
the
leave them
future.
with 2. Like I'm buying one for me and one for my buddy, or I'm gonna give this away as a present. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, people like, oh, so and so would probably really like this. I'm gonna grab that.
I don't hate on Harbor Freight. I'm just saying on the quality of tools and stuff. Don't expect the best, but it's just saying. I mean, come on, everybody's always improving. They don't keep stuff in there doesn't work, and it's the biggest return they've ever had. They're always working on things.
Any more analogies?
My bad. All right, I gotta go then. I already
I'm sorry.
pushed
Somebody
buttons
has
on people.
allergies.
No, Dirt. Joe Dirt doesn't stop talking, so I apologize.
Well, that was because he was on a podcast.
I have too many analogies in the way I actually portray life in every day of this world. So too many analogies. I'll take a timeout.
Yo.
Yo.
The 5-second chart of XLM though was like reversal. dude, I swear this thing. I know, I'm DJing so hard right now. I need to go to
What
bed.
is Harbor Freight?
It's a tool
Oh
store.
no.
It's a discount tool store.
To be fair,
Yeah.
there are multiple Harbor Freight, but the one that they're referring to is a brick and mortar tool
Hey, you
store.
guys just sounded really serious about it. It's like
It's a
seriously.
cool store.
We don't.
If you,
We don't have that
It's
store.
like
I
a
have
I've never.
one
Dollar
close to my
General.
house,
It's like a Home
thankfully.
Depot's Dollar General.
yeah, we only have them in. Yeah, exactly. It's it's
Yeah,
exactly
I
what it
know,
is.
I know, I know about tools. I know how they work. That was my whole point because we were talking about tools. We don't need tools. We don't need this. We don't need that. What we need is how
Dude, but
often are you going to use it?
yo, here's the thing though. Like you're taking up that Dollar General, like analogy, right? Freaking, I can go into like
Ain't
like
nothing wrong with
a
Dollar
store in
General.
the mall, get like a designer pair of sunglasses for like $500, or I could like and wear them every day, and then if they get scratched, I'm gonna be pissed because they were $500. Or I can just go to the freaking dollar store, get a pair of sunglasses, and like I only need them for what they're used for anyway. Or I grab them for $1, and then I still wear them every day. Except if something happens to them, I don't get pissed because it was only $1.
You'll wear them for like 6 months and then have to go replace them and it costs you a couple bucks rather than go getting some Ray-Bans or something crazy.
I like the
Yeah,
$8 or
dude,
$9 versions.
like I'll buy them for friggin' $1, and then I'll use it until it breaks, which could be years. Like you know what I mean? Like
All right. So here's the deal. Here's the deal. If you're using a tire iron to take the tire off your car and it's too tough and you need an impact wrench, that's how you feel. There's a very good possibility that what you need is a bigger, sturdier tire iron. You know, the
no,
difference
I had to use a
between
breaker bar to friggin' to unscrew all of them by
or a
hand.
breaker bar. Yeah, same difference. Okay, but here's my point.
Why can't
The
you just use the
difference.
one that came inside of the car?
Okay, no,
Because
y'all
my
are
wheel
making my
studs are
point.
too
If I
long.
can just finish the statement, if you take the situation and the scenario and you know what you need, then you know how to adjust for the outcome. The problem is whenever you go to Harbor Freight, have something in your car and then you break down on the side of the road and you need to use it and it doesn't work. That's the problem. What's the scenario? That's how you answer these questions. Just
Well,
in
Yeah,
I
general,
own
in
half a
relationship
Harbor
to
Freight.
tools.
my
I used
garage
to keep
is
all my tools in my car.
my garage could be Harbor Freight. I own half of the store.
Yeah, right. Me too. I used to keep all my tools in my trunk, but it was weighing like all my tools were weighing my car down so much that I friggin' was like wasting gas basically. Like I was using too much gas because my car
Were
was so
you a
heavy because all
mechanic?
my tools were in my trunk. I used to be. And then I was gonna like I used to work at a shop, but then I was gonna start like this little side gig where I was like gonna be a mobile mechanic. But I don't know. I didn't want to carry my tools around everywhere. It was putting too much weight on my car, and it ruined my rear struts too.
And that's the difference between knowing the difference and not knowing the difference.
Well, it's my hobby, and I love freaking fixing anything. Your regular handy-manny. So that store is close to my house, and it has saved me so much time and so much money in comparison to needing like super expensive tools that you might end up using, 5 times in a year. For example, you can get something cheap, and you can still get the job done.
Yeah, it's like especially like if you're only gonna need it once, or
There,
like you feel like you're only gonna use it a couple times, like ever, then you don't really need to get a super expensive one. If it's like
right.
a specialty tool and it's built well enough to like at least last 1, 2, 3 jobs, then it doesn't really
Right.
matter. You don't need to spend 5 times as much on one that's gonna
Whenever
last
it
forever.
comes
You
to
know?
Ryobi, okay,
I
Ryobi and its closest competitors, the absolute most comparable brands to like a Ryobi. I can't even think of all of them that are comparable to Ryobi because I know the ones that are like levels above them, to be fair. But whenever it comes to that those are their business models. I'm literally
Well,
I'm
it all
saying
depends. As I said, Makita and
no,
other
no,
higher
no, no, no,
brands, and
no.
then we
It,
have
it
like
doesn't
other
all
smaller,
depend. It
like
doesn't all
medium
depend.
brands, and then you have ones that you never heard of that like are like
Each one
knockoff Ryobi.
each one of these companies has a basically thing that says how many times are you going to need this, and then it will recommend it based off the different brands that it owns.
The
Like
qualities of the
Ryobi
metals
is
of
one
the
of them.
internal structures they're made out of, the batteries and the cells that they're made out of as well. It all comes down to the qualities that they're made out of, the manufacturing capabilities and tolerances that they're made to. And exactly, if you want something super cheap, you can buy a $49
You're
like drill
missing the
and it'll
point.
last.
comes
I'm
down
not
You're
missing
trying to make
any
an
point here.
analogy and you're
I've
missing the
presented
point.
points. I'm not missing any point
No,
here. I've
no,
obviously
you
presented
are,
points
because I
that
keep
I've
making the same point.
Guys,
okay.
it all comes down to this. How cheap can they mass produce these things? Like,
Okay,
how cheap
I
can
was
they
trying
mass
to get
produce
I
it?
love Harbor
look at what
Freight.
NASA does. Look at
That's
NASA's
why
tools.
it's 4 brands that are all made in the same manufacturing facility in China, but they all have different types of uses based off how many times you use it and how hard you use it. That's what I'm saying. That's why they're all made in the same place.
Well,
I know this for a fact
yeah,
from the
right.
people that do this.
They're not just all made in the same place. So I'm telling you, they're
Hey,
made in
is
all
this
different
a
places at all different
wait? What?
tolerances for
Sorry,
sure,
is
at
this a
different price
symmetrical
ranges.
triangle breaking down to the downside?
It is.
Thank you for changing the subject.
Thank you.
It might
50
be.
sounded good. Come on.
I love
I
Harbor
didn't.
I'm
You
Freight.
guys.
actually.
I
I'm
just
gonna
have that
draw it
one
like
quick
this.
question, and didn't mean to interrupt the tool conversation.
Exactly. Look at NASA. Look at NASA's
Doesn't look
socket.
like
We'll
it's
move on.
broke
Let's go.
down to me.
You
Looks like
can't
it's
buy
still
those at
in the
anywhere like Harbor Freight.
triangle.
It costs $1 million a piece. Let's move on.
Any
Am I
last words,
behind?
Joe?
It's out, but it came through the.
Oh, it's through Dbloc's trend line, but the way I have the triangle drawn, it's still within it.
I just like how dominance is at least creeping back downward. I appreciate it. Really making me worried up there as dominance was approaching higher 62 region
Oh
area.
shit!
Like, come on.
My mic was muted. I have it drawn the way I have it drawn. I like this one better, so I'm gonna just go ahead and draw it like that. Yeah, the way that Dbloc has it drawn, yeah, it looks like it's broken down. But if you draw it like this, then it hasn't really broken down yet.
Thanks. Oh. Nice jazz.
Yeah, I don't think it's broken down.
Yeah, mine's about the
Yeah,
same
we're
for
still
DXY.
50.
we're still inside the support resistance zone, and so far we put that higher low with the hammer. So I mean, if we lose to 50 with conviction and we lose this whole zone, then yeah, I'd say it's pretty much done for. But there's still a chance here.
I just like how the 200 is actually still below the 800 here. As weird as it sounds, if you look on Dbloc's chart, the 200
Kind of
looks
like
like
a
it's
flag
approaching
here.
an 800. So as weird as it sounds,
In a
that 50 might
5-minute
want to
chart.
pinch back down with that 800 as the 200 is approaching it. That'd scare people out, but it'd be a great bounce off the 800 as this 200 is approaching. See how we have a lower vector down there as well that still hasn't been. There's a big
Or
old
we
green
just
and then
break straight
Doesn't
up and the 200
oh,
rips back through the
I'm just
800.
mumbling at the world. It's just
doesn't
what
quite
I
look
see
like a
coming. So
flag to me, just because there's no kind
yeah,
of
it's a
lower
flag with a
low.
false move down and bounce hard. Let's go. It's just on the 5-minute. You're looking at Dbloc's 5-minute, the 200 and the 800 below us. We're trying to tap off the 500 out of a flag, but there's vectors below. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. And it looks like there's some hundos that are sitting right down there below it.
Yeah, but there was 100x shorts that were sitting above for like ages.
Well, they're
For
still
like the
going to be
last
sitting
3
there. Guess
days.
what? You think the
Well,
market
I'm just
makers
saying
can let
they were
those guys be the ones that go?
They were sitting up. They were sitting above the price for days and days. Like so, I mean, these long liquidations, we don't absolutely have to go get them. We could absolutely, but we don't absolutely have to because they did the same thing when the price was going down. Like they can certainly leave them behind as the price goes up if the sentiment calls for it. It's going to be all about like, if there's enough volume to continue to push up, then we're just going to keep getting shorts. If there's not enough volume that jumps in right here, then yeah, they're most likely going to probably chase these long liquidations.
but the market maker hasn't been too active this whole time. It's been mostly retail.
It's been a long week. It really did. We expected it to have our Wednesday reversal, and it just kept dragging all the way through and hit everybody's expectations. I'm glad we were ready to go for it, and nobody was jumping out of the 10th floor. You know what I mean? I think we were ready for it. We understood what was happening. There was a lot of people that kept asking me weird questions, like, is this over? Like they had no idea. They bought stuff, and they're like, should I have gotten rid of it? And I'm like, just hold on, just be patient. It's kind of weird. I feel like a lot of retail that was asking me, should I buy in a while ago, was asking like, should I have sold out past week? It was kind of weird.
We kind of went straight up since Asia came in.
What do I always tell people though? Patience is a virtue. Just gotta be patient with what's right in front of us. Feel you. People are like hesitant to buy in right now. Are they gonna be buying in at 130? Just a weird difference of mentality when people come into the markets comfortably, or hesitant, or uncomfortable at times. I'm just happy with it. We're all uncomfortable at when things are diving down in the reds, but we're uncomfortable what we're buying, but we know it's a good move. That's a smart way to be looking at it. A lot of people are completely in the other direction. They're selling at the bottom. We're like uncomfortably buying in, and they're like terrifiedly selling out. It's a whole different structure. So just glad what we really learned on a larger time frame and a zoom out frame of this. Just the way we look at it. We might run into things and bump noggins here and there, but either way, we still look at the same thing, or still spins in the same direction.
I'm really not
24
seeing
hours per
any
day.
signals that would suggest that we've found a top here necessarily.
No,
Like I'm not seeing any
we
signals that
don't.
would suggest that this move is topped out yet.
Exactly. We're just looking at what's sitting right in front of us. And I apologize. I don't mean to cut anybody off earlier. I got to work on things. I was talking with other people earlier and how I communicate, and I don't mean to cut people off. And I want to work on stuff,
Joe,
guys.
bro,
I apologize.
I
Love
think
you guys.
I think you should. We love you, Joe. I think you should do a like a podcast or something, and it would be slow at first, but eventually, Joe, you would gain so much traction, brother. But here's the deal: you gotta have call-ins, and the call-ins, they have to ask a question, and the question can only be, or can be no longer than 7 seconds long. And then you do like
I
two
mean,
or
give them
three of
7
those, and
minutes to properly ask a question. They can have all the time in the world they need. If they properly
no,
ask
no,
a
Was
no,
good
no, no, no,
question,
no.
they could
I
have a
want the
seconds right there?
Joe, listen, buddy. The question has to be short, because if the question's short, that leaves open every different avenue. And if every avenue is open, then that means that you could just delve into it.
I know I'd do it that way. If it's a short question, I would should have to have a short answer.
Dude,
I'm
If
just
it's a
we got
long
the
question,
we
I
got
would be
the
able to
name.
derive a long answer as well. So I'd rather
I
have
got the
long
name.
questions with long
It's
answers.
not done yet.
But I gotta work
I
on
got the
it.
name for the podcast. The
Sure,
name
sure.
of the
I gotta
podcast
work on it.
is
See, I'm working on it. Sorry.
7 Seconds with Joe.
God.
It's got to be Joe Slogan's podcast.
All I'm saying is that I think that that would work. Now, look, we can all have different opinions. That's great. I'm just saying, I think that that would work if you had any interest in it.
Probably
That's
only it's
that's
about
that's
people
all
can
I was
only
saying.
handle about 7 seconds of me before it's like, all right, this guy's enough. 7 seconds with Joe. I like it. Good deal. And again, I only can have 7 seconds of response.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
no. You can have 7 hours worth of response, Joe. They can only ask a 7-second question. It's like a 7 within
They
7
only have
seconds. They have to
7
be
seconds
so
to ask.
Bro,
broad.
like that's
They
how
have
my
to be
whole
so
life is. I
broad.
have a 7-hour explanation for everything, dude. I'm standing in front of
Exactly,
a
Joe.
porta potty, dude.
Exactly,
I can
buddy.
explain a door handle or a porta potty or a refrigerator or an old
Exactly.
school VCR for 7 hours apiece. I
Exactly.
gotta slow down and chillax and enjoy every step on this planet. You know how many
I'm
steps we
out
got?
here.
So
I'm out
you
here
gotta slow down.
giving you. I'm giving you
7
brain tail,
seconds. Slow it
cuz I'm
down,
giving
Joe.
you
Stop.
brain tail. All right, I got that brain tail, cuz.
I love
Dude,
it. You
yeah,
guys are the best.
Joe, you could start a YouTube channel right now and just like share it around and have people comment and say, "Ask me anything," and like legit, like just
You guys, all my
make the
neighbors do
video.
this. All my friends, all my family, everybody I know my entire life always called me, "Hi, Joe." They send me pictures, send me video. How I fix this? How do I do that? All right, well, pull this thing apart. See that piece right there? That one's broken. You got to replace that piece. That's what's busted on it. People send me
Yo,
pictures,
Joe.
videos all the time. Like I
All right,
really get like multiple per day, like from all
so
over the
it's
country slash world.
so it's 7 seconds with Joe, okay? But the thing is like if you get subscribers and whatnot, and super chats, you know what I'm saying? Then maybe they could get more than 7 seconds with Joe. I mean, I'm just saying.
It should be Joe knows. Joe knows.
Like 6 minute abs. 7 minutes of Joe.
Either way, it's good to hear from you guys. So it makes this
Dude, we
place
gotta
fun.
start this. This will be the ultimate bear market project. Okay.
7 seconds with Joe.
7 seconds with Joe.
Why bear market? I'll pay for it right now as long as you go do it. Like literally right now. Like no hesitation. Just
I mean, what do I gotta
right.
do?
No,
Do I
no,
gotta
no,
go
no.
like YouTube to
Not
do it?
even one more word. Just go do the podcast. Let me know how much
Dbloc,
it
you should
costs.
make. She's like, get off my channel, please. Dbloc, you should make a basement channel called 7 Seconds with Joe.
For what? You guys never use the
Just
basement.
make
There's
a
a
channel
million
down
rooms
there.
down there
Just
for you guys to talk, and you guys never go down there.
can we rename
You
one
want to sit
called
here and talk
7?
about
Just
tools for
rename it.
3
Just
hours.
call it 7 Seconds with Joe.
Oh,
Just
you already have a
rename one
sponsor,
for us.
Dbloc.
I apologize, Dbloc. I mean well.
We'll run the pilot on my YouTube channel. I'll go live and I'll go down into one of those rooms and I'll just let you talk, Joe, and you can watch the YouTube and you can talk to the YouTube chat.
I'll just mumble at the universe. I'm saying we should. We should just change one of the names of those downstairs ones to 7 Seconds with Joe. Or Cruz. Out in the basement. What do you think of D-Block? What are you seeing? We're kind
I
of
don't
pinching
want to
up.
know
It's
what
kind
I'm
of
thinking.
tight consolidation region.
If you see
Here's the low
7
dose.
seconds with Joe.
Yeah, I've already used up my 7 seconds. Night, guys.
I feel like that took more than 7 seconds.
And y'all got to stop
D-Block's
putting the
back on.
battery in
This
his
is
back.
channel. I respect his channel.
Nah, it's not just you, Joe. Everybody else too. Stop putting the battery in his back, because then if it gets to the point where I gotta mute him, I'm gonna start muting y'all too, because y'all caused it, and that wouldn't be fair. And y'all know who y'all
So,
are. Y'all love to put the
I meant
battery in his
well.
back and just watch him go.
I really meant well when I came out and everybody did. You really light me up. They're like pouring gas on the fire. Like, don't do it. Stop. Stop it.
Nah, everybody wants to wind them up, and then you guys get frustrated, and y'all are usually the ones that wind them up. So let's talk about physics, Joe. Y'all not slick. You know what you're doing.
I'm sorry. I always just keep going too. It's just like, you're right. Like, I'm sorry.
Right, YouTube? Am I tripping? They be trying to set Joe up and then chill like nobody did nothing.
Yeah, what's YouTube been saying? How's everybody YouTube been doing? How's everybody hanging in there?
My bad, coach.
Somebody's saying Joe and Clive need a podcast as ASAP.
Yes. Go do it, guys. Go do it.
That shit would last like 3 days.
Well, people are saying they stay for tool time with Joe.
Has anybody seen any of those new episodes? I haven't watched one yet. The new Home Improvement or whatever. What's the Tim Toolman Taylor one?
No, that came out again.
I was listening to you guys in the shop. My wife walked in and asked me what I was listening. She thought I was listening to a comedy podcast. Woo!
It was like Abbott and Costello. Who's on first?
I don't know what that was for a little bit. And again, that's what Dbloc's kind of saying. It's like it just spirals out of control. Like one thing happens, the other thing happens, and it's like gas on the fire. It's like, oh. So again, let's work on structure that keeps
Nah,
it
there's
real.
certain people that I know once they start pinging off each other, I gotta jump in, or it's gonna be like a nonstop.
Hey, as long as Joe doesn't talk shit on my tools or my mowers, I'm all right.
I apologize again about that from years ago. It's good to hear from you again. It really is. I
How you
apologize.
doing, Jeff?
No, you was
YouTube
about
chat.
selling your mower there or something that one time. I was like, what do you do? Sell your I was like, I so apologize.
All right, YouTube chat. Raise your hand if you took a long position last night that you're still holding on to. Put a raised hand emoji in the chat. Who went long?
YouTube said
I
mind your
did, but I
business.
got out.
YouTube said
YouTube
touch
said
your
we do
nose,
spot.
nosy. Excuse me.
Chat does kind of have that attitude where you're like somebody randomly talks to you and they're like looking at you like, oh, you talking to me? I didn't know you were talking to me.
Some people said they took profit. Some people are still holding.
You bought that dip thinking it could be the dip. You haven't been disproven yet. If you bought that dip for a quick ride up into the weekend trap, you're more than in profits, more than expected. Should probably had already pulled a little bit. Right? So it all depends on the intention behind the trade.
Andrew Boss said went long, closed half, went short, hedged.
Man, so he went long, short, and in stables. Make sure he's covered.
Coltrane's still in. Danny Tanner said I ain't long and shit. Miles already TP'd. Yoel Hess took profit. Rajesh still in. Danta Holda Shiba Keeper still in.
We were just talking about tool time, and you got Danny Tanner up there.
What was the name of his tool brand? Like it was like the Binford 32,000 or something. What was it? Wasn't that the name of his tool brand? He was always like
Venus stayed long and strong. I'm your Venus. I'm your fire, your desire.
I liked how he's always building something in this garage. He always had like something, a car or some lawnmower or something. I don't know.
Oh, that's Mike S. All right. It looked like your name said Miles. All right. Mike S. It went long. And already TP'd.
Dbloc, you lost control, buddy. Complete loss.
What the
Of
what the
what?
hell happened to your name, dude? Why does your name look weird now?
Yeah, dude, I'll use a Venus razor. I got sensitive skin.
You got a sensitive mic too, man. I don't know what's up with your mic, but it's
The
it's
worst
kind of
thing ever.
Shitty? Is it shitty? Am I clipping or is it not?
It's just
Is it not
hot,
coming
man.
through?
It's just distorted. It's coming too hot.
All right, how about this? Is this better?
Much better.
All right, I need to because Dbloc says I'm underwater sometimes. I don't know what it is. So
Yeah,
I'll
but
turn it
you
up and
that's
then I
because
turn
your
it up.
mic is that's because your mic screws up. You can't fix that because then when you're not underwater, you're gonna be loud.
All
Yeah,
right.
but just make sure your input's not too high. Keep it in the middle somewhere.
Maddie, we
What,
would
like
have to
my
get
settings
over
on Discord?
116 to lock in that false move up. Right now, we're just floating.
Why, that's funny, man. You were just giving someone advice earlier today about their microphone clipping.
Hmm.
Am I low now or am I still coming in?
Now you're
Perfect.
low. Perfect.
Getting your little low.
All right, I'll put my mic on halfway and then I'll put the input at like 75%. All right.
Yeah,
Check
that
1,
sounds
2.
a little hot, but good.
All right, 70%.
That's better. Damn, Neve said you found your mics out the garbage bins.
Yeah, I put all my money into crypto, so I don't have money for a good mic, all right? I don't buy these fancy mics and stuff.
Dude,
The
I
only
get a
reason I bought
discount.
this one is because it was on sale.
I get a discount at the employee store. If you really want a mic, I can get you one.
Word.
Seriously, if you message me, if you're joking, that's cool. It's funny, but if not, message me directly.
Nah, dude, I'm dead
You get
serious.
on one of those Harbor Freight mics.
Yeah, I got a Harbor Freight mic.
Hey, don't you start this shit again.
Timu mic.
I don't know why Harbor Freight called it straight at night. that was unnecessary.
Well, Joe wanted to know what I learned, and I said I learned that Harbor Freight is going to have a sale next week on Deep Impact
Oh,
stock.
you started this
And
shit.
that was not my intention, bro. It's just where it went. I fell off my skateboard, and the skateboard got run over by a car.
I'm learning Dbloc. I'm learning.
Yeah, don't let them do it to you, Joe. You got to know when people are winding you up.
I'm learning. And then since you presented it that way, I would not even have come close to recognize it. But the way you're like, bro, like this was like, I saw it from a mile away and I didn't even recognize it. So thank you for properly presenting it because I just learned quite a bit today. You gotta learn something new every day. You taught me quite a bit. That's why we have 2 ears. We should listen twice as hard as we talk sometimes. So I'll work on that.
Damn, dude, Mike Drunk dialed his name, and now YouTube won't let him change it back.
Oh shit! Is that why it looks like that?
You have to wait. You have to wait 14 hours.
You said you gotta wait 2 weeks.
It looks like it says MILFs. Like if you just look at it really quick.
I thought it was Miles.
Yeah, it looks like an owl.
How do you even get something like that out of your keyboard? Like, it looks like Drew's cat jumped across the keyboard while he was trying to change his name.
I hope it
Now
didn't meow at him or push his button or
there's
something. Oh.
now there's sites you can do like you copy paste fonts and you just copy paste the font from like a site that has like weird text and then just paste it there on YouTube.
Adrian, nah, neither side has been freed yet.
Dude, I really kind of feel like the weekend trap got messed up by the big whale dump.
I don't know.
There's a
Point of control is still running through the weekend trap, and they managed to close CME. Point of control is running smack dab through the middle of the weekend trap. So that to me isn't a loss of control. That's exactly what you would expect. The majority of the volume transacted during the weekend was right on that line. They kept it close enough to CME to close. It was ugly, right? It wasn't pretty at all, but it did its job.
Dbloc, see that W there right when we hit like number 3? I was expecting way more longs to have developed right below that, but it just doesn't look like many longs kind of, you know what I mean, longs on futures develop below on it, especially on its second whack down there. And it
Everyone's
looks
shitting
like
their
a lot
pants.
more, yeah, a lot more hundreds have developed as
They were
we've
still
risen here.
nervous.
I just,
They were nervous until we got back up into the range.
yeah, until we cross the 50
As soon as
again.
we got back up into the range, that's when everybody started feeling froggy again.
But that's kind of good, though. I think that's what the market maker was trying to do. They didn't want too many longs. They're just trying to get rid of those longs and then trying to scoot it upwards, you know? I just feel like a lot of people weren't comfortable doing it, messing around down that way with them.
Close like that, it does look kind of ugly. But when you go on the daily, it's like we got a picture perfect
Oh
resistance
no! Look at this
support
shit,
flip.
bro. Look at this shit.
Like it looks perfect on the
This is
daily
the
right
most
now.
beautiful. Look at the weekly
Yeah.
candles here. And I just made them yellow just pay attention to the structure. That's all that matters. Screw the color, all of that. Look at how beautiful, pixel perfect retracement that was on the weekly.
Let's go.
And not only that, but on the daily, double bottom, bullish engulfing.
Perfect.
I mean,
It was like
beautiful.
a ballerina toe tapping it, just sitting up there like a.
We're not out of hot water yet, right? The same way that we came down last time when we were talking about the only range that matters, right? We were saying everybody else is going to be screaming underneath this range. Just focus on this range. As long as we hold it, we're good. We left all of these lower highs after we put in that higher high, right? And we slowly went taking them out until we finally just went parabolic when we broke those two. That's sort of what I'm expecting here. Right? We need to slowly come up and take these highs out. As soon as we start taking these lower highs out, once we get up to like right about 120, right when we get to the last body close, right around there, that'll be our bullish trigger.
And we'd probably retest that inclining angular resistance once again after we cross it, right?
I would want to. I mean, that would make me feel a lot more comfortable. So that would be our bullish trigger. Oh, wait. I mean, to move it, I'm going to copy it.
Just one of those things I was kind of asking the other day. If market maker wants to move some of those areas where he doesn't want any of them sitting down there, came and licked them all the way out, and then nobody was putting in any more futures down that way. So he quick scooted all the way up, and market was ready to move it that way, and really just didn't look like many future longs were put in that area, which is good. Now from here on out, as we scoot up, that's where they got their new ranges. So he didn't have to dig down deeper. We just didn't like how we had so many futures above us and below us for so long. It's like it's got to go one way. It's got to scoop the dirt off the floor or the ceiling.
That might have been it, yeah.
Before it moves the other way, you know.
My
So
bad. I didn't mean to cut out the analogy, but yeah, I mean, it's possible that was it. It is.
just looked appropriate. Need to come down, scoop, jump in front of big orders too. I just feel like market makers have incentive here, and they're really scooting in the right directions. And pulling people's hair out. Isn't that what they're supposed to do? Is pull regular retail's hair out in the process of this? You know?
No, Venus, I did those by hand. Excuse me. I just placed and labeled those by hand for instructional purposes. So remember the whole point of having this breakout here, or of watching this range here for the breakout, was being able to lock in that this was just a deviation out of this range. Right? We've had small deviations out of the bottom of the range. Honestly, we could probably just pull this down to here, slide this over. Right, so that's the range that we've been in up here. Whether this is a breakout or a deviation depends on whether we fall back into that range. Right, if we fall back into this range, we can dip into it, right, with wicks on the weekly, maybe close some dailies, but we can't open a weekly candle underneath there, close a weekly candle underneath there, or else it's going to be a deviation. And the problem with deviations is that they will find their way back to the bottom of the range. And that's your 100K that everybody's, people that are saying 100K, they're considering this a deviation without confirmation, right? Just because of the bearish bias, they probably got some shorts or whatever, but there hasn't been any confirmation of it all. But that 100K target is assuming that this is a deviation and not a breakout. And the chart hasn't proven that yet. If there's any evidence at all, it's to the breakout, right? Because we've already gotten the resistance. I mean, the support held. So to regain bullish momentum here, we need to stay above this range. If we come in, cool, but no weekly candles below, or we go lower. And above, our bullish trigger will be at about 120, 100 once we take out some of these lower highs.
If you're on a higher time frame, could we make like a head and shoulders? Because we got our left shoulder, that would be this would be the head, and then we would come up and form the right shoulder and keep going. You know what I mean? Still stay inside that structure, come down, scare a lot of people back out.
Anything's possible. It sounds highly improbable, though.
Yeah. Good things take time, Dbloc.
That wouldn't be a good thing at all. How do you consider making a head and shoulders up there a good thing?
No, it's not. I'm saying if it does come down, would it form something like that? We could look for something like that if it does come back, but
It's not overcomplicated. Some simple levels to watch.
I'm too young for this market, so I'm still learning. You've been through a couple of these structures. I just a lot of times don't know what I'm truly looking at. Just trying to figure it out.
Been here for 6 years, Joe. More than half a decade in crypto.
Yeah, but last time I was sitting there holding Doge thinking I knew what I was doing. Whole different aspect of the way I look at it these days. So thank you for properly helping me in the way I attempt to approach it and look at it and decipher and interpret these things. But one of the biggest things is patience. You've taught me how to be more patient than anything else in my life.
Joe, you've taught me to be more patient than anything else in my life.
All right, deal. Because we can't go to school for that. You can't be a billionaire and go buy a whole Walmart full of patience. So I apologize for the patience that has been earned, but you know what? I'm not blunt, Dbloc. Thank you is what I'm really trying to say.
I hear you, brother.
Where's Shania? Where's Shania been? Anybody heard from her
Literally,
more?
literally crying over here. I'm sorry.
She's probably in Turkey eating some lahmacun.
Yeah, she was finishing building her house and stuff. I just don't know if anybody's heard of her for like a month ago or so.
That house has been built for a while. She's come back since.
Well, she was shipping her Suburban or whatever, her Tahoe or something she rebuilt. I don't know. It's the last time I heard from her. So nobody had heard from her recently.
Some gaming company just bought $54 million in ETH. They got 1.65 SharpLink Gaming.
Yeah, SharpLink has been a big one for a while. I believe that shit ran up already, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, let's see, they already got 1.65 billion after this last buy. Dollars worth of ETH.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of ETH, bro.
Yeah, they just scooped this recently, 15,822 ETH.
But they're holding over $1 billion?
Not ETH, $1.65 billion worth of ETH.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, it's not messing around, guys. What are they going to do? What are they releasing?
Trump Media's bags are up to 3.6 billion, I think, right now. It's a different cryptos, mostly Bitcoin and ETH. So their total holdings is 480,000 ETH right now. So they're almost at 500,000 ETH.
They need to have enough ETH to have their own node, right? Because they're all going to want to stake.
I mean, they don't need that much though, right?
They need no. They need what's like 4,000 ETH. How much ETH do you need to
Yeah, it's node requirement.
It used to be back in the day. It was only $30,000 back in the day. I don't know how much it is now.
Chat GPT knows. How many ETH do you need to YouTube chat is like the best LLM. Like it hallucinates, right? You're gonna get like 27 wild wrong answers, but the right answer will be in there somewhere.
Yeah, you want to find out how
32
long
ETH.
it takes to delegate. Yeah, 32
Like-
ETH minimum. That's not that bad.
Not to change the
Yeah,
subject, but
I could delegate.
I'm only watching Link right now, but it's tapped its resistance 3 times. It's on its 3rd attempt. So I don't know if other coins are doing this, but I'm out. I can't do this.
Oh,
I'll take a look at it. I actually bought some Link.
Said I can't do this no more, boss.
I'm sorry, this Link BTC looks freaking juicy, bro.
Well, I guess what I'm saying, I'm out for a pullback.
No,
Like
I'm
just
not.
took
I'm
my
not. No,
last
this had nothing to do with what you just said. I just happened to pull up Link BTC by mistake, and that pullback on Link BTC looks great. I'll check USD right now. I just want to see something here.
I mean, dude, I've been writing it since Friday. And I mean, that's enough profit. Holy jeez, it's just getting greedy at this point when you see it tap 3 times like that.
Yeah. Yeah, that V shape. I mean, I would expect at the very least some sort of reaction there, and that would be a great spot to come in and put a higher low for some compounding.
Why doesn't liquidation levels work on ES1?
Because it doesn't get the data. You have to pay for the data for legacy order flow shit.
So it can't get the open interest.
No, I think you have to pay for the real-time data, I believe.
Damn.
Yeah, I mean, I could see why.
Oh, it
I
works
could
if you put
see
it on
why
CDB.
you are worried here.
I mean, I'm front running it a little bit, but man,
There's
I
nothing
don't know,
wrong
man. It just
selling
looks.
into the pump, bro. You don't have to sell the very top. You know what I mean? Each one of these
Yeah.
moves up is a good time to sort of get rid of a little bit, right? Like you end up getting the
Maybe
average.
maybe I should have left a runner, but man, that last dump really hurt me, and I'm
You're
just
all
trying
out
to. I'm just
completely.
trying to. Yeah.
We'll see. I mean, let me check the 5 minute. It looks like you're probably just about to start breaking. Yeah, right now would have been the test, really. The only thing I would have said is next time, maybe just wait for the 5 minute to give you that confirmation, because if this comes down and fakes out just for one last push, sort of like what it did here, right? Price came down really sharply. It looked like it was going to sell off pretty aggressively and then sort of faked out and popped back up for another high. But yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
if
that's good.
you ate well on the trade already, so.
Yeah, it's good feedback. I
Right.
mean, I know that when I don't trade the 5. I mean, I watch you trade it. I just Link has been known for like the way, you know how sometimes if you're intimate with a coin and you watch it, usually when it taps 3 like that, it who knows, man, it's crazy right now. But I just,
No, I hear you.
dude, that was a 9% trade for me. So on my portfolio, kind of. I think I'm at 9 on that since Friday, so it's not bad, I guess.
Dbloc. Are you supposed to sell your car at the top of the bull market or the bottom of the bear market?
Wait, what?
Like, yeah. Like,
I will leverage my car for
I
my.
know what I thought I heard, but I'm just making sure.
what I mean is, you told a story years ago of this guy
I
that
walked
like
for Bitcoin.
bought a bunch of like luxury cars.
Yeah. I remember.
And then he sells them, but I couldn't remember. I was telling my lady, and I don't remember which one. Which one?
I mean,
He was selling
it
his.
doesn't make a lot of. It does. I mean, if you're at the top of the bull market, you've already missed the opportunity to sell your luxury vehicles and buy coins, right? Like you really, that's the type of shit that people end up doing when the bear market goes longer than they expected, right? Bear market goes down, they put some money in. Goes down a little more, they put all their money in. Goes down a little more, time to get rid of the cars, the boats, you know, whatever you got.
Well, before that at all, did you get a good deal on the car to start with, or is it something you're below water with? So look at it that way. So are you, if you were to sell the car, is it still in good running condition where you can get good money on it, or is it like about to die that you're losing
No,
money?
no.
Let's start that way.
No, Joe. It's an
What type of
analogy.
car is it?
No, it's an analogy.
Oh,
It's
okay,
not an
well, because
actual.
I
It's
was
not
being
a car.
realistic with it.
Yeah,
Because
it's
if
not a
it's a
car.
good car that you could get
No.
rid of that you got for like wicked cheap and you could like double what you can get out of it, it's like, yo, now might be a decent time to like take the profit. You already got 10,000 miles out of the car. It still runs, if not better than when you got the darn thing. Take your money back, put it into something you can see that you can double that again. So that's why I was asking, what kind of car is it? Where'd you start from? And are you above water or below water on it? But I didn't realize it was just an ideology. But again, I mean, you that's it just.
So it's not an actual car. I'm talking about
My
assets
bad.
in general.
My bad.
Yeah.
That for
I'm
me,
wondering.
that's bear market activities for me.
Okay, bear market. Okay.
Yeah, at the top of the bull market, I'm buying back the assets that I sold. Right, the deal that I make, if that, you know, when I have done it in the past, the deal that I make with myself is, if I sell this now, I can get 3 at the top of the bull market, or I can get a much nicer whatever it was. Insert asset here. So when I get to the top, I have to make sure to pay myself on that, right? Like that's a deal I made for myself. Might sell it again at the bottom. Might end up selling it again at the bottom of the bear if shit gets wild, but and it's not that you need it, right? It's just once you're in this for a while, you realize what, and especially like when it comes to like supercars, like I have 4 supercars in the garage. Like Bitcoin's at 15K and you got $3 million worth of supercars in the garage for why?
I don't know, those bear markets, those supercars go pretty cheap. So do their Jordans, so do all those things they bought at the top of the market. So wait for the bottom of the bear market to not just
Yeah,
buy
but
into things
the
go
funny thing
way cheaper down at the
the
bottom.
funny thing was
And
is
get
that
rid of stuff.
used cars were skyrocketing in value while we were closer to the bottom. So it made a lot of sense.
Cards, collectibles, all kinds of stuff go way cheaper at the bottom. That people need money. They see other opportunities. We're like, this thing's never gonna go back up.
No,
I'd rather
it's
put it into something I
it's
see a better
Joe,
opportunity. So it's weird.
Joe, I said used cars were skyrocketing in value when we were closer to the bottom of the crypto market, meaning you could get a lot more for your used car if you sold it then, and you could afford a lot more crypto for the money that the car was even worth when you bought it. So it was just a better deal at that point. It was a much better deal to sell your car and buy crypto. Now that crypto has gone up
Listen,
and cars have gone down, you can sell
not
your crypto
financial
for
advice.
more
This is
cars.
all a scam. You're probably gonna lose all of your money in crypto. Don't do it. Absolutely do not invest, do not trade, do not day trade. Now that disclaimer is out of the way, the bottom of the bear market, you funnel as much as you possibly can.
Sell your
It
car,
doesn't matter
ride the
where
bus
you
at
it
the
doesn't
bottom
matter
of the
where you
bear
get it.
market.
If you're a believer in this and you believe that the cycle will continue and you believe in Bitcoin,
ride your bike to
it
work.
doesn't make sense not to
The
do it.
bottom of the bear.
And I don't mean shit you need, obviously. You don't sell your house. But any disposable funds that you have under reasonable, run it by the wife, of course. But
CZ sold his house, and he said that's how he made it to buy Bitcoin.
that's exactly
What
how
is
it
CZ?
works, Cole. That's how you get a 12-car garage, by selling 6 at the bottom of a bear. How'd you get 12 Bugattis? I sold 4 of them at the bottom of the bear market. That's all.
Easily doubled it.
But Dbloc, did you hear that when CZ was like, basically telling people to sell their houses because he was like, that's the only way I made it, and he was like, I believed and I sold
Freaking Michael
everything I had.
Saylor
I
too,
sold my
bro.
house.
Michael Saylor told people to take a second mortgage, third mortgage.
For real?
Yeah,
I
he's
didn't even know
crazy.
that.
He's crazy, and everybody
then he
made fun
said
of him.
sell a
But when
kidney or
it
something.
ages well, right? When you go back and you look at when he said it, and you look at price now, it ages well.
Yeah.
If you look 3 months from when he said it, it probably doesn't age that well, right? But if you look 5 years, 6 years from when he said it, he sounds like a genius. Yeah, Michael Saylor's a wild boy, bro. Michael Saylor would be like, max out your credit cards, borrow money from family.
Yeah, no, straight up. I sold my prized possessions like when I was like, and this is after I got wrecked already once, rinsed when Bitcoin went up to like 19, 20K and then went all the way back down. And in the crypto winter, I had like nothing but like my studio equipment. And, I was struggling. I was like a struggling artist, but I was like, you know what, man? Screw this, man. I'm sick of running around entertaining people. And I just sold all my equipment and put it all in crypto and then bang, 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 boogie, woogie, wee.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. That's one of those things that nobody can ever tell you to go all in. It's something that your conviction level just gets to the point where you're like, you can't find reason not to do it. And it's a risk, and it's a risk you got to own if it goes bad. But boy, when it goes right.
Yeah, when your mind, your heart, your body, your soul all come together and they're kind of all telling you something at once and it all makes sense and the chart actually goes in that direction too. It's a whole different mentality and feeling. Like it's
Buy
a
Trump
weird
coin.
different.
That's unless your brain is telling you buy Melania.
That week, maybe those people are still thinking about that thing every day they wake up that week. Oh my.
It's dangerous,
Yeah,
man.
but
It's
right.
dangerous to even talk about it because the problem is that people feel convicted. I don't know, bro. I don't think people understand what conviction really is. Like, you can't get conviction from somebody else. Like, conviction is something that you build on your own. Is the only true conviction is conviction that you build on your own. Anything you heard, I don't care how convincing the person is, how much you trust their word. That's not conviction. That's trust. You just trust what the person said. You don't have conviction in that coin. The second something goes wrong, you're gonna panic.
Yeah, this entire market is built on trust. The word of trust. Period.
But wait, Dbloc, you are allowed to be talked into a conviction through research. So if you heard any
Of
Sailor
course.
interviews,
Of course. Yeah.
right, he's got a pretty convincing argument.
Yeah. But if you've never gone and dug in on your own and you only have Sailor's words, then if Sailor wakes up tomorrow and has a stroke or something and says he was wrong, like, you have no conviction of your own. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
it's like a ship without a sail.
Are we allowed to have, so you know how we have the Notre Dameses and we have the Isaac Newtons back in the day where they're so profound? Do we have any of those people today? Do you think that Michael Saylor's one of those people? Do you think 200 years from now they'll go, damn, that guy was onto a whole new money system and we didn't even see it when we're in it?
It'll be studied in schools for sure. You know, I think every generation has like one or two of those. I think Elon's one of those. Just like one of those where'd you come from type of things.
Yeah.
And Michael Saylor was echoing other, thoughts that were already documented on all these blogs and all the Bitcoin.org blogs, and it was, he was just kind of echoing a thought that's already out there.
Yeah, he'll
I
go
think Satoshi
down.
would kind of get that nod on that.
That too, yeah, in the long run for sure, yeah. But Michael Saylor will go down for the magnitude of his balls, bro. Like, that was a big balls play, and he managed to convince the business and the shareholders and everybody to just trust me, bro. That's crazy. And he ushered a new sort of business structure, right? With the whole treasury company thing. So that will go down on his legacy. If these Bitcoin treasury companies, in my opinion, will be what caused the next bear market. They're not all going to succeed, and when they unravel, some of them will unravel bad. But depending on how bad it is, he might have to eat that on his legacy too. You know what I mean? Like, he's going to be responsible whether it goes good or whether it goes bad.
But there's been so many opportunities for it to go bad. So many people have called him out that he's made piss poor decisions all the way through all these cycles, and
I
yet
don't think he'll be the one that messes up. I don't think he'll be the one that messes up. It'll be one of the mini sailors will screw it up.
It's risky too. He could screw up right now. If Bitcoin drops down to like 47K, he's gonna have to eat some dirt, like straight
He's
up.
been riding right in the middle. He hasn't made a ton. He hasn't lost a ton. He's kind of been averaging up and through it. So he can't be called out for making a zillion or losing a zillion. He's riding with it. So
I
it's
think the what people don't understand is that he's not trying to make money off the Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin isn't. That's why he gets so upset when people ask him why MicroStrategy is trading at a premium to Bitcoin. They're like, well, you don't ask why is Apple trading at a premium to its assets. Like, the worth of MicroStrategy isn't the worth of Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin is the asset that lets us provide these instruments that we provide that people buy, right? It's what backs up. So it's just being able to hold the Bitcoin. Now, if it goes down to 47 or whatever, they might have to liquidate something. They might have to move some money around to pay. But that underlying asset, if he's correct about the future of Bitcoin, they'll be able to ride out a 5-year storm. They've already done it through one bear market, and then outperform Bitcoin on the other side of it. So, but yeah, I mean, we'll have to see.
I should have said that better. I meant like his entire strategy in relation to the link between Bitcoin and MicroStrategy. I didn't say that very well, but yeah, I like if his whole strategy fails, then then it was just maybe luck or bad timing, or it was just a matter of time or whatever. But there's just this weird feeling that I get that he is at a higher level, and that what most people would see. I'm not saying you're not capable of understanding it, and maybe most crypto people, but a lot of people just see it that it don't really get it, see it as gambling, or he's just taking an unnecessary amount of risk or whatever.
Risking the
I
entire
feel like
company on something that goes down 85%. Yeah.
Look at
Yeah.
the percentage he has to pay on interest. He pays the least amount of interest out of anybody's
I'll
loan
be
at
right
the
back, yo.
largest amounts. He's borrowing billions of dollars and paying
Well,
like
it's not him. I mean, first, we got to remember,
market
it's not.
change for
There's a
dimension.
separation. He has his personal holdings, which I think he got like 17,000 or 18,000 personal bitcoins that he publicly disclosed, and everything else is MicroStrategy. So they actually moved him down that from his head position that he had at MicroStrategy, and he's not the top dog anymore there. So there's some other order there. He's part of the board still. Probably I don't know exactly what function he has, but he was shuffled down a little bit. So this is MicroStrategy's money, and it's other people's money they're playing with. It's
Either way,
not
it's
all
like
their money.
anything. If a big oil company borrows $1 billion and they go up 15% per year, they're doing okay with it. You know what I mean? Look at Michael Saylor. He borrows $1 billion. He puts it in there. It goes up 15% per year. The company's like, this guy's doing okay. It's just like an oil firm. It's just like, yo, they're borrowing money. They're making dollars per year. They got proof of it too. So
But
that's
I'm
why
just saying, like
it's
he probably wouldn't on his personal bitcoins. He'll just let them sit though instead of trying to shuffle them around and doing some kind of
don't need to sell
mechanism with it.
those. He doesn't need to sell those quite yet. He doesn't have any children, and he's even worried about passing them along to. He's got ideas, but what's the point in selling them yet? He structurally has been putting this structure up. He's building this high, like tower building, and it's not quite finished yet.
I mean, it's almost a brand at this point. Like he is
That's what I'm
almost a
saying.
brand.
I'm back.
And I
It's the
don't think.
beginning of the structure.
I mean, Drew brought up a point where he's not playing these schemes with his own Bitcoin. He's doing it with MicroStrategy. But I still think every man wants to leave the earth with a decent legacy. He doesn't want everything that he's been preaching on all these shows for 7+ years and different podcasts saying the same thing over and over again to have it all just crumble unless he knows that his system is working. I don't know. I mean, it's just speculation.
Listen to the legacy play here. MicroStrategy was killed during the dot-com boom. Microsoft won that war. It was MicroStrategy. Right? They were competitors. Microsoft won that war, crushed MicroStrategy for the next decade. Microsoft is going to have to bring Bitcoin on their treasury eventually, and it'll be because of Michael Saylor. That's the ultimate W, in my opinion. Not saying Michael Saylor thinks like me, but being me, bringing my shit back from the ashes, and then listen, what?
You realize
That's
you
the
don't have to
play.
build. He didn't worry about building ships. He's like, I'll be part of the ocean. Nobody's invested
Oh my God, with
in
the
an ocean
analogies,
that I
Joe.
see. You guys
Jesus
all float
Christ.
out in an ocean. I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
and to the Microsoft Bitcoin thing, man, they've already contemplated it. They're like,
Oh yeah. No,
when someone
listen,
says,
they're either gonna do it or they're gonna get passed by companies that do it, period.
yeah. I mean,
He
they're
had
kind
a
of
meeting with them, and he walked in. He said the meeting was quick, and he was gone. Like it was, and they didn't do it wrong.
But I mean, it's just kind of like we say that, oh, you're in the closet, you're in the closet. Well, they're in the crypto closet right now. Trust me, like I'm not giving any internal information out publicly, but just the employees alone can feel it coming. Just internal discussions with like the website Blind, where you can talk about internal stuff anonymously and stuff. It's just there's this feeling that it's no longer a scam. It's adopted more, and I'm not even saying this from a permabull's perspective. I'm just saying it's in the air and it's just a matter of time.
Well, there's this one token. Are you guys familiar with Space and Time that just came out a few weeks ago? Microsoft is backing that. I'm just now getting around to doing research
Yeah,
on
you
it.
need to dig in a little bit deeper because that automatically puts up red flags for me.
Yeah, so I don't understand. I
It
don't
sounds
understand
like
why
some
they would
marketing
back a
shit.
bucket.
Yeah, it sounds like some marketing shit.
Yeah.
They probably use
So
Microsoft software and they're like
Exactly. It
partnership with
uses your
Microsoft.
exactly,
They do
and the
that shit with
salesperson is
Amazon all
telling
the
them that.
time, bro. They use Amazon
Yeah.
Web Services and then they list Amazon as a partner.
that's crazy.
I'm telling you, bro, that happens all
Yeah,
the
dude,
time.
that's how big business work. That's how big business work, bro. It's a cheat code.
Like, yo, you are a customer.
I was like, I would assume Microsoft would have a big announcement, you
Listen,
know.
Microsoft, if they back something, it's gonna be their own something. I
Right.
promise you that. That's the thing. People think that a lot of these corporations are gonna come in and just buy their shitty L1 or whatever, and it's like, bro, these are tech companies. They're gonna open their own L1s. 1000%.
And they might not even tokenize it, man. They might just keep it to themselves. I don't know. I don't
Could
know
be
if that's
some
a thing.
internal blockchain is coming no matter what, right? For when it comes to keeping files and data and all that. Now, whether it's a public blockchain is a whole different story, right? Could be just internal.
Absolutely. Yep.
I got a prediction. Apple's going to have to do something. They have become the scaleless company out there, and they're sitting on so much cash. Something's got to give over there.
Not just Apple, it's all of them. I mean, imagine you're Ford and you're sitting on the list and you watch Michael Saylor with a failed software company pass you because he's holding some Bitcoin. There has to be some conversations in the boardroom at the next meeting. You figure somebody's got to bring this up, right? Like,
Dude, this is the year of acquisition, man. Like none of the big boys make like all the AI stuff. A lot of the AI stuff is not even made by the top cap companies anymore. They're just acquiring like crazy right now. Just somebody smart, savant kid, 14-year-old makes an awesome AI model. Bam, $250 million from Facebook.
that's the
Meta.
American dream now. Yeah, the American dream before was if you do something you love, you don't work a day in your life, and you struggle and you make that business successful and you pass it on to your kids. That's not how it works. How it works now is you do a bunch of businesses you don't care about, you sell them to a bigger company, you make a shit ton of money, and then you open the business you care about when you don't need to make any money and you're already rich.
Yes. Yep. You got it.
You gotta feed the machine.
I mean, I think on a daily basis in the tech blog report summary I get every morning, there's usually one company being acquired by one of them. Like on a not quite daily, but really close to it, man. It's just crazy. Like if not a company, maybe a dude who's got an LLC, but he made some, deep algorithm within his model that they're like, yeah, we want that. What do you got? What's your offer? And then the next day it'll be the company I work for acquiring somebody I've never even heard of before. It is, I can't even keep up with it. It's something new every single day.
When you talk to people about the .com era and you tell them that little kids in college were coming up with app ideas, no app to show for it, just an idea, and walking out of offices with $10 million checks. And they're like, wow, that's crazy. But look at what we're doing now. It's literally the same thing. You got people dropping Web3 ideas, protocols, coins, whatever, straight vaporware, nothing to show for it. And they're walking out with 10, 20, $100 million, $500 million, except they get it from all of us, not from some dudes in a boardroom. Right? It's the same exact shit. And the only difference between our bubble and the .com bubble, the Web3 bubble and the Web2 bubble, like I like to call it, In the Web 2 bubble, there was no pause, there was no stop. That shit was just gas pedal, bro, the entire way until it just got so big that it exploded. Crypto, we have like a pressure relief valve every 4 years. Every 4 years, all of this goes to shit. You're talking 95% drops on all the alts. 0 for the most part. You know what I mean? So shit that doesn't have true value just disappears. The bubble never gets so big that it explodes. But other than that, it's exactly the same, bro. Exactly the same. ETH, Sol, they're all fighting to see who's going to be the main rails, who's going to be the main settlement layer. And then all your other software companies are basically software companies, right? All your other DeFi projects, whatever they offer.
I mean, it's cyclic. I get it. But like when DeepSeek came out and basically said all your hardware is irrelevant, NVIDIA, look what NVIDIA did that day or the next day. And I know that it's not cyclic, but you know, dude, that was a big drop for a tech company in one day. And I see things like that happening a lot in the future where somebody comes up with a software, comes up with a mechanism that basically says all your graphics cards, we only need one. We don't need 20 to accomplish this. And DeepSeek was just a warning shot over the bow of that sort of thing happening. So I see big drops coming in volatility when it comes to things like that. But I do agree, at least when crypto, it's somewhat, I don't know, it's not predictable, but almost is. You know, that's why we call them cycles.
Yeah.
I just think that just because their legacy and their tech companies, they can see worse. I think the drop, like a 30% drop in NVIDIA, is worse than a 95% drop in crypto, because you got to be an absolute complete, I don't know, I wouldn't say noob, but been your head in the sand if you don't think crypto is going to come back to its bear market, you know, the previous cycle. Like I think most people know that it's cyclic, but people that are in tech stocks are not expecting a 30% drop overnight because of some news that somebody came out with a more optimized version that basically says, oh, we don't need all that hardware you're making. I see things like that happening a lot in the future.
Yeah. I believe it. Technological advancements, that happens all the time. We saw it. I mean, DeepSeek was the perfect example, right? Obviously. Even the whisper, because, you know, they did lie about how much it cost to train and all that. We found out later. But even the whisper that it was that cheap had real effects. Because people are like, well, then why the hell have we priced NVIDIA so high? You know?
Yeah, and it totally reminded me of like, because I bought that dip in Nvidia because I thought it was like it was over. The whole thing was just, it was emotion. It was like, oh, panic mode, blah blah blah. And when you looked into it, it wasn't as bad as it was. So then, you know, Nvidia recovered. But I feel like some of that stuff happens in crypto too, with the whole Trump tariff stuff and Trump with his like, what was that, the crypto conference he went to, and that weekend it pumped really hard, and then on that Monday it dumped. I you know, it's I don't know if it's PTSD, but it feels the same to me is what I'm trying to say. It feels, when it happens to you, it feels the same.
Yeah, no, I feel you.
And you may not know like the intricate details, like if you're in the tech industry and you kind of understand like, oh yeah, I'm buying this dip because I know better. I can't do that in crypto. I cannot buy that dip knowing how hard it dropped and feel confident that, oh yeah, this is just a one-off. I'm learning to do that, but I'm not
Bro,
there yet.
imagine going through a bear market in crypto without knowing what a bear market is. Without even knowing there's a cycle. Everything just drops. The freaking floor falls out from the market and everything drops 80 to 90%. You know how difficult it was to buy that dip without even knowing it was a dip? It's easy now when somebody tells you, oh, it's a dip, it's cyclical, it's got to stop eventually. Like, I'll just DCA in or whatever, right? But without that one little key bit of information, you're stupid. It's dumb. It's a stupid decision that just happened to work. Even if
You
I
were
was
talking
right, I
about
didn't know I was right, which makes it a stupid decision, right? I just happened to be right. That's what I call failing forward. Like sometimes in life we fail forward. It's important to realize and acknowledge when we failed forward.
Yeah, it's a good call out.
You don't want to
you.
repeat that, you know?
Do you think? Do you think Michael Saylor failed forward because obviously he had failed quite a bit. You know.
I mean, he took a risk that worked out. I don't think he took it blindly. I'm pretty sure that he dug in and he got his conviction, and he obviously got orange pilled bad. He had the bug, right? It struck
Yeah.
that lightning moment where you hit it and you're like, okay, well, then this is what we're going to do.
Gotcha.
But did he know it would work out? I mean, I don't know. I guess if you ask him, he'll tell you probably, yeah, I knew I wouldn't have done it. But there's got to be part of him that had some pretty sleepless nights for the first bear market, at least.
Do you?
I mean, that's
do
why
you
I asked
rotate by chance?
What's that?
Do you rotate Bitcoin to MicroStrategy? I know some people.
No,
I don't know its
not to
exact correlation.
MicroStrategy. I plan on shorting MicroStrategy during the bear market, but no, I prefer to hold the underlying asset personally.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's why I asked the question. Yeah, it's cool that you brought up the falling forward concept, because that's why I asked initially, like, is he another iconic symbol in human history that because there's so many people shilling cryptocurrency and there's so many people that live and die by it. So it to some people who that don't know his background may say, oh, he's just another talking head out there for crypto. But like I just I- like he sleeps at night because does he know something we don't know and he just doesn't reveal it, and like he's a running machine. His head is just constantly moving all the little pieces around and he just knows.
If you were to ask him that question, he would probably say that he knows something that he's already explained to us, but we won't listen.
Yeah, because he doesn't sound like he has an ego. To me, he's never came off as an egomaniac.
You need to go back and listen when he was shilling iPhones back in the day. Pretty funny. Like, it's very interesting because it's the same sort of vibe where he was early and frustrated because people just didn't understand how huge this was going to be.
Yep. Now everybody's connected at the hip. Crazy. I'm gonna look into that tonight. Actually, I needed some bed reading, and that's definitely
There's some good videos. You can see him like on the news, and he's got that same look in his eye, you know, that he gets when he talks about Bitcoin.
Yeah. That half grin that he has.
But I mean, just imagine him trying to shill MicroStrategy after it had just basically turned into a zombie company, and just like wide-eyed talking about Bitcoin and how this was going to save his company. Like, that was not an easy sell. Now you've got some evidence behind it, but
It still feels disconnected a little bit, but whatever. I mean, I don't really get it either. I mean, like when someone calls them company MicroStrategy, you're thinking that they're still in the late 90s, doing the same thing that IBM and Hewlett Packard and Microsoft are still doing to this day, but they're not, it's just weird. It's a weird like link.
Mic check.
you're good.
Word.
Gracias. Hey,
You're
Dbloc, keep something in mind at what you touched on with the markets and the bubble of the tech sector, that we're growing here, and like we've been fighting the SEC and we've been getting beat down, and we know what we're in, and they do too now. And I think that we're going to definitely be changing here quickly with regs and everything happening before our eyes. I think it's going to happen rather quick, and we may not have bear markets for these coins, man. We're going to utility now. It's going to be the real deal. And I don't think that these vaporware coins are going to really exist. That's my philosophy on all that. But, you know, we are definitely coming into a different place.
Well, my suggestion is before anybody throws away the idea of a cycle that's made it through pandemics and everything that's been thrown at us for the past 10 years, is let the chart prove it. Wait till the chart tells you that this time is different, because that's a rough mistake to make.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not
You know?
saying gamble on that. I'm saying I think I see it myself, and I think most people, a lot of people do too, and that we have bear markets. I think because we haven't had regulations.
For me, it all comes down to liquidity. Unless somebody could show me a reason why M2 won't go down and won't go into contraction, then I'll be able to take a bigger look. But if it's still considered a risk asset, then it's going to be subject to liquidity. And
So
it's
let's
not
say
really a
we have.
Bitcoin 4-year cycle that's important, right? It's the global liquidity cycle that Bitcoin just happens to follow, just like equities and everything else.
Well, yes, 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 and maybe Bitcoin still continues to have its cycles because it really doesn't have utility. But like the utility coins, think about that for a second now. If you're talking about show me the liquidity, we know these big dogs are coming in now. These institutions are really going to be coming in once we're fully regulated and we can have these intended use cases in play. You're going to have liquidity. There's no way you don't. And so, how does that sell off on a 4-year cycle? The halving cycle means absolutely nothing to that.
Yeah, like I said, it doesn't have anything to do with Bitcoin's halving cycle per se. It's more the liquidity cycle.
Okay, but let's separate that from actual utility coins, though.
But
We
I
know
mean, the
what that
money
is.
still has
This
to
is what
come
that
from
Yeah, but
somewhere, right?
you're talking like nobody's going to want to take profit on utility coins.
Well, people are already
And
talking
bear
about
market
not wanting.
doesn't.
People are already talking about not wanting to take profit on Bitcoin. They say
Yeah,
they
they
will never
always
sell
say
you Bitcoin.
they always say that shit at this point in the
Well,
market.
sure.
Wait till
Watch what they
Bitcoin goes
do.
down 30% on the top, they'll change their tune.
Sure. Was that Drew? What's up, Drew?
Yo, yo.
But yeah, I mean, maybe this time is different. But at the top of every bull market, there's always a reason why it should super cycle. So we'll see if it plays out. You know, maybe what you're talking about happens a cycle from now, this cycle, 2 cycles from now, 3 cycles from now. We don't know. Me personally, the risk I'm willing to take is what I got into when I first got in, which was regular 4-year cycle by timing, and then I'll play the game after that by ear. Can always get back in, you know.
Dbloc, I was looking at BLX with your green bar indicator, and well, for one, we hit a measured move of that weekly cup and handle at 123, so that's like done, which I hadn't noticed before. But also, just looking at it, if it repeated a similar pattern from 2021, then from now until October, you get a 50% move, which would put you at like 145K Bitcoin. And then I also looked at total 3 using your green bar indicator. And if it also repeated a pattern similarly to 2021, you'd get 126% move from the 50 weekly EMA from here till October, which
October
from here
sounds good.
that would give us a nice alt season.
Yeah, I mean, we're waiting for those 48 days, those magical 48 days when Bitcoin alt pairs recover and they go absolutely apeshit. The problem is nobody knows which ones, and I'm telling you from now, it is not going to be everything. Everybody's waiting for an alt season that just makes every single coin go up just because you happen to be holding it. That's not the type of alt season we're going to have. Not too worried about it in here because everybody's focused on projects that at least have some mind share, right? There's not too much degeneracy going on, but boy, I see people on Twitter with 40, 50 altcoin portfolio. It's not going to end well.
I remember we were kind of in a similar spot somewhere about something, but it's like some altcoins had pumped early, and so we were talking like when we were about to get a move in alts, but it was like you're looking at this thing that already preemptively pumped or made its move already, and so it's not getting as big of a push while the other alts are pushing, like XRP or that already got a huge.
I mean, coins that are very close to their price discovery are going to do a lot better, obviously. I think the problem that a lot of people are making is they're looking at the alts and they're looking at how far they have to go to all-time high, and they're like, well, if this goes, I'm going to get a 12x. But honestly, the way you should be looking at this is if the coin hasn't done it yet, chances are you're taking a pretty big risk that it doesn't do it at all. Right? The coin had to have already made a move and proved itself for this cycle, even if it's given some of it back. But coins that have done absolutely nothing, they've had 2 years to catch some sort of hot narrative, right? People were degening heavy and nobody decided to degen into this thing at all to this point, right? Every time Bitcoin goes down, it goes down more percentages. Every time alts recover, this thing just lays flat. That means something, right? There's not enough people with interest in that specific coin to make it move. And what you're taking the risk on is that when retail comes in for the last short little period that they're going to be here before they get wrecked, somebody's going to convince them to buy your coin. That's a pretty big risk, in my opinion. I'm not saying you don't have your like lottery tickets, I really believe in this one, whatever, cool. But just make sure that it's a lottery ticket amount of money in there. Remember, lottery tickets only cost $1. So I hear people talking about, I have a lottery ticket play and it's like 60% of their portfolio. Couple things are going to be important. Is it on the app that retail is going to be holding in their hand when they come in? Is there institutional interest in it? Right? Is it easy for them to buy it? Is it easy for them to hear about it on the news? They're not going on Dexes to buy it. You're not going to teach them how to go on Phantom and buy the shitcoin you're holding in the time that it takes for them to come in. And the last time they went on Phantom, they got burned. So they're probably looking at utility and they're looking at stronger coins. No, we took care of that already, Adam. My bad. Let me get rid of this CME close. We came down and touched down perfectly, man. Asia came in, dropped two pink vectors on the 15-minute, made short work of that. I mean, not Asia, I'm sorry. CME Open. Let me get rid of this so it doesn't confuse anybody. Now, as far as CME goes, we're all good. We actually took out 2 CME gaps this week. Daily one and a weekly one. I'm expecting this to pop down, guys. I don't think we're gonna get the full measured move on this bull flag from the looks of it. If we break this 200 EMA, we're gonna come after mean reversion to the psychological range. That's gonna cut us through these liquidations. Remember, our psychological range this week is pretty big. Right? The bottom of it is literally down at 112. We haven't had our false move yet. Trap longs, trap shorts are still intact. So if we do go after this liquidity and we come down underneath 112, that frees the trap shorts. That signals a false move down, which means I would expect the bottom to come in somewhere before Monday and then have a 3-day retracement to the top side. That would also conveniently fill my orders, which would be amazing. But don't let that affect your decision, market maker. Good money either way. Well, Christian, if it's Monday, why don't you tell us where Bitcoin got to? Stop gatekeeping, bro. You're in the future and you're keeping all the good alpha to yourself. Supposed to be family. Got about 15 minutes till we reset the stream. Yeah, I've been killing it, man. The subs have been going up like crazy. If anybody's here that's not subbed up, definitely hit that subscribe button. We're about to hit 6K probably by the end of the month. I think we're like 200 subs down. Too soon, Cole. Too soon. I don't even know what happened with that. Those subs still out there? Just share the link, Rajesh. Right? Just tell your friends. Tell a friend to tell a friend. The breakdown from this bearish channel isn't big, right? Like we said, it's not a bear flag because the channel's already extended too far. So the measured move comes from the width of the channel, right? At the point where it breaks. So measured move from that would bring us down to 113.2. Problem is we're in a pool of liquidity at that point. So these liquidations are probably going to get taken out. This new indicator I'm playing with, like I'm not really trying to promote it or anything yet. I'm trying to make sure that it's not just analysis paralysis, right? But it's just to sort of get by the idea of liquidity grabs. Be honest with you, a lot of these things are useless, man. It's so much easier to teach you to look for a liquidity sweep, and then you never need an indicator than to just put you on an indicator. Right now we're in mean reversion, right? We just had that mean reversion to the daily. The next one is a psychological high. There's enough gas to get us there. And we have a measured move that sort of paves the way. So it's all sort of lining up for us to sweep this liquidity right now. Yeah, I think it's hard, Cole, because without real-time data from exchanges, you can't really see where the liquidity's at. Like, I think it has trouble really figuring that shit out. You need like real-time data for it. My advice would be find one that you like that works, strip that code, right? Copy and paste that code and then give that code to ChatGPT or to DeepSeek and be like, work off of this, add this, remove this, that type of shit. Okay.
Block, you see ETH taking the same course of action here?
What was that?
You see ETH taking the same course of action basically here?
Yeah, a little bit. Still hold this 50 and pull away. Right. The same sort of thing with ETH that we were looking at with the range. Right, that's the range ETH is in. This was the deviation we're hoping is a deviation. So to lock that in, we need to hold the bottom side of that range as support. Come down and hold this 50, maybe come down and grab this vector, but you don't want to come back down underneath this SR flip. If you lose that, then increases the chances that this is a breakdown and not a deviation. And that measured move hasn't been hit yet, which is at like 32. But it has the same sort of motivations that we're looking at for Bitcoin, right? Daily open is underneath. It hasn't hit daily open yet. So first mean reversion is the 50 EMA, then the 200, then daily open, psychological high. Problem is if daily open doesn't hold and get back into this range pretty quickly, then you're going to get sucked down into this shit, and this is just going to be like a breakdown.
Right. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, so the next couple hours here are probably going to be pretty clutch. Luckily, I don't think Bitcoin has much further to go, and if we look at ETH BTC, I mean, it is losing against ETH BTC is interesting, bro. Remember that overlay I have from ETH BTC from the last drop? Look at how good this thing is following up here.
Mimics it.
We're approaching the 200 on the 15-minute.
A little crazy, bro. I mean, yeah. And that does have ETH BTC coming down quite a bit, actually.
If we lose this level, I think I'm going to reduce my position a little bit.
If we lose this level on ETH BTC, ERC20s are going to get hit pretty hard, and probably most alts. Oh, didn't I just change you? There you go. Losing that is not going to be
we're at
good.
daily open.
Losing that's not going to be good. 3,000 Satoshis is what you want to hold, basically. If it comes down underneath 3,000 Satoshis, then that means you're going to get drops across alt BTC pairs. And then probably a continuation.
All right. Thanks for looking at that.